send it one last time with all the queens, roaches, scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in army supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damaged on the other side.
Could not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Yeah, he's moving forward. He's going to the natural. The Protoss army is here. There are some Colossi, but there are some Vikings as well that can counter them.
Prism's gone as well, so you can actually keep these Immortals alive. Yes, there's no Prism.
Wow.
Yes, there's no Nexus.
Just the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Stims forward, goes down a whole bunch of these disruptors, but there are so many Stalkers and Zouns and DTs in the mix.
The Medivacs are feeling quite well. The army of the Protoss just is in shambles, and you see the substantial army supply lead here.
The Ghosts are way far forward here. That's not where they need to be. You gotta run, and Medivacs, you cannot save them.
I think the Stalkers are going to melt. He does good on the ground.
It's now or never. The Protoss are being pulled. They're trying to defeat the Marines. Zealots are charging in though. The Immortal is there.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora 2025. Such an exciting day today we have, as already we have seen so many tremendous games, but today the elimination matches will begin and I believe that the excitement is going to go through the roof. But wait, there is no roof here. We are at the outside venue of the beautiful summer theater of Stara Zagora. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me, are you excited for today? Yeah, this is what I want here. That's super cool. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for watching online. Guys, if you want, let's take a closer look at what happened yesterday. Some of the highlights are amazing. as I said, amazing games yesterday and we had some wild ones. And let's take a closer look at the bracket to see what we have to experience today. I'm sure that it will be super action-packed day. Yeah, so we will start things with Clem and Harstem. This is going to be our first match for today. I think that this is going to be an incredible PvT, and Harstem and Clem are both amazing players that I'm sure that they will give it their all for this matchup. Then we proceed with Reynor versus SKillous, a ZVP for the ages, very interesting one. Both are super young, talented players, and I believe that this is going to be a true banger. Then we continue with Ryung and Zoun, which is the Team Vitality South Korean derby that we are going to experience in the Protoss versus Terran matchup. Then we continue with Serral and ShoWTimE, which might just be the highlight of the upper bracket today. Then, of course, we will proceed to the elimination matches, which are the highest stakes, basically, as Spirit and Nitix are going to battle it out in a TVZ matchup. Future and Trigger are going to have an America's derby, basically, the Canadian versus the USA player. Gerald and Krystianer in the Polish derby. Sadly, one of them will have to say goodbye to the tournament, but at least Poland can be happy that one of these representatives will move on, and Lambo and YoungYakov will battle in a ZVZ format to see who will be proceeding towards the championship and towards the esports World Cup slot. A lot of things are on the line in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. I think that these players are going to give it their all. And talking about the players, let's take a closer look at the first couple of them.
I'm very excited, and it was very fun last time, so I'm hoping it's going to be a lot of fun again, and I'm sure it will be, and yeah, I'm very excited to play there. I've seen the new trophy, it looks really good, and it would fit nicely next to the other one. Just play well and do my best, and I'm sure if I play my best, I can do it. Yeah, well, it's not always easy to be as like the most motivated all the time. Like sometimes there's some ups, some downs in motivation, and I think that's pretty normal. But like taking breaks here and there helps, and otherwise I'm just motivated because I like doing what I do, and I want to keep doing it, and I need to be good to do so. So I'm just motivated because I also like winning, of course, and losing feels awful. So motivation from not wanting to lose, and also just yeah, wanting to win tournaments, and liking what I do. So I want to keep doing it. Any highlights? Well, of course, I remember the winning moment when the people were like cheering. It was super nice to see, and everyone was like cheering really loud and being really supportive. So yeah, it was really cool. I always feel excited to play against Serral because the last time we played, it was always really close, like 5-4, 4-3 kind of matches. So it would be fun to play him again and see how it goes. Well, I just thank you for coming, everyone who's coming to watch the tournament. It's great having you here, and yeah, just thank you for coming, and hope you're going to cheer for every player, and yes, thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Harstem. I'm a professional StarCraft 2 player playing for Shopify Rebellion. I've been playing this game for 15 years, and I'll probably continue for another 15. I think the general atmosphere, it was my first time in Bulgaria in general, and I really liked it. Yeah, I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed the food, the weather is very nice as well. A little bit too hot at times, and yeah, last year went quite okay, so I'm happy to be back. I mean, I just played the games and I managed to win, so that was nice, I guess. There's not a whole lot of like special preparation that I did for the qualifier in particular. For this tournament, I mean, I just practice. I don't know who my opponents are ahead of time, so it's not like I can prepare anything there, but yeah, generally I play a bunch, and you know, I have some builds prepared in each individual matchup, and we'll see when I'll deploy them. Well, anyone that is better than me, I'd like to avoid. which is quite a few players this tournament. So I don't know, like obviously Clem, Serral, Reynor are going to be very difficult to fight against. I think those are like the big three, but even someone like Zoun, ShoWTimE, like they're going to be tough opponents altogether. And yeah, it's just going to be hard from the first match on. Like every win is going to be important. I really don't think it's this bad. It used to be way worse back in the day. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for a long time, and like the periods of a lot of tournaments in a row, especially for like an extended burn, I think that was a lot more in the past. Like I remember just summers not being at home at all for 2-3 months straight. So this, I mean, it's a walk in the park. It's fine. I'm a big fan of the Bulgarian tomatoes. When we drove in from Sofia last year, I remember driving past a lot of tomato fields. There's acres and acres of tomatoes. And whenever you go to a restaurant, it always specifically mentions that they have, the good Bulgarian tomatoes. And I've grown to quite like them. So when I was here yesterday for the first time, I ate some Bulgarian tomatoes. It felt like home. I mean, you're always going to be a little bit nervous. I think that's very natural, and I don't think that's necessarily bad either. I feel like after a while, you kind of get desensitized to like the ultimate pressure. You'll be capable of playing somewhere close to your level. I think everyone always plays a bit worse when there's something on the line, but I feel like these days I can get pretty close to where I am in practice, and I've no real struggles anymore. There's nothing in particular that I do, or like no strategies. It just, I don't know, maybe experience is very powerful in that regard. All right, well, thanks everyone that is here in person. It's a pleasure to play in front of people always. And I hope you guys keep supporting the Bellum Gens Elite as well. And I hope to see you all back for the next edition too.
Well, you heard it, Harstem and Clem with their interviews. Very interesting opinions, and I am, without further ado, super excited to meet them on stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make a warm welcome for Harstem and Clem! Ooh, man, I just seeing you here on the stage already, my blood is boiling. I don't know how you're feeling, but I would be happy to hear.
Yeah, I feel great. I slept pretty well, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, after the first day of games, are you settled in here in Stara Zagora? Are you feeling comfortable? Or is there some jet lag still?
No, not much jet lag. It's all good for me. And yesterday the setup felt really good when I was playing. It felt perfect. So I'm pretty confident.
Nice. And Harstem, I saw you today very focused on your way here. You said in the interview that Clem will be a harder challenge, but do you think it's an impossible challenge?
I mean, everything is possible. It is a little bit unlikely. I think the last map I took of him was 2 years ago, and it was just a single map. If I won a series, I think we have to go like 4 or 5 years back. So, maybe once in a lifetime, but maybe this is the once in a lifetime.
Well, maybe, yeah. As you can see, the sun is shining. Today is a beautiful day. I think that we are going to have an amazing series. You're going to play Terran, right?
Yeah, I will.
All right, just to make sure you're going to play Protoss, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything specific prepared for Clem, or are you just going to play your standard style of play?
Let me just tell my entire strategy right now in front of him. It's a good plan.
I have to ask. And what about you? Are you going to use these crazy timing attacks that Terrans like to do, or just play defensively?
Maybe. We'll see what I do with it's going to depend, but we'll see. I have some stuff in mind.
Ooh, well, I cannot wait to see. So, guys, shake hands and let's get ready for action. Awesome. Good luck. Have fun to both of you guys. I cannot wait for this series to start. I cannot wait for this day to start. And I cannot wait to hear Bellum's and Rotterdam's opinion on the upcoming matchup. So, RoadToEWC, please take it away.
(17-0). That's the series score between the two of them since the last time that Harstem took a series. Even then, it was the balance patch. So we're going to go back a little bit further. But Roddy, yesterday, I was in the green room, I was talking with Clem and Harstem, and all they wanted to talk about was that series that Harstem should have won back at Home Story Cup.
He played so good. That was a series that we were talking about for a long time, because Harstem does have those moments where he's not just a good European product, but it truly looks like he can compete with the very best out there. It's going to be fun. I obviously think that Harstem always has a very realistic approach to these tournaments, and he knows what he's capable of. And I like the way that he put it. He's like, well, once in a lifetime. Why not today? Today could be that once in a lifetime. And what an amazing moment would it be for Harstem to get the job done. But he obviously knows that it's going to be so difficult. Even though technically Clem is laying out the blueprint each and every single day on how to beat almost every other Terran out there. Unfortunately, we have never seen Clem's Protoss against Clem's Terran. I'd pay good money for that. Come on, AI, get to it.
I mean, isn't that just Max Packs versus Clem? I mean,
yeah, they're close, but not. Still a little bit different. They're both amazing, mate, but still a little bit different. And those games are very good.
Oh, they are. Every single Monday we get a bunch of them. It's very nice. But yeah, I'm with you. The problem is the blueprint to beat Clem's Terran with Clem's Protoss is just don't make any mistakes, hit your blinks perfectly, hit your timings perfectly, and win the game. That's easier said than done, Roddy.
Yeah, it's not just the blinks. A lot of people focus a lot on the blink stalker opening, and I absolutely agree with you. That is his bread and butter. That's what he pretty much always does, and there are slight variations, of course, depending on the map, depending on the player he's playing, depending on what he has seen up to that point. But what Clem, I would almost truly say, does better than every single other Protoss on the planet are those pokes with those first two Colossus, couple Starks, couple Zealots, and a couple Sentry. He is just so incredibly good in staying at range of the Terran army, forcing them to stim and he runs back, and then forcing them to stim and he runs back, and he keeps those key units alive forever, whether that's an Immortal or a Colossus or another Colossus. Clem is so incredibly deadly with his Protoss against Terran in that early mid-game, like minute 8, minute 9, minute 10. He controls that army as good as anyone, and I hope that Harstem has been looking at those games closely, and if he's been able to replicate that a little bit. Even if you don't do it for the full 100%, if you can do that 95% as well, I am sure that you can even make life very hard on Clem's Terran. And I know it sounds weird, guys. We're talking about Clem's Protoss doing so many things well, but now we're talking about Clem's Terran. But yeah, that's just the life that Clem has given us over the last 12 months.
I love that's the world we live in StarCraft 2 right now, where, you know, for the first 14 years of the game, for the most part, it's like, well, okay, this player plays Terran, therefore they're a Terran. And now it's like, well, actually, it's good enough. We saw Reynor started, we saw Clem doing it now.
Reynor stopped at this point.
True. Yeah. He keeps telling me that, don't worry, it's going to come back eventually. I don't know when that is, but...
Take a little look at the picks and bans. We got rid of Last Fantasy. Pi is going to be incredibly sad in the back room, but there will be a few more Last Fantasy Spy. Eventually we'll force it on them. We got rid of Ultra Love, Persephone. First map is Maganatha. A shout out to that Egyptian legend that is Magnath, who is terrorizing the ladder over at Europe, around 5,000 MMR. We miss you, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. It's a good map. We'll talk more about that one soon. Second map would be Pylon, and if it comes down to a decider, so if Harstem does win one of the first two maps and Clem wins the other, we will settle the score on ley lines. Ley lines, very standard map to wrap things up on. A little bit surprised, but Harstem has always been a confident guy. Just because he's the underdog, that doesn't suddenly mean he's like, oh, I'm going to try to like keep the crazy maps in and I want to play only weird maps. No, he's still a believer in what he does best, and that's a pretty honorable approach.
Yeah, and if we look at the first two maps as well, I think it's very obvious which is the Terran map and which is the Protoss map here. I mean, you know, we talk about these early game Terran pushes on a map as short as Pylon. Well, that actually is going to be a lot harder for Harstem to stop than something like Maganatha. So you can take a look at it, you can see what's happening, but we're ready to go into game number 1 here for our first series of the day. In the upper left for Team Shopify Rebellion, in the blue, it's Harstem.
And in the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the reigning world champion and, of course, the reigning defending champion of the Bellum's Gems Elite. This is a Frenchman representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Defending all the trophies these days.
Is there a trophy that he's not defending right now?
I think Home Story Cup, no?
Yeah. And actually, technically, DreamHack Dallas now too. So he's only got like half the outstanding trophies. It's, you know, what a fall off.
I mean, Dallas was Serral last year, right?
True.
So, yeah, he wasn't really defending that one, but Clem does defend a lot. The big one later this summer, but I am sure that he's incredibly eager to go back to back. Clem has never won a Home Story Cup, by the way. There is another one coming up. I don't know if he's going to be attending it, but it's actually kind of bizarre because we've had Clem coming in as the absolute top favorite like 17 times, and somehow it has not worked out.
I mean, we got some incredible lower bracket runs from him that inevitably get smashed by Serral, so you do have that one going for you. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that could be very cool to see him. It's like Maru finally got his first Western, his first DreamHack about not a couple weeks ago, last week, 10 days ago. So Maru, finally, he's got his Western tournament. I think it's time for Clem to go and get his home story cup. But talking about this game, Barracks Double Gas coming out of Clem here. So looks like we should see Barracks Double Gas Factory likely. Clem opening up the taps on aggression just a little bit more. This is not just your standard Reaper expand, one gas, take your natural, and then go on. But Roddy, when we talk about this Barracks Double Gas idea, right, again, you will get your factory faster, command center a little bit slower, but bunch of ways to move into the game from that setup. What do you like?
I'm a very big fan of like triple Reaper, double heli, and especially if it's being controlled by Clem, that can at least at the very bare minimum make it very difficult for Protoss to go up to 3 bases. But more often than not, Clem will also find a way to deal some early economic damage, and it looks like we're even gonna proxy a starport. Oh, he hasn't done this in a little while. He had a cheeky smile on his face when he said, yeah, I've got a couple builds prepared. And this is the build that Clem only ever brings out at offline events. I swear, you see him do this so rarely online. Once in a very blue moon, maybe in a long best of 5 or a best of 7 against ShoWTimE or Max Packs. We've seen it a couple times, but this really is one of his absolute favorites offline. This build obviously does not care about wall-offs. And Harstem going for the Stargate, even a single Phoenix is going to be almost useless here. Oracles are somewhat useful, but it's so important that Harstem picks up on the fact that that starport is not at home.
No, that's very, very important. And one of the things that you get with getting a sentry early on, like Harstem has done, is that you get to see the main base, and you get to see, okay, double gas in the main base. There's no starport that I can see. The natural is not done yet. So I don't know if Harstem's going to realize exactly what's happening here, but that should give him a good read.
Yeah, I would still get a shield battery in the main base here as well. Even if a shield battery does not technically keep your workers alive, Harstem is going to do it immediately. I love this call. Now, you still need to kill 2 out of the 4 Hellions before that battery truly comes into play. But not all Hellion shots will always sync up. They'll splash into different directions, and you really do make your life easier. He is going Phoenix first. I personally think it's a tiny bit questionable. I almost feel that a single Oracle into Phoenix's den might be better here. But let's hope for Harstem that he's got picture-perfect defense. It's going to be so hard, though. You're allowed to lose up to 8 workers here, BO. That's what I would say. Anything up to 8 is honestly completely acceptable. More than 8, and we're hating life.
Yeah, we are. So for now, a couple workers are going to fall down. Nice force field to start this thing, and Phoenix getting a decent amount of damage. Body blocks as well. Only 2 workers going down. Call it 3. This is a beautiful defense from Harstem right now, and yeah, there's nothing left. You're not going to get that 4th Hellion in. Takes 3 shots anyways. Well done, the captain.
That was incredibly well done. I think he used energy recharge on the sentry, so he actually had a second force field to split those Hellions up one more time, and that prevented some of those really deadly Hellion shots on those probes that were mega clumped up on the natural. Incredibly good defense, and we see it now. He's not only 7 to 8 workers ahead. Don't forget, Clem is not going to have any starport production forever, because that starport has to fly home. Stim is always late with a build like this. Harstem is kind of cooking. I'm really curious to see where he is going with this Phoenix opening. Is this a Phoenix Twilight Council with some Phoenix Zealot charge, maybe a single forge? That's what it's starting to look like. I think a Robo would be an acceptable play here as well, but this start is so good that what Phoenix Zealot can give you is total map control and the ability to just A-move the ever-living hell out of a Terran player the moment that they step out of their natural, while with Phoenix Robo, also very good and very solid, but that's a lot more passive. That takes a very long time before it truly comes online. I like the idea of Phoenix Zealot here, even though Clem is still being annoying with a Reaper. I would love to see him get armor here, by the way. I think this is always an armor moment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And as we take a look at this setup, you're talking about, oh, he's actually going to get the starport as well.
Liberator is killing probes. Liberator is killing a lot of probes as the Cyclone locks on a sentry. No, that's way too soon, Harstem. That is way too soon to send those units back. Clem should gun down the probes, by the way. He shouldn't be shooting at the Stalker. He actually missed 2 potential probe kills there. But with a single Liberator, Clem turns this game around. And now this Reaper is still being annoying. That's going to be like the 2nd or the 3rd kill. The Cyclones are still getting lock on. It is unfair. This kid, BO, even after a disastrous Hellion drop, he's still finding magic.
I'm just sitting here ready to talk about how, well, okay, going into charge like this, it gives you access to that thing that makes Terrans cry. You get 4 or 5 bases, you have so much map control, and you're just able to really just lean into the Terran. But with 12 probes going down, with a Stalker falling as well, you're right, all that advantage that Harstem's been able to have from what really was an immaculate defense in the first part of this game, it's not there anymore. It doesn't exist.
Nope. At this point, I wouldn't really be loving his position at all, especially because it's so hard to scout right now, which I know sounds silly. He's got so many Phoenixes. And Spy is also showing us his army. And I want to talk about this, Bio. I find there's a bizarre amount of Stalkers for playing Phoenix Zealot. Like, 8 is so freaking many, and that really does slow down the amount of gateways that you can get, because Stalkers are expensive. That slows down your upgrades, that slows down a Robo. That's very important with this build, not just for Colossus, but also for Observers. Apparently we're going to go Templar Archives, so without the robotics facility forever means that Widow Mines are truly going to be what Nightmares are made out of over here for Harstem, but just a bizarre amount of Stalkers, and honestly, I don't see many ways for those Stalkers to be very useful.
Well, and this attack is going to hit before Storm is anywhere close to being done, so it's all going to be on the charge list. I'm not sure how many gateways we have right now. I mean, anything more than... Okay, so he's only on 5 gateways as well, as this attack's going to start to hit into the front. There's a shield battery there. That's something, but the Zealots that are supposed to be just the sledgehammer that takes this bio down, there are like 5 of them. It really is not enough.
What you were hoping for here with if you Harstem after that start is that you can just A-move 22 Zealots, maybe 2 Stalkers from the early game defense, a single sentry for a Guardian Shield, and then 7 or 8 Phoenix jumping on top of this army. But right now, Harstem can't really run into this army yet. If he buys a little more time, and if he keeps doing a good job, but 3 Phoenix is a bit of an underwhelming Phoenix count too. It's just not enough to easily gun down the Medivacs. Harstem is still going to take the fight. I'm not a fan, Dio. I'm really not a fan.
No, the force fields, they're sectioning everything out, but it doesn't matter because the Zealots, they melt. Sure, armor completed, and I think that's why Harstem decided to take the fight. And these force fields, they're better, but the problem is, Roddy, the army just can't fight anyways. So Clem's going to be able to stim on top of this one. And out of an immaculate early game from Harstem, Clem still finds the damage that he needs, and he takes game 1.
That's honestly a pretty insane victory. I know people will just look at it and be like, yeah, that's Clem. Clem taking the 1-0 lead against Harstem. That's not a big deal. But after a start like that, where his Hellion drop, that's a decent investment, gets shut down in the way it does. Harstem had an amazing second force field. I think energy recharge on the sentry. The first force field was already very useful in forcing the Hellions to go the long way around. Then the Hellions still almost found their pot of gold, and another force field out of nowhere. It was so good, and it's such a shame that it all fell apart. Biggest mistake, of course, is not thinking of a Liberator follow-up. That Liberator dealt way too much damage. And the second biggest mistake, I think, is just making way too many Stalkers. Like, Stalkers, they don't do anything in that build. And of course, Stalkers are amazing, guys. You just open up with a Robo and quick blink, but that's a completely different game. That doesn't matter to this specific game. In the moment like this, these Stalkers are garbage. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, they can't blink. I mean, I'm sure if there's like
they don't deal damage.
If you like 2 or 3 Marines, you can poke a little bit. But yeah, certainly once you get that point. And also, you're talking about slow upgrades, right? Stalkers are expensive, less gateways. Yeah. It's also less Phoenix, which is that map control element before charge is ready to go.
And the Phoenixes are what allow the Zealots to really fight against Bio. Because a lot of people think you can't fight Terran unless you've got Splash. It doesn't have to be like that. It's a numbers game. If you show up with an overwhelming amount of Zealots and you protect them with +1 armor, a Guardian Shield, and then you've got 6-7 Phoenix chipping away at these Medivacs, oh, you can fight Bio all right. Like, you can fight anything up to like 80 supply rather easily. But yeah, if you have that many Stalkers, you indeed have less Phoenix. Yes, the Stalkers can theoretically fulfill the same rule, but how likely is it that Stalkers without Blink are getting in range of a big Bio army gunning down Clem Medivacs? Well, if you've seen it before, I'd love to see that replay, because that just doesn't happen.
We're going to find a Gold League game. Maybe that works out. But otherwise, yeah, no, absolutely not. But we're in a game number 2. It's Pylon. And in the upper left, in the red, he's up a game in this series. It's Clem.
Honestly, a very, very impressive victory, even if it's like a match that he is supposed to win because he's the reigning world champ. Winning after that start, winning that convincingly after that start. I mean, this kid can still give me goosebumps, but so can this man. He's beautiful, he's handsome, he's one of your favorite content creators out there. He's been representing the Shopify Rebellion for quite a few years. Stara Zagora, make some noise for Harstem.
So here's the question, Roddy. That game number 1, again, defense immaculate, but does the way that ended up end up in IOTAS?
I don't know what you're asking me, Matt.
Is it Imba or is it just bad? Did I just make a mistake? IOTAS, right?
Sorry, Matt. I'm not too big on the YouTube content. No, I think Harstem would be the first to admit that that was absolutely not Imba, and that it's actually a game that he could have, he could have closed out. And it hurts extra much because when you play 5 games against Clem, very often 2 or 3 of them are just going to be hopeless. Like he's going to be all over you from the very beginning till the very end, and you feel like you never had a chance. That is not how Harstem feels about that first game. I can guarantee you that. I'm sure that Harstem felt damn good about his start. I'm sure he felt damn good about his defense. I theoretically really love the idea of going Twilight Council there and trying to fight that first move out with Phoenix Zealot. I love everything about it. Unfortunately, just it went wrong in the execution department. But I would say I would never ever say that the captain sucks, but I would also not say that that was Imba.
Exactly. Taking a look at this build, though, from Clem. Same idea for map number 1. Barracks, double gas into that factory, into the delayed command center. But Roddy, as much as I love Hellion Drop, as fun as that is often, and how, well, in fairness, ineffective it was in game number 1, I don't think we're going to see that again. So I think you mentioned you like the 3 Reaper Hellion idea, but
from time to time. Not every game, because then I do think it becomes rather easily to wall off and then make sure that you, like, first wall off the main, obviously, against the Reapers, and then wall off the natural. And if with Terran, you open up triple Reaper, double Hellion, and you just get a 0, and you're pretty unhappy. But I just think it's a good build to throw in, so you're not becoming too predictable as a Terran player. But go on.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was going to say, I don't know that we're going to see it at this time because, well, there's a reactor on the way on the net or on the barracks already. So, of course, other things you can do. We talked about the Hellion drop that we saw in game number 1. It can just be also into kind of a quick Widowmine idea, which, as we're going to see, well, it's actually going to be a tech lab. So we've seen Clem actually do this day, no, sorry, Spirit did this day 1, where you get 4 Marines, you get a Cyclone, you move out on the map with that kind of first 4 Marines, Cyclone in the drop, you're looking for worker damage before Blink, or in this case, before Phoenix, are properly out on the map. And even then, if you have a Cyclone and 4 Marines, a single Phoenix, 2 Phoenix, they're really going to struggle to clean that up.
Yeah, but it's proxy starport, right? Or Stargate. What has Harstem been doing? Let me just take a little look. No, he's not doing anything yet. Okay, well, keep an eye on that. You're spot on. 1 Phoenix, 2 Phoenix. That's not really where the Phoenix is shining. You're like 5 is kind of a sweet number where you can start lifting 2 units at a time, especially Marines. They'll die very quickly. 5 Phoenix on top of a Liberator. That Liberator will melt. It's actually mega annoying to deal with a Liberator that's on top of your Nexus if you kind of missed it slipping in and you've got 2 Phoenix. Don't think you can just click 2 Phoenix on the Liberator and then you can go back to mining soon. No, because that legitimately takes like 40 seconds or something to finally clean it up. It's incredibly painful. We are going to have a very aggressive Clem. You already predicted it before this series started. And just before we start talking about this move out of Clem, don't forget, guys, let everybody know that the second day of the BGE is live. We've got 8 more awesome best of 3s today. 4 series in the upper bracket, those are first. And after that, we'll watch 4 series in the lower bracket, where the gamers will be battling with the tournament live on the line. No shield battery in the natural, I always find terrifying, but Harstem already showed us that he can defend like the very best. Let's break that lock on. Okay, he doesn't even have to. He goes for the Cyclone, BO.
That he does, but the Phoenix is going to have to run away for now. Even still, this Guardian Shield's doing a lot. It's going to get the Reaper, but that's not really going to be the target. So 1 Phoenix will fall, and in this early game, when you're going for Phoenix into something, every single Phoenix is going to matter. And now the Sentry's dead as well. These powerful defensive tools that Harstem needs to hold on. Well, I would say hold on to his 3rd, but that is way far away from where everything else is happening.
If this tank is going to siege up, it honestly becomes very gnarly. Yes, there are 2 Phoenixes that can lift the tank, but one of them is already very low in HP. 1 Phoenix has already gone down. I'm incredibly concerned here by the position that Harstem is in, because again, we are left with 4 Stalkers. That Viking could theoretically just land as well to make Clem's firepower on the ground even more terrifying. It seems like Clem doesn't want to overstay his welcome, or at least doesn't want to lose any reinforcements, but he could always turn around and go again. If Harstem loses another Phoenix, I think he can be very fortunate that the Cyclone locked on the left Phoenix rather than the one on the right that was being attacked by the Viking and the Marines. Otherwise, we could have lost a second there. Harstem holds, but Twilight is rather late. There's an economic lead. Overall, good defense by Harstem. Could have been better for sure. Like, you kind of hope that you can really punish Clem and force him to take a fight that he no longer wants to take against Phoenixes. That's where Phoenixes shine, and that's why I love them so much, because in my Warcraft 3 days, hey, Clem gets upset, shoot at his own buildings. I always loved Raiders as an orc player, and one of the abilities of Raiders was Ensnare. And the way that I've always seen the Phoenix is kind of like the Ensnare in disguise. You can force opponents to take fights they don't really want to take. In the end, Clem was able to go home, and he's going to be happy with that, because he's able to preserve those Cyclones. He's able to save a couple of those early game Marines that are going to skill very well, and he's able to keep the medevac alive too.
Now, talking about what Harstem's doing, though, I love this proxy base. I'm not sure that Clem is... First of all, I'm not sure it's going to matter because Clem is hitting with a big timing once again. But if Harstem gets away with it, and Clem has the read that this is a Harstem that he is injured, that does not have a third base, all of a sudden that really messes with your game read, messes with your understanding of how much you can get away with and what you need to do. But for now, it's 4 tanks, it's a decent amount of bio. Stim's not done yet though, and that is a big difference here. At least once charge is complete. And Harstem, well, Roddy, sorry, that's like a 30-second window where that's not ready yet.
It's so sad to see this many slow Zellos, and the Phoenixes are a little bit late. I really hate this engagement. If it would have been everything at once, perhaps it could have worked. But slow Zellos are so incredibly underwhelming, and somehow they were still quicker than the Phoenixes. Is one of the quickest units in the game. Harstem knows that he has messed up this defense, unfortunately, because there was indeed a world BO where this hidden base absolutely could have kicked in, and Harstem would have had a critical number of Zealots with charge. Perhaps he already thought that he had charge right, and he just jumped for it, just wasn't ready yet. Templar Archives finishes up. We got 0 return of investment on that bad boy as well. And I'm afraid that at this point it's going to be hard. Even if Zealots with charge are finally here and they can get on top of tanks, there are so many Vikings still in the sky. Clem is going to be able to micro. The Phoenixes will try to lift up, but too many Marines left over. It is starting to look like a 2-0 for your reigning defending champ, Liquid Clem.
And I think that game 1 is going to stick a little bit there for Harstem. He was so close to making that work. And even in game 2, we saw opportunities. The first defense was great. It's just Clem is Clem.
No, that second game wasn't too one-sided either. It's just a very unfortunate fight there. Maybe that's just the pressure you feel when you've got the world champ that's in your face and he's getting ready to siege up, and Harstem just maybe feeling like, all right, I should just go for it right there. But that was clearly just, that was a bad fight. Like the Zealots did not have charge yet. Was there a world where he could have bought all the time until charge was ready? We don't know. But even if they don't have charge, and at least the Phoenixes need to be there immediately as well. We can't be losing 60-70% of the gateway units before the Phoenix even show up. Little bit unfortunate. Both games, I really do feel that Harstem was allowed to dream. Unfortunately, Clem has been destroying StarCraft dreams for a couple of years now.
Yeah, he has. And even in that last fight, I mean, the Zealots were able to get on top of the tanks and the bio before they were properly sieged.
Too late.
yeah, it's the best possible slow Zealot fight, and it's still not very good.
No, like by the time the charge was finally done, we already lost too much. I think it was kind of over. So we are getting ready to hear from the man who has now advanced into the upper bracket semifinal. That is Clem. I think he will be joining Exalted on stage in the near future.
Yeah, and for now.
I think he was worried.
Maybe in game 1 after he only got like 3 probes.
Yeah.
Maybe. But after that, certainly, I think once the Hellions started to go just rain hellfire, freedom, there we go, rain justice from above, then I think he was probably pretty okay.
We can take another look at this final fight. This was right before Zealot charge was done, and what a shame that Harstem was forced to take this fight. And it's not just the fact that the Phoenixes were a little bit late and the Zealots didn't have charge yet. You also look at a building like the Templar Archives. That is an expensive building. And if in the end the game gets decided without us ever getting an Archon out of it, clearly that didn't really work out either. Anyway, that was our analysis. Clem is ready, Exalted is ready. Let's hear from the world champ himself.
Oh, I am ready indeed. Thank you, BO, and thank you, Roti, for this amazing cast. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the winner on stage, Clem. Awesome performance, Clem. Another 2-0. How do you feel after your victory?
I feel very good. It feels very good always.
Well, in the beginning, you tried a very interesting build. Rotterdam said that you don't really use that too often online. You use it mainly on LAN events. Why do you keep such a build for LAN events only?
Well, the build I did on game 1 is the kind of build where the more I played, the less it works. So it kind of just works if I do it once every like 50 games or something. So usually I just keep it for offline matches, and also it's, I think, a bit harder to defend under pressure and in offline environments. So yeah, I usually just keep it.
Yeah, but were you surprised how well he defended it? Because your initial push was very well defended, but you showed relentless pushing afterwards, and you kept on going in the aggressive Terran style that has won you the World Championship. So after the initial defense, were you faced, or you just said, okay, I'm just going to keep on pushing?
Well, yeah, I was a little bit scared at first after the initial defense because the build itself didn't go that well for me. I didn't kill many probes. At least I got the scout on the Stargate, so that's something. But I was a little bit scared at that point until he chased my starport with like stalkers, sentries, and that's when I think I caught up because I killed some units for free, and at that point it was kind of good for me again, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And you translated that into game number 2. The plan worked basically perfectly there. Anything in particular in game 2 that caught your eye or made you nervous, or?
I think game 2 was a little bit less stressful in that way because the early game itself went pretty well for me, and even initially on the first interaction it went pretty well for me. So yeah, in that way game 2 was pretty comfortable. The only part where I was a little bit scared was when I pushed in with like my tanks, Marine, Vikings towards the end, and I saw he had a lot of zealots, and I was a bit scared if he had charged at first, he could have gone pretty badly because I thought he was going Phoenix Colossus, no charge, so he kind of caught me off guard, but it was still not enough, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, next up you face either SKillous or Reynor. How do you feel in these matchups, and who do you prefer to face?
Well, it's gonna be hard either way. I probably prefer to face against SKillous because I used to struggle. I usually struggle more against Reynor, but I think it's gonna be a very interesting match. I think SKillous can take it for sure. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Clem, your winner in the first series. Nice.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Hello everyone, my name is Riccardo, also known as Reynor. Come from Italy, 22, and I happen to play StarCraft sometimes. The first time was amazing, and this second time it feels a bit different for me at least, because now it's like the practice moment, you know, where everyone is kind of locked in and the EWC is coming up. Obviously there's the EWC spot, even though I happen to be qualified already. So it feels pretty nice, but I'm still a bit more try-hard than last year, I think, in terms of mindset, so I'm excited to see how it goes. I think last year I didn't play that well, even though I got top 3, so I think I can do better. Well, it's pretty hard when you have to travel this much, but I like it. It's better than not traveling, and we didn't travel for a long time, and we had a big break after EWC last year. So I'm excited to be back. It's a lot of travel. It's not easy sometimes, but I love what I do, and I wouldn't trade it for anything, so just gotta keep going. I mean, there's a few people that are very close to making it, in my opinion. Like ShoWTimE, I think, deserves it. Obviously, there's Ryung and SKillous, Lambo. I think like all of these guys could make it. So I think it probably comes down to luck a little bit as well, because the format is a bit weird. But I think all of these guys have a good shot. Just been playing a lot, and just in general, we don't know the bracket yet, so I can't prepare specific matchups. But I've been playing a lot, and I think I'm ready. I mean, anyone, as long as it's, well, ideally not a Protoss player, and not Clem or Serral, and then it's fine, I think. I love Bulgaria. It's second time here, and it's always a good vibe. I don't know, I just like it. It's chill, and I like the venue. I like the whole atmosphere. I just like it here. Thank you guys for cheering for me. I'll do my best at this tournament, see how it goes, and yeah, just come and watch.
My name is Nikita. I'm playing Protoss and representing Team Liquid. I'm very excited. I loved the event last year. It was a lot of fun. I really like the venue, I really like Bulgaria. So I'm looking forward to it. I usually don't start with motivation. I actually do play a lot and practice a lot. So I'll just try my best. I'll play and see how it goes. I'm fine with playing anyone, honestly. Like I didn't really think about that much. I think everything will be fine. We'll just take the challenges that the bracket gives me, and I'll try to do my best. I'm trying to approach the matches as I was practicing pretty much. Like I'm trying to just do my thing, be confident in what I'm doing. I think it usually helps the most. My favorite one to play is probably PvZ. It's probably the most fun. It's probably because it's 1v1, so you play against one player and you don't play as a team. I think this is the biggest advantage for StarCraft. And I just like RTS games, and in my opinion, StarCraft is the best RTS out there. So that's why it's so fun. And obviously, the StarCraft keeps going because of all the fans and all the passionate people who keep organizing tournaments like this one. So I can only be very grateful for that.
The story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
So he's just gonna send it one last time with all the queens, road to scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in army supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one Disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 Disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal. One series down, 7 to go, and while last series might be a story of what ifs and what might have beens, now we get to take a look at what might be and what might even still happen. So it's a PvZ, it's a best of 3. We should introduce our players onto the stage. Welcome, it's Reynor and SKillous. So SKillous, y'all have been roommates in the past, obviously maybe not as much recently. Does that experience of living together as well as playing together, does that give you any insight on how to take Reynor down today?
Absolutely, yes. I know everything about him now.
Is there something that he doesn't know?
No, I think he knows everything. I also know everything. I contacted his family yesterday to prepare properly. They told me everything. They showed me the pictures of when he was born. So I think I'm ready.
All right, so baby pictures are the way to beat Protoss because actually that's a good question here. Talking about Protoss, PvZ, we've heard a lot of Zerg players saying, you know, I don't know how I feel about it. How do you feel about the matchup?
I mean, Protoss is obviously broken, that's why I'm gonna crush him, no chance.
Crushing, no chance. Is that your story as well, Reynor? Is a lower bracket already? Just don't even play the matchup?
Well, we all agree that Protoss is absolutely bonkers, and there's no doubt about that, but StarCraft is a skill game, so skill has to come into play, and I think I will make up the lack of my strength in my race with skill.
Gotcha. Broken race, skillful matchup, something in the middle maybe. Players, good luck, and we'll see you in game. Casters.
View move.
Philip.
Oh, Rotterdam, I'm so happy to be with you here today and to actually have the chance to witness Reynor, your teammate, against SKillous. I think that this is going to be a very nice matchup. I'm very excited for it. Protoss versus Zerg is always a classic, but SKillous, very hungry to prove himself. Reynor, though, he wants to win it all this year.
Yep, Reynor wants to win it all, and SKillous wants to, above all, I think, qualify for the Esports World Cup, and he is one of the prime candidates to potentially get that done. He knows a best-of-3 win here would be mega, could potentially even already be good enough for him, but that obviously then depends on a lot of other results out there. But it's going to be a fun series. These two have a lot of history with each other, in-game and out-of-game, as they actually were roommates in the Netherlands for a year and a little bit. Now, Reynor does always travel. I met his dad here, as his dad is here as well.
Yes, big shout-out to Massimo.
Yeah, I was like, so how is it to have Reynor home? He's like, well, he's never home. And that's kind of what it was for SKillous, I think, when he was living with Reynor. Reynor was almost never home. But obviously they know each other incredibly well. If you live with somebody, even if it's just for like 2 months, 3 months here, there, you talk a lot about the game. And you also just learn a lot more about the other guy. Talking about in-game stuff, they've had some really close series over the years. And I'm thinking back of one crazy game with 1 million immortals, and SKillous is picking all of them up, and basically at one point it was nothing but a War Prism and 11 immortals. And Reynor had a lot of money, just kept on sending units, but those immortals were just killing everything. And Reynor with a cheeky, sarcastic smile, it's like, what the hell? You know, these units, they never die. They're living up to their name. That's really our immortal. I hope it's going to be a good one, Exalted.
Oh yeah, me too. And I really want to see SKillous' micro because I believe that he excels in that. Of course, Reynor, though, he's one of the most tenacious players in the world. He's relentless when he gets it going, and just recently he qualified for Esports World Cup, defeating one of the best Protosses not only in Europe, but in the world. Of course, I'm talking about ShoWTimE, and I think that this is a true testament of how good of a ZVP player Reynor is.
Yep, absolutely. That was a strong performance by Reynor. He had to dig incredibly deep, especially because he was down 1-3. But no matter how strong that was, if you're SKillous, you would look at that and be like, well, I know it's going to be tough, but it's possible because ShoWTimE did take the 3-1 lead. So if that's a best of 3, it goes in favor of ShoWTimE. If that's a best of 5, it goes in favor of ShoWTimE. Unfortunately for ShoWTimE, it was a best of 7. And Reynor, like he has done so many times throughout his career, getting the reverse sweep on a big moment. But I am certain that SKillous knows it's going to be tough, but it's absolutely doable. Like, he is good enough to get the job done here, and it'd be so mega for his EWC chances.
Yeah, I agree with you totally, but why did Reynor ban Maganata, brother? Isn't this like a very Zergish map?
Not necessarily, because there are 3 bases on the high ground, which makes it incredibly difficult then already for a Zerg to make something happen against the first 3 bases. And then the 4th is going to be a bit more protected if the Protoss would say spawn tap left and get the triangle. If Reynor then moves out, it feels like a very committed move out immediately. And it's also an absolutely fantastic map for a bunch of Zealots to be shift-clicked around the map. So I can see that he's not necessarily the biggest fan of it.
So in Corporio is going to be the first battlefield. Do you expect anything specific from the Zerg there?
I mean, Reynor can definitely be cheeky in this day and age. He is no longer always the ultra-high drone count, high-type Zerg player.
Yeah.
As he said already a while ago, he's like, I just don't feel like you can play Zerg like that anymore. That doesn't mean that it's not good, and it doesn't mean that he's worried about the late game, but he is worried about only being defensive and just trying to drop that infestation bit early and go up too high with a very high drone count, because there are too many move-outs that are terrifying, and even if you get there, you're not necessarily going to have the best time against the mothership that you can't abduct and a bunch of Tempests that all of these guys got so much better with. So I don't know what to expect on specific maps. I do expect Reynor to be aggressive at least once in these 3 games. And is that with like a couple of Queens and Roach Ravager or 50-something drones? Or is it even earlier with a little link drop? He does love his link drops. We're about to find out, Exalted.
Yes, absolutely. Let's get this game started. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear some noise for the 2021 World Champion. Let's hear it for Reynor!
Game paused.
And a quick cheeky pause, of course.
Right after the hype intro.
Yeah. But how can you not hype that player up? He is super stellar.
Reynor is indeed amazing, and it's super fun to have him here once more. He was here last year. He had a great run in the upper bracket. There was even, I think a lot of fans may have forgot, but there was an upper bracket finals between Clem and Reynor.
Yeah.
And everybody was incredibly excited because they are good friends, even if they're very fierce rivals, and they have played very high-stake games against each other. Reynor and Clem have known each other forever. They always refer to one another as kid. Reynor calls Clem the kid, Clem calls Reynor a kid. They're both kids, even though at this point Clem is already 23. Reynor is almost turning 23. So not too much of a kid anymore, but that meme has stuck around. But last year, in that upper bracket grand final, they said, hey, game 1, let's just do it. Random against random. And everybody was so excited. Random against random, what are we going to get? Reynor, Zur, Clem, Terran. The entire audience was like, oh, come on. Like, we were all so hyped. It's like, did they actually do it? Like, they didn't see the loading screen. It's like, was it real? It's like, yeah, it truly was real. And it was obviously funny to see them first spawn with the main race, be kind of happy, but then scout and realize that the other guy got the main race as well. And then they both had a cheeky smile. They're like, oh, come on.
Yeah, that was
all that hype, all that fuss for just a good old PVZ.
Yeah, but now we have a PVZ on our hands, and let us introduce the Protoss. Ladies and gentlemen, from Team Liquid and Russia, this is SKillous!
SKillous has been living in the Netherlands for over 3 years. I think at this point, first with Reynor, has now moved to a little more of center of the country. He seems to be very, very happy in my place. Reynor didn't like the Netherlands all that much. He gave it a shot. He's like, living together with a fellow StarCraft 2 player in the Netherlands, that seems fun. He was there for a while. And he often refers to my country as the place that let him enter the Great Depression. But he moved away and he's happy again. It's really not that bad, Exalted.
Yeah, yeah, so it would seem.
It's just like, he only showed up in the winter months. It's like, yeah, then it's cold and it does get kind of rainy. I don't know what he expected. He thought that he was going to, I don't know, walk outside, 27 degrees, short sleeves and hit up
Slipper song, flip-flops,
He thought he was going to be vibing 24/7. Like, we've got a summer. It's just, if you're only there from like October till February, yeah, it's going to be a little cold and grim. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's going to be like that all around Europe, actually, in all fairness. But I see a cheeky proxy pylon there, Mr. Rotterdam. I would like to hear your thoughts about that.
It's very early. It is very, very early. Wow, that is a Stargate in the center of the map. I wonder if you take control of that Zoun watchtower, if that is revealed. I'm very tempted. It's going to be close, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's revealed. I believe the SKillous, of course, calculated that perfectly.
Yeah,
and I think that the Oracle will hit a timing that Reynor is just not going to feel comfortable against.
Nope, because if you do build a Stargate, there is a downside to it. And the downside is that very often you lose power to the Stargate, and you lose the Stargate overall a little while later. The upside is that that first Oracle is going to show up a couple seconds quicker than it normally does. Now, Reynor also has some naughty plans, as these links have snuck to the bottom side of the map. Kind of looks like both players are going to find damage, but an Oracle that's going to hit this hard and this early definitely has real potential.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why Proxy Stargate is super scary. Of course, if it becomes unscouted, but oh no, Reynor just got into SKillous' main base, and this is a mistake for SKillous. Not only is he going to lose probes, but of course Reynor has the potential to now scout the main base as well, and seeing a lack of technology there might ring some alarm bells.
Yeah, but at this point I would almost say that's too late already. We still don't have any spore crawlers on the production tab. Let's see what these adepts can accomplish in the main base. So far it's not good enough. It is not good enough for SKillous, so now it truly all comes down, guys, to this Oracle. But look at this, a naked mineral line. Oracle flies in, activates Pulsar Beam, and that is a bunch of dead drones immediately. And Reynor probably thought like, hey, I'm kind of cooking. I'm doing some damage on the other side of the map. I'm defending well against these adepts. It is the Oracle that went completely undetected and just showed up so much quicker than you normally expected. And you mentioned, like, can he go into the main base and see the lack of technology? Yes, he could have, but he didn't, because he's like, hey, I'm on top of probes. That's actually pretty good. And see a lot of lost mining time, so you settle for the guaranteed damage. He probably figured out it's going to be a Stargate. He just didn't figure out initially it was going to be a proxy Stargate. Now, SKillous does lose one of his pylons. That's a tiny bit annoying, but he will be able to keep the links out. Overall, though, like, no, I don't know if I love it that much for SKillous. Like, yes, he's still up a couple workers, but his third base is going to be quite a bit later. Exactly. And I do think it's inevitable that he will lose power to that Stargate a little while down the line.
Yeah, that's true, but at least if he keeps the Oracles alive, that is going to be okay. Still though, I agree with you, we need to see the third base out of SKillous shortly, and there it is, already in construction. But I really liked the 8-drone snipe. I believe that SKillous is feeling quite comfortable right now, and he's actually going to attack the Spore here with the 3 Oracles.
That's it.
Reynor, of course, is going to target down the weakened one. but he didn't have enough time to shoot it.
That's actually a fantastic call there by SKillous. I wasn't certain if that's something you could get away with, but obviously Sport Crawl is a little bit less HP right now as the Adepts continue to find damage as well. Can we get one more? The answer is yes. SKillous at 44 probes should still have all 3 Oracles alive, or did we just lose one? He lost one of them. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
It was very good up to that point. Losing one of them does sting a little. This is just a bit of an odd game because of that proxy Stargate. The timings are so off. There are so many workers going down on both sides. Yes, that is a few more drones, and 1 or 2 more are bouncing between the natural and the third. That is 10 drones falling. But it's also not like SKillous has a very quick and powerful follow-up, because his economy has been hurting as well. So it's not like we have 7 Stalkers ready to move out and run to the other side of the map and unleash a world of pain on Reynor. It's just a crazy game where all of your regular timings are completely out of the window.
Yeah, this is a super chaotic game right now, and I'm curious to see who will get the best orientation in a situation like this, because as you said, Rotterdam, this is not a standard situation. Now Reynor will counterattack with some links here, and
beautiful.
I don't see the Oracles anywhere. Okay, they are going to fly back, but will they be here in time? Yeah.
This is a massive moment for Reynor. Not only will he find one of these expensive Stalkers, he also gets 2 probes, a little bit of lost mining time, so SKillous is not growing at the pace that he would love to grow. And on top of that, the Oracles that were halfway across the map, they were forced to turn around. SKillous is now starting to work on that Stalker production, but Reynor is also cranking out a bunch of roaches already. Overlord speed is 80% done. It is going to be a proper slugfest, as I feel that SKillous is most likely going to try to end this on 3 bases and just get a critical amount of units. But Reynor making so many units might actually force SKillous to be the defender rather than the aggressor. I'm incredibly curious to see how this goes. I mean, Reynor is still building units. He's down 9 workers as a Zerg in this matchup, and he's still building units. If SKillous starts building cannons and batteries at home, I actually think that this game could potentially go very well for him. It hurts that he lost that 1 Oracle. It would be so much more doable with triple Oracle instead of double Oracle.
1000%, but I really like the decisiveness here out of Reynor, going for that attack. Now though, good scout here by SKillous. He didn't see the links, but he saw 2 overworlds. At least they weren't morphed into drop alerts just yet, but okay, SKillous is going to find them.
That is nice, but it's almost unfortunate for SKillous that he went that early, because if he waits a little while longer and Reynor puts those links inside of those overlords, he gets a massive victory. There are some cannons and batteries on the way. They're not quite done yet. They'll finish up in the near future. I guess you have to always worry about both the natural and the third base. It is a possible hold, but it's going to be very, very difficult for SKillous, especially because he doesn't have +1 yet.
Oh, the links are going into the main base, and this is going to be a nice distraction. And now Reynor is pushing here on the third. This is the battle that SKillous really needs to win, otherwise he might just tap out of this game.
Yep, the Stalkers are a little bit stuck. Most of the batteries are drained. We did have 1 cannon in the natural that actually helped out a lot as one of the Oracles gets picked off by a corrosive ball. The Stalker count is still pretty high though, but SKillous is looking for, above all, some more HP. This final Oracle is doing whatever the hell it can. Pulsar Beam so effective against all these Zerglings, but the Queens are still here. They're healing up the Ravagers, and every single corrosive ball is so important to dodge. A couple of the Stalkers are very stuck right now. Reynor knows it. They don't have Blink. Those connect. Can SKillous hang in there a little while longer as Reynor, the floodgates are just open, man. There are so many lings and roaches and ravages streaming from the top side to the bottom side of the map. And look at where SKillous is defending all the way into that dead-end street.
Yeah, absolutely. He's building shield batteries. He's scrambling here to defend, but Reynor is pushing through, and more probes go down. The Stalkers here, the count is diminishing. 24 army supply against 65. Yes, this isn't the highest tier of technology for the Zerg, but we see that the numbers game is especially in his side.
SKillous is just looking for a few more Stalkers as they are getting in range right now of the Ravagers. Snipes 1, snipes a second, almost got the third, but he's losing a silly amount of workers at this point. And these batteries, they have been recharged a couple of times. There's now even warp in Zealots. I think it's a solid choice against the Zerglings because the Zealots do have +1. Reynor knows that this has been great, but he still wants a little bit more. Ideally, he picks off a couple of these low HP Stalkers, or he just gets the Nexus, gets the batteries. What a close fight, Exalted.
Absolutely close fight. I really love how SKillous is trying his hardest here to protect himself, but Reynor keeps on pushing. More and more drones, probes, are falling down. Reynor, is he going to transition though? I don't believe so. He wants to finish it right now, right here. And if SKillous somehow manages to defend, I believe that the counter attack is going to be very scary, but of course first he needs to take care of these Ravagers, these Lings, more and more streaming down here. The bios, are they going to connect yet again? No, SKillous moves just in
The
time.
Nexus is starting to run really low on HP as the Lings and the Ravagers will go for it. One energy recharge was used there. We're still healing up that Nexus, but Reynor gets what he is looking for. Not just the probes, not just a bunch of Stalkers reducing that count. And all these Stalkers are stuck. I don't even know if you can recall here. If you do recall, you're going to lose so many of them. SKillous knows it. GG gets called, and it's the Italian Stallion that takes the 1-0 lead over his old roommate in a very, very chaotic game. Because of that proxy starport, those oracles were as successful as oracles will ever be at first. But Reynor also found some success with just a couple of Lings at first, and I think especially that second Ling run by on the third base, right when SKillous wanted to move out. I think that one was very, very impactful. That slowed everything a little bit down on the side of SKillous. SKillous got so close. Maybe if he didn't lose that one Oracle on the top side of the map, he would have been able to pull this off. Or when he scouted those two Dropalords on the right side, but they were not quite Dropalords yet. Clearly that was Reynor's plan with those Lings there. If he shows up 3 seconds later, it's almost like he's suffering from success. SKillous is so good that he was there immediately, but if he's a little bit later and he snipes those while they're fully loaded, that really could have made the difference.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you, but the thing is that I really like how decisive Reynor was here. He was taking damage on the drones, right, and just at one point he decided, I don't want to take any more damage, I want to deal the damage, so I'm going to make only Roaches, only Ravagers and only Lings, and so he did, and yeah, SKillous did try his best to defend, shoot better his Stalkers, +1 attack as well, right, which is a big boost, but still it wasn't enough in this battle.
Yeah, just a little bit too late. I think SKillous obviously was worried about this kind of stuff, but you also don't want to dig your own grave as a Protoss and spend crazy amounts of resources on all the static defenses if then Reynor just goes up to 4 bases and is stacking up and is maybe heading into Hydras or Lurkers and even fires up a Hive tech later on. Like, you don't want to do that, as we've got some spicy stuff happening here in Game 2. So let's just go ahead and stop yapping about Game 1 and introduce the players here in Game 2. In the bottom left side, a almost fantastic hold, but unfortunately in the end, barely not good enough. This is Team Liquid's SKillous.
And his opponent on match point, ladies and gentlemen, can he make the perfect 2-0 victory here? This is Reynor. I love it, thank you Stara Zagora, I can feel the energy, and my goodness, this game is going to be a wild one, as Mr. Reynor already has a pull on the way and a cheeky drone going to the other side of the map.
Yeah, that is very big. Can we take a look at what SKillous has seen so far? Pi, I'm sorry, we've got some sun sharing. Okay, he's got a probe in the main base. That is mega.
Yes.
And because the reflection, it's kind of hard for us to keep track of all the
outdoor venue.
Outdoor venue, sun is shining. Reynor is going to drop a hatchery, and that's going to make it harder, almost impossible perhaps, to wall off initially for SKillous. But this is a very, very, very big investment on the side of Reynor. It's not just the 12 pool, it's a 12 pool with a hedge block on the other side of the map. Cybercore gets built pretty far forward, means there's going to be a lot of surface area on it. I'm curious to see how this one is going to go, Exalted.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lings are already on the way, and as you said, the Cybercore is a little bit exposed, and we know that the Protoss really needs that building in order to make the technology grow further. So I'm curious to see if Reynor can actually cancel this building. That would be massive, of course. The Zealot here of SKillous is going to try its hardest to neglect that.
Yeah, the Zealot almost had it. Reynor really showing once more a lot of courage, not cancelling a building that is incredibly close to falling. In the end, he does cancel it, but it was mega close with that Zealot. But then the Zealot had to turn around because the Cybercore is so freaking important. And SKillous obviously does not want to see 8 Zerglings just attack a Cybercore. So far, I'd say picture-perfect defense on the side of SKillous. Now it's just important that we don't lose that Cybercore and that we get our own expand going as Reynor is looking for the wraparound. He kind of gets one of the Zealots, but I don't think this is great for Reynor. It's like, yeah, okay, you get one of them, but that's what these Zealots are for. He does want the Cybercore though, and by the looks of it, he's going to get that Cybercore. Don't let the Adept get surrounded, SKillous. That is the most important thing ever.
Absolutely, the Zealot is getting very low on HP. But the Adept here is going to clean house still though. The wall is incomplete and the damage has been done. Now you have a delayed Stargate, your technology is delayed. We see here the drone is actually stealing the gas, which is quite annoying. We know that the Protoss race is very reliant on gas, right? And I think that this move out here from Reynor actually did its job.
I mean, it was okay. It's, again, a very weird game. And this kind of goes back to everything that we were talking about. Now, SKillous, because this game has also been so hot, he's actually supply blocked, so he's not able to build any probes at this point. Like, SKillous still has a 8-worker lead. SKillous has a Nexus that's almost finishing up. Yeah, his gas income is going to be delayed, but he can just start taking assimilators already in the natural if he wants to. I'd say overall advantage SKillous. I don't think SKillous is too upset with how this is going. Reynor obviously is not rich enough to go up to 3 bases.
But look at what SKillous decided to do, a very quick 3rd base. I actually like that because when you attack with the Zerg so early on, right, at some point you need to transition into workers if you want to stabilize in the game. And SKillous right now understands the trainer is again developing economically, and we see that SKillous, knowing the trainer is probably not going to attack him soon, is going to double down on resource gathering, and he's going to plant down the 3rd Nexus. I really like this decision, Rotterdam.
Yep, and let's not forget that because Reynor went for the very early spawning pool, he's got a weak economy. Because he went for that hedge block on the other side of him, he's got a very weak economy. He's trying to transition into a little bit more of a normal game, but you of course don't have Zergling speed with a build like this. So that's going to take a little while, so there's really no reason for SKillous not to take that 3rd Nexus, because the only thing that Reynor can currently produce are slow Zerglings, and slow Zerglings are just not that scary. He would have to make so many that he's even more committed, even more all in, and then there is no guarantee that you even get anything done. So this is actually just a perfect call by SKillous, and it's not even like a greedy call. It's a call that just makes sense given the way that this game has opened up.
Absolutely. So this goes to show how well educated on the PvZ matchup SKillous is, and with the Oracles out right now, I don't believe the trainer can pressure this base whatsoever. The transition will be towards the Twilight Council by the Protoss. I'm curious to see what type of upgrade it comes out of it, but I believe that it will be the Blinkstalker play.
It could be, but the adept count is currently 5, so that is worth keeping an eye on. We have seen ShoWTimE find some success with a lot of adepts in Resonating Glaive. It's also just a single Oracle so far, so it honestly is possible that this is going to be Resonating Glaives rather than Blinkstalkers. Blink would be fine, it's very solid, but I actually think that SKillous should have a window to really hurt Reynor in the near future if he would go for something like a lot of Zealots with +1 or Resonating Glaive Adepts. Unfortunately, he's not doing that. He is going to go down the Blink route. With only a single Oracle, it's a tiny bit risky. Now he's making more Adepts. I find this a bit confusing, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you go into Blink and make more Adepts, but I believe that he's trying to maybe confuse Reynor as well. He's showing the Adepts, and Reynor should be like, okay, maybe Glaive is coming here. So maybe SKillous is trying to protect his intentions, but...
yeah, that could work out, and Reynor immediately drops the Roach Warren based on seeing a few more Adepts. Now, what Reynor definitely does not want is Roaches without speed, without any upgrades against a bunch of Blinkstalkers. Last game, because the economies were different, that was fine. If Reynor would know that this is a Blinkstalker follow-up, I think Reynor would probably go a little bit heavier on the Zerglings at first than trying to get a couple of Roaches out, because the couple of Roaches, they don't do much for you there.
No, not against Blinkstalkers, but SKillous is actually in a great position, and soon he will start moving out on the map already. His Blink is already done, and now SKillous is showing the Stalkers here. I believe that Reynor is kind of onto the Blink right now. Yeah, he will confirm that 1000%. Will he make a lot of Roaches? No, he's making more Links.
Yeah, first he made 20 Links, now he's queuing up a few more Roaches. He does get a little catch here on a couple of the Adepts, it's actually very nice. Yeah. Even if these Adepts are not that important, since Blink is the tech of choice, not the Resonating Glaive Adept, it is still very nice that you don't have to worry about a Blinkstalker army and 3 Adepts shading into one of your mineral lines. I mean, the game is looking mega for SKillous, but he does still need to be careful. If this army gets surrounded, especially on creep, if the 5 Queens that Reynor is currently working with, if they can help out, it could still get gnarly. Like, SKillous doesn't have to do a whole lot. He can just kind of push back the creep a little bit, force out some units, maybe get a cancel on one of these hatcheries and just retreat.
Yeah, so far so good. Charge is coming, the Forge is coming, so +1 is going to be queued up shortly. Twilight Temporary Archives, of course, coming up here for those beefy Archons, and of course the Storm, which will do wonders against the Lynx and the Roaches, but now a very big attack here with the Lynx, but the wall has been closed, and an even bigger attack on the other side of the map where Reynor now needs to defend against these Stalkers.
Yep, and Roaches without speed are just so incredibly painful to fight with against a bunch of Stalkers with Blink. Reynor knows that, so he's going to pull the drones for a split second. I'd love to see where those Lynx are. The Lynx are about to show up from the left side. There is a stasis trap that's going to freeze up a couple. Reynor does not quite want to chase off creep, but he does keep the hatchery alive for now.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I think this is his #1 objective. Keep the hatcheries alive. Of course, SKillous now with wave #2 of the attack is going to try to finish it up. And given the fact that it's very low on HP, it might be a very exposed target. Still, his army is here and he is trying to push back the Stalkers, but the Stalker count is getting massive.
Yeah, the Lynx is still gonna get there in time though. They're gonna force a couple of these Stalkers to just stand their ground and fight, and that is something that Blink Stalkers absolutely don't want to do. Now Blink is off cooldown for most of them. It's an impressive hold by Reynor, and I almost feel that Reynor is gonna continue building units and never look back, at least for a little while longer. Has fired up +2 missile attacks though, is trying to replenish a couple of those drones that he lost earlier. Still a single Oracle, it's been a pretty effective Oracle. I mean, SKillous is going to be happy with how it's going, but I also feel like he could have had 4 bases, given how well this game was looking for him for a little while. We've got Storm. Storm and Blink Stalkers are incredibly important.
Yeah.
But I feel like SKillous should have either been able to kill one of the hatcheries or be a 4-base player himself, because the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get, obviously. We have warped in the Nexus now on the left side. Reynor did finally get his hands on road speed. It is an incredibly impressive game by Reynor that he's still in here, because it honestly looked very grim for him for a while, where he had so little tools to work with, but Reynor has done a lot of things right to at least give him a chance to still make something out of this game.
Yeah, he optimizes his army movement very well, and he snuck up a couple of drones here and there, getting up to 77 workers. This new hatchery though, he really needs it, but it won't survive. SKillous though, I believe you're right, did delay his fourth base a little bit, and I believe that he missed his timing to get ahead in that regard. But still, his army is super scary, the High Temporal here, and when they come into the battle, it would be all that more difficult for the Zerg.
We actually have Tunneling Claws on the way on the Reynor's side. That is very fun. Imagine a bunch of roaches burrowing and then unburrowing on top of the High Templars, sniping those down immediately. That'd be fantastic if you can get there. But it's still going to take a little while, I think, before Reynor can make that move happen. He is looking for a big counterattack. How many units does SKillous have in his natural? I can imagine it's a whole lot.
Again.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. So he goes for the recall immediately, but that does expose these High Templars. And yes, the Storms do connect, but you're not supposed to be losing these very expensive High Templars. A Reynor with amazing plays over here on Tokamak, forcing SKillous to pay attention to whatever the hell is happening at home, and that is what allowed him to just jump onto all those expensive High Templars, and he's still maxed out Exalted, and he's burrowing some of the roaches now as well. This is awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. This move out here by Reynor completely crippled SKillous' attack. He had to recall half of his army, and as you said, he exposed his High Templars, and now Reynor should be feeling quite confident on 200 supply. He's pushing forward, he's again in the natural base, and SKillous has to defend on multiple fronts at the same time.
Yep, couple of expensive units, again very exposed on the side of SKillous, so he loses an Oracle, and he doesn't have detection everywhere. He did warp in a couple of defensive, and it's great Storm there by SKillous. Those are the Storms that he is looking for, but obviously roaches regenerate HP very quickly, and because the Robo was so late on the side of SKillous, he's actually going to have a very hard time having detection everywhere he needs it. But that one MVP Oracle is still around, so it does drop a Revelation, but look at Reynor, he is picking SKillous apart at this point, with roaches on the left side, roaches in the main, roaches in the natural, and I know my Observer Pi is very fond of the roaches Exalted. He's loving this game.
Yeah, absolutely, I think we all are, but 32 probes go down. This puts SKillous in an effective all-in position, so he needs to find as much damage with this army that he has as possible, but Reynor is pushing him back. He's still being perfectly defensive on the map.
Not the MVP Oracle, that's actually an incredibly important unit, because we need that detection everywhere as well. While those roaches can burrow and unburrow and get on top of the army, that is a very painful loss. It's just a beautiful display of Reynor flexing that multitasking muscle. And SKillous is not a slow player at all. We know that he can be quick, we know that he can make a lot of the correct choices when his back is up against the wall, but Reynor truly has just found openings that I didn't even think existed in this game. Doesn't mean SKillous is dead. He's got 101 army supply. He still has a bunch of Stalkers. He's got a couple of High Templars. But the real strength of the army, where SKillous' army was just way better than Reynor's army for a little while, is no longer there. Lurkers are on the production tab. I think Seismic Spines is already done. Adaptive Talents is now close to finishing up. And Stalkers and High Templars have a hard time running into a lot of Lurkers. 2-3 Lurkers is doable. 10 Lurkers is not. Oh, SKillous does find 2 of them. That's an amazing start, at least for SKillous.
Yeah, now he's going to be again pressuring the Zerg, but we can see that Reynor is counter-attacking, and so far so good for him. But now SKillous decided to pull the trigger, I believe, and he isn't going to look back. He's pushing further and further ahead here on this fourth base location. He's actually going to demolish the hatchery. And what will Reynor do? He's again in the natural of SKillous, but I believe that he needs to bring his army back if he doesn't want to lose all of his hatcheries here. This is a very scary army that the Protoss has, Rotterdam.
It's an all-out base trade over here as the Stalkers blink deep into the natural. They gun down the Lurker then at first. I think that's a great decision because Lurkers are definitely the most terrifying unit that he could go up against here. Now the Zerglings will almost have adrenal glands. I believe there are 3 High Templars in this army. SKillous is already down to 10 workers. Reynor is still mining a little bit more. He's rebuilding the Lurker den now somewhere. But the Lings are going to be a real problem. There are no Archons in this army. So it basically comes down to these 3 High Templars to protect all the Stalkers and that Immortal against the 68 Zerglings with adrenal glands and +1 melee. That's going to be so difficult.
It's going to be so difficult for sure, but SKillous is trying his hardest to find damage here and there. Can he actually deny the adrenal glance now? No, it will complete. He didn't target down the spawning pool.
Gets a couple of the Zerglings there, as Reynor did not expect that Protoss army to already be there. The Lurkers obviously will push the main army away. Reynor is still mining quite a bit more because he hasn't lost a lot of Overlords. He's not even supply block either, so he can start building more. Will the Stalker army go for this fight? No, did we just lose one of the High Templars? No, it was just a Zealot. We have only 2 High Templars left. I'm afraid that's just not enough. We do drop a couple of storms early on the forward blink here by SKillous into Lurkers, into Hydras. But here come these incredibly powerful Zerglings and there are no more storms exalted.
No more storms. The Lings, the Ravagers and the Hydras are here. They're chasing away the Stalkers. This is the only army that SKillous has left. He's going to micro his heart out here in order to try to protect himself. But that won't be enough as Reynor will win this series 2-0.
2 very fun and scrappy games. There's no other way to put it. They both just basically threw the kitchen sink at one another. None of this like most standard stuff. I defend, you macro, and we take the game from there. No, basically from the very beginning, they came out swinging, throwing haymakers, finding a lot of damage. Reynor, I think, was in a very uncomfortable position in the second game. And I'm legit a bit sad that SKillous didn't have a follow-up of Zealots with +1 or Resonating Glaive Adept. Because then I think he could have further slowed Reynor down. Reynor had, at that point, only Lings for such a long time. I feel like the Stalkers are just a bit more expensive. It hits a little bit later, and this was perhaps the game-deciding moment, as Hero Marine would call it, where Reynor split off a lot of units that got into the natural, forced a recall, and that is what allowed him to jump on a couple of those High Templars. Later on, he found an Archon. Just a beautiful multitasking out of the Italian stallion.
Another thing I want to point out here is that Reynor has very good game sense. Why he saw just only 1 Oracle on the map, no robotics facility. So what did he go for? For the burrowed roaches. And I believe that decision was massive as it unlocked SKillous, right? It allowed Reynor to go into the natural, it allowed Reynor to go into the main to kill enough probes to put effectively the Protoss into an all-in position. And this is all that was left in the end of the game. Just a couple of Stalkers that tried really hard, but just numbers game in the end. Reynor had a massive army.
I do believe that Biomov is ready on stage to hear from the man himself who has just advanced into the 3rd round of the upper bracket, the Italian stallion Reynor. Bio, take it away.
You're right, Roddy. I'm on stage, but we should probably bring the winner of this series out as well. Reynor, come on out here. So Reynor, congratulations. I think that's certainly in order. But I want to go to game 1 for a second because SKillous did something a little bit spicy. When did you realize that the Stargate was proxied and you had to deal with that one?
When he killed like 6 of my drones, I was like, yeah, damn, this is a pretty fast Oracle. And yeah, fortunately I sent the links across. I think I did a lot of damage. I don't know, I think this series was really scrappy, so I didn't really know if I was ahead after that. But yeah, it worked out in the end.
Gotcha. So then what's your read, right? It's like, okay, I just lost all these drones. It's a problem. How do you go about stabilizing and figure out how you actually want to play back into that game?
Well, I really like being aggressive in those cases because I think it's also hard for him to stabilize and like actually have a good build order after that, especially because he lost a lot of adepts and the Oracle. So I did a lot of run-bys, then I did the attack, and yeah, I think it's a good way to approach it.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. Then going to the tokamak game number 2, you decide to go for a 12 pull, you put a drone in the wall. Why that build on that map against that player?
I was just gambling that he wouldn't scout. When he scouted, I knew I was a bit in trouble because it's one of the larger maps and 12 pull kind of sucks. But I recovered it, I think, even though I was pretty far behind even after the Stalkers. But I saw his tech was really delayed because I had an Overlord and I saw Forge and what's the thing called? The one for the High Templars. It was really late. So I was like, maybe he doesn't have a Robo, and he didn't. So that worked out.
Yep, it absolutely did. Gives you the 2-0 there. And then going back to the base trade at the end, you start to move forward. Obviously, you're going for that. How comfortable do you feel in those situations?
Well, his army was pretty crap, let's be honest. It was just like mass Stalkers and a couple of High Templars, so even like 3 Lurkers there does the job. Even though I lost a couple at the top, I knew that if my Lurkers survive, I probably have it. And Lynx are very good in that scenario as well. And I think my Adrenal finished at the end, so.
And then a final question for you. You run into Clem tomorrow. A bit of a rematch from last year in the upper bracket finals and many other series. How do you feel about running into him this early?
It's not that fun playing as the kid nowadays, but I'll do my best. I think it's gonna be fun.
All right, well, Reynor.
For you guys, not for me.
All right, Reynor, congratulations. We'll let you take a break, and we'll see you against the kid tomorrow.
Philip, I'll ask you to stay with me on stage for a few more minutes.
I'm being captured here. What is this?
So, guys, please, I want you all to give a big round of applause to our birthday boy, because as you can see, he didn't take a vacation today. He's here with us, and he's making sure that you're all having fun and enjoying this awesome event.
What are you talking about? This is a vacation. I get to be in Bulgaria casting StarCraft instead of like living a real world.
Well, for the mayor of Stara Zagora, as you're also known as, this is probably a vacation. But we heard that you need a new profile picture for Twitter.
Oh no, what's happening here?
So I'll ask you to put down the microphone so we can take a new picture of you.
That's actually really heavy.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's going to be better than the last one. All right, that's not all. We have another thing for you. And let's see if Lechazar is ready.
Oh no.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, there's a card as well. I don't have hands, but look, there's a card. Thank you, guys. Look.
Something small, but we had to do something. Thank you very much for being with us.
Hey, I get to cast StarCraft on my birthday. I really cannot imagine anything better. So thank you, guys. Really means a lot.
Big round of applause for Belmo.
And Bell, I just want to say, be blessed, be healthy, and dream bravely, brother. I'm super happy you're here. I'm super happy to see you in such good spirit, so be blessed.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Biomov. Nice.
Thank you.
This for you.
Do you have a fork, though?
The kid does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Some moments are just too good to miss, and that's why there's Bullstream. From electrifying esports tournaments and major sports matches to unforgettable concerts, insightful conferences, and so much more, we've been the trusted partner behind countless memorable moments. Our expert team manages every aspect of production, ensuring seamless execution so that you can focus on what truly matters, your event. And whether you're aiming to take your next one to another level or looking to join a team of professionals truly passionate about live entertainment, We'd love it if you'd come check us out at bullstream.com and see what we're all about. Bullstream, where every event becomes an experience.
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 바이탈리티 소속 프로토스. 아무래도 군대를 갔다 왔기 때문에 오프 경험, 오프라인 대회 경험이 필요하다고 생각을 해서 참가를 하고 싶었고 참가를 해서 기분이 매우 좋습니다. 지금은 제가 EW 시드를 땄기 때문에 마음은 편하지만 원래는 같은 시드를 이제 주는 거기 때문에 뭐 GSL이나 뭐 드림액 같이 준비를 열심히 했고 시드를 땄지만 그래도 좋은 경기력으로 꼭 높은 성적을 내려고 왔습니다. 긴장되는 선수보다는 앞으로 EWC 대회를 위해서 꼭 상대를 해야 되는 선수들이 몇 명 있기 때문에 뭐 세랄, 레이너, 클렘 선수들 같이 좀 강한 상대와 붙고 싶습니다. 이번에 군대를 갔다 오고 나서 이제 거의 다시 시작하는 건데 저를 더 알리기 위해서 더 좋은 경기력과 더 재미있게 해서 꼭 좋은 성적 보여드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
저는 한국에 있는 한국 프로게이머 테란 유저 김동원입니다. 팀 바이탈리티 소속입니다. 일단 너무 먼 거리를 와서 조금 피곤하긴 하지만 날씨가 너무 좋고 분위기도 너무 좋아서 기분이 좋고 그리고 대회에 너무 잘하는 선수들이 많이 나와서 기대가 되고 있습니다. 일단 다른 대회들과 똑같이 준비를 했고 한국에서도 연습을 많이 했기 때문에 이번에 좋은 결과가 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 세랄 선수를 만나면은 조금 힘들 것 같고 아니면 이제 프로토스 선수들은 누굴 만나도 조금 무서울 것 같습니다. e스포츠 월드컵 시드가 있기 때문에 이렇게 먼 거리에서 하는 대회도 올 수 있는 동기부여가 됐던 것 같고 그리고 아무래도 마음가짐도 다르다 보니까 꼭 시드를 이 대회에서 획득하고 싶습니다. 올해 대회에서 성적이 좋진 않았지만 이제 달라스와 한국 예선에서 점점 실력이 올라오는 걸 느끼고 있기 때문에 이번 대회에서 꼭 잘해서 EWC 시드를 딸 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
only one, 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 only one.
You've got the vision, the story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional-grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
So he's just gonna send it one last time with all the queens, road to scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh my goodness, it's a wonderful day. And guys, I'm so excited to be on the stage again. And I get to do my debut by bringing you an amazing series by 2 of my most favorite pro gamers. They're both from Korea. It's, of course, Zoun and Ryung. It's gonna be a PVT for the ages, and I'm so excited to be sharing it with you guys. Oh my goodness, it's so hot. I just can't wait to bring those guys out with me. So, if we can get Ryung and Zoun.
Hello. Oh, wait. Or actually, you're on this side, right?
All right, let's make this pretty. So, oh my goodness, how do you feel? How's your TVP, man?
Yesterday my TVP is so bad, but today I tried to good play.
Okay, and how about you? How is your PBT feeling?
My PPT best, so can't win.
All right, but these guys, they came together. They've been hanging out together all the time. So I really want to ask, how do you feel that you have to face your buddy here and teammate and countrymate so early on in the tournament?
I think he plays so bad, but he lays Protoss. Maybe today is so hard, maybe.
And how about you? Give it up, man. Come on. So how about you?
50, not bad.
Not bad, all right. He doesn't feel bad about playing his buddy. That's a cold-hearted murderer there for you guys. All right, and as a final one, I would like to ask you both to say something to each other in Korean and then shake hands, if that's all right. So what would you like to tell him?
I want to go Saudi.
I don't know what that means. I can't wait for the VOD with the subtitles.
No.
No, he just skipped that. All right. Good luck to both of you gentlemen. Oh my God, it's so hot. And guys, to you, I hope you enjoyed this series.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Zoun and Ryung. And Bellum. How is the birthday cake?
Oh, it's delicious. Like some sort of tiramisu thing, chocolate. It's awesome. And you know what? We talk about birthday presents. We talk about birthday cakes. I don't know that there's a better present than a TVP between Ryung and... Oh, no, sorry. Serral versus ShoWTimE later on. But a second best birthday present is still probably this Ryung-Zoun matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a banger, and it's a teammate versus teammate, which is always just a little bit scary for both of these guys because they know each other so well, so they have to go that extra mile in order to defeat each other, and I'm super curious to see how this series is going to develop. I believe it's going to be very technical, but I believe that it's going to be super strategical as well. Oh. And I actually am expecting some very aggressive plays. By both of them, actually.
No, I'd believe that one. Zoun is a TVP killer, a PVT killer right now. His finals versus Cure in the EWC qualifiers. Even though Cure proxied to third base when Mass Cyclones managed to win that game, even still, with all the wrenches that were getting thrown, it looked really good. Zoun is very much on top of this matchup right now, and Ryung in the same way has historically, his best matchup has been TVP. Even when he was struggling against some lower tier Zergs, he was smashing Zest in these incredible comebacks in the GSL, and while his matchup seemed to have normalized a little bit, not quite so far high for the TVP and so low for the TVZ, he still is that killer.
Yeah, absolutely, and let's take a look at the V2BU move, because I think that it will tell us the story of this series. What do you think about the first map, Pylon, being picked by Ryung?
It doesn't surprise me at all. Pylon is one of the shorter maps in the pool that actually gets its way through the first 4 bans. It's a very good Terran map, especially for this aggression. We saw that in the Clem series as well. So the fact that Ryung picks that map doesn't surprise me at all.
And what about Tokamak? Is the Protoss favorite on it?
I don't know that it's the Protoss favorite on it. Matchups, but you're going to go for a longer map, right? As a Protoss player, you want to give yourself a little bit more time so you can get set up for the SCV pulls or the 2-base or the 1-1-1s, the 3-1-1s, these different things that a Terran has in their toolbox that they're trying to throw at you, because let's be real here, Exalted. Most Protoss players, or most Terran players, in the late game, they're probably fine. But that mid game, that 3-to-bases, when the Protoss has 5 and they're just flooding 5, 6, 7, or 10, 11, 12 gateways dealt at you, that's where it becomes very difficult for the Terran.
Man, I'm super excited to see this matchup. Having these South Korean players here in Bulgaria, it was always a dream for us here at our local StarCraft 2 community to meet and greet all these players from all around the world, especially from so far east. And I'm super grateful that Team Vitality sent these 2 amazing players here.
Especially for Ryung, who is looking at... Zoun's already qualified for EWC. Again, great qualifying run there. Ryung still on the outside looking in. He does have another shot if he doesn't win out here. If he doesn't qualify, he still does have the global finals coming up on June 21st. But he would love to, make sure that he just gets straight through right there, and then maybe give a slot to Cure, right? To put Cure in the global finals and give him maybe a bit better of an opportunity to qualify as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. But I don't think it's going to be for free. And I think that they're going to try their hardest because, you know, once you lock into the game, everything else disappears. You go into that tunnel vision mode and you just want to win, you know. And I'm just super happy we get to see this South Korean derby here.
Did you see the banner that Vitality put out? The big picture on Twitter, every map matters. It's just very... it looks like a movie poster. It looks really good.
Yeah, Team Vitality are on a roll right now, especially in the CS scene. They're killing it. But with these players, Maru, Zoun, and Ryung in their roster, I think they have a good chance taking a lot of prizes in StarCraft 2 as well.
Yeah, they like to be the second team after Basilisk to have every single member of their roster in that EWC qual. And, you know, we talk about Basilisk. Basilisk primarily a StarCraft 2 team, but Vitality is fighting not just for a good StarCraft 2 result or a good Counter-Strike result. They're one of those teams that is very much looking at doing well in the team challenge as well. So getting everyone in, more chance for points. I mean, of course, everyone wants everyone to qualify anyways, but you do have that little bit of an extra oomph in what you're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely, because in the Esports World Cup there is the team challenge, and it's for millions and millions of dollars, so it's a very important one. And I think that Ryung is going to be trying a little bit harder here as he is still not qualified.
Absolutely, but again, you talked about this. Once you get in the game, all that falls away. It's just about scouting your opponent, countering your opponent, making sure that your prep is as good as it can possibly be, that your ideas for the game are going to work out the way that you would like them to.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about ideas in the game, tell me what type of style do you expect out of Ryung or Zoun?
Well, I don't know what style I expect out of Ryung and Zoun, but I do talk about the style that Stara Zagora has here, because if you like what's happening and you say, wow, Bellum Gens Elite Stara Zagora is your favorite surprise of last year, and shouldn't be surprised anymore because we're doing the second one of them. If you want to go support this, we do have a couple sponsor links down below on Revolut, on GitHub for sponsorship. You can go follow us on Instagram, Facebook as well, Twitter, YouTube, everywhere on, because, you know, let's be real, I want another birthday cake. That's what's happening right now. But more importantly, this tournament is special and really does. I would love to see another one. So
yeah, guys, thank you so much for supporting us, and you can do that with the links down below. That would be greatly appreciated. Each and every one of your donations, subscriptions, and support will just help us make another event next year. And of course, for all of those of you that wanted to come here and didn't come here, I really hope we can make a next event so we can, you know, gather you all here.
I'd say it's worth the, the 23-hour plane travel that I had.
You're flying from all the way around the world. So, you know, I'm here, I'm a local person, but...
I think you had actually the longer journey. Getting everything set up properly, being there far in advance to get everything built up.
We have a very cool team, so, you know, yeah, it was a shared journey and it was a very nice journey. Yeah. Big shout out to everybody involved in this tournament, actually. Yeah, thank you so much for making this happen. And now, Ryung and Zoun.
Yeah, but actually, to answer your question properly, I do expect to see some aggression out of Ryung. I don't know that we're going to see the SCV pull stuff that Kira's been propagating. It is certainly still in the meta. It is also very much a reaction to, again, this dominant mid to early late game that Protoss players have really been benefiting from. As to Zoun, I don't know that I'm going to see anything that crazy. Looking at the EWC qualifiers, he played pretty standard. He played Blink openings, right? I think we saw maybe...
Blink openings?
Yeah, Blink openings.
Blink, I heard Link.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
No, Zoun is a Zerg player now. He's somehow managed to, what is it, Mind Control, the Dark Archon ability from StarCraft 1. Mind Control drone.
Ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I just, you know, misheard you. So, yeah, Blink, very, very meta in this matchup for sure. It has its variations, but I would be expecting it to come into play on basically each map.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I think the big thing, though, is, again, it's not about how you open. It is a little bit. Is it 3-gate? Is it 4-gate? When do you take your third base? How quick is your Twilight? But again, it's all about, okay, the Terran player, I defend that initial push. I have the shield batteries where I need to have them. I have Blink done, maybe charges done. I do like this quick storm idea that we've been seeing pretty much ever since the new patch dropped. We did see some quick storm before then. But the fact that you can get a high Templar in, overcharge the energy, and or recharge the energy, and just immediately have a storm defensively is a big deal. But enough trying to figure out about what these players are going to do. We have our game ready to go. So in the bottom right, in the red, for Vitality here, it's Zoun.
Big smile on his face, I like to see that, but in the top left side, his teammate, ladies and gentlemen, this is Ryung. Ooh, the support for Ryung and Zoun is quite crazy. Thank you, Stara Zagora. Thank you, everybody that is here. Let's enjoy this TVP that is about to commence.
I'm not going to lie, Exalted. I got a little bit of bias here towards Ryung because back, was it 3 years ago, I am Katowice, Steadfast Knight of the B stream, had the good luck of casting probably like 8 of 10 of Ryung's matches when he had that incredible run, hit top 12, and just, not only did he hit top 12, he removed, surgically excised like every single Protoss from the tournament with this like 530 stim timing that was just very counter to the meta at the time. Everyone was going Oracle into Blink, and it was just kneecapping him over and over and over again. So I love the old man of StarCraft, Ryung. It does make me very happy indeed. And the other thing we learned, Ryung, with all this experience, the man has entered monk mode. You know, you look at his heart rate, every single series he's played, it's like, below 100, every single time.
But Zoun as well, though. Both of them are super calm right now. Ryung did open with that a little bit faster gas geyser refinery. So what does that tell us?
It's only it's only one refinery, right? So this is not going to be Barracks Double Gas Factory. This is just going to be a Reaper expand, right? So that means you get your natural down a little bit earlier. Probe's trying to be as annoying as possible, but Reaper's going to shoot that off if the SCVs don't. So you get your natural down, then you start to tech up a little bit more. Then you start to get that factory, that starport. It means that it's less likely that you're going to see some heavy tech. The Widowmine drop you like to talk about, the Hellion drops that we saw from Clem in game number 1. It's very standard, right? It's very middle of the road macro opening.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more popular in Korea though. The European Terrans usually go barracks first and then refinery, but it really doesn't change the pace of the game all that much. Still though, the Reaper is going to the other side of the map and it will scout what Zoun is all up about. Still no tech out of him. He's going for a sentry, so he wants to be on top of his scouting.
Yeah, I like this. This is something that we've seen Protoss players do it more and more as of late, where you just go and you say, okay, well, I'm going to get a sentry. Sentries are pretty good. They build faster out of the gateway than they used to. So I'm just going to get a sentry out there as a force field going to get spent. You can recharge the energy, though, and does make sure that the Reaper will die with only a single probe to its name. But because the sentry builds faster and because of the power of a hallucinated scout, it means you can be a little bit more flexible. Now, if you're going to talk to Harstem or talk to some of these other European Protoss, they're going to say openings like this with a sentry into hallucination doesn't really matter because more often than not, you're not really going to change the way you're playing the game from the scout. So you get the scout, but we're going to have to see if Zoun's build order evolves at all.
Well, the Twilight is here. Blink is going to get Chrome boost at 1000%. The Cyclone is here as well. It's a good defensive unit in this matchup. It will shoo away potential scouting or maybe an Oracle if, of course, Zoun has decided to go for that Stargate opener. But we, of course, see that this is not the case here. Steam Pack coming on the way, and it will be that Bioforce that Ryung is going to try to take over Zoun with.
And what I'm looking at for Zoun here is just how many gateways he gets and what the robo timing is. Does he get a prism out of that robo? Does he really try to commit to the aggression? Because right now he's on 3 gateways and there we go, 4th gateway on the way as well. So we should see the robo here come down pretty soon. Timed out just in time to give you the prism as Blink is done, as those 4 gateways are there. And on a map like Pylon that does have a reasonably sized pillar, a cliff, outside of the natural, it makes a lot of sense. You can try to find some pressure in the natural, in the main base. Now, unfortunately for Zoun, the tech is not super vulnerable. The stim is there on the ramp. It's not something that, like, sometimes they're very close to the cliff and you can get this snipe. But as it stands, he's going to look to put some pressure on. And we should point this out, by the way. I don't believe there's a starport for Ryung. This is a much quicker tech timing, right? Stim is going to be done right around 5:30. That Ryung 5:30 stim timing that we just spent a couple minutes talking about.
Yeah, but Zoun also adding so many gateways. I believe that both of these players are actually gearing up towards a timing attack, and it will be interesting to see which one is stronger, which one is sharper, and which one is better controlled. Because look at that. 4 more gateways being added.
Man, is that 8? That's 8 gate off 2 base before.
Yeah.
I mean, the third Nexus is kind of fake at this point. It's 5 minutes in. This is not a macro third.
No.
You have to get damage done. At the very least, you have to slam the Terran if you're going to be able to make sure and play into the mid game. And this is something that Zoun loves to do. He is more so than most Protoss players. If he thinks you're doing something aggressive, if he thinks you're building a lot of units, he will cut probes. He will cut his economy. He will get himself those extra gateways. And his entire idea is just to annihilate your push and make it so you can't do anything.
Oh my god, they're playing out just outside of range, but finally the tanks did manage to take a good shot of these Stalkers. Still Zoun making charge, making so many Zealots. He is about to pour all of the Protoss's might on the other side of the map. Will Ryung be able to defend though?
I think more importantly, Ryung has to identify what's happening and just not move out. Because this army right now, it's on 8 gateways on 2 bases. The third base isn't even done yet, right? And especially with charge here as well, this entire army is designed to swallow what Ryung has just absolutely whole. So Ryung, I think he's got the read a little bit. He does have a third base on the way. He's actually sieging up there on the ramp. And if he moves out, it is a bad situation for our Terran player. If he's going to sit here, though, sit turtled up a little bit, get that third, slowly move out, that's a little bit better. But even still, he's not in the natural. Zealots are going to get on top of everything. These tanks are rather exposed. This 8-gate, effectively a 2-base all-in. It looks like Ryung had an idea, but he was way too far away from his defenses. SCVs have to get pulled now, but you needed them like 30 seconds ago when the first fight got started here. 12 SCVs have fallen, the third base not even done yet, and Ryung, does he have another warp-in potential somewhere close? I can't see with the glare, but for now, he's going to force Ryung into the natural. 13 SCVs go down, but at the very least, Ryung, he's not going to lose that third base.
Yeah, but 150 BPM. This is the first time in this tournament that I see Ryung so stressed out. And again, I want to thank our partners from Healthy GG for displaying this. I think it's a very cool metric to follow in these matches, especially since they're so important for these players.
Yeah, it's really fun to see just how these players are reacting. I mean, Zoun's still below 100 beats per minute. He's cool as a cucumber. And actually, that surprises me a little bit because I don't think this attack, it got 17 SCVs. I don't really think it got enough to justify because Zoun's only on 52 workers. He's not. I don't think I saw Templar Archives. He's going into Robo Bay instead, which is going to take a little bit longer. And Ryung still building 3 STVs at a time. He's muling 3 STVs at a time. He's going to be looking at 1-1 versus 0-0. And because this attack did not kill him, which I think it had to just about kill him, now Ryung is able to be on the map a little bit. He's got this very scary bio ball. He can start to drop around, try to catch some units. And we're going to see Zoun do, or try to do, exactly what he's doing right now, which is Zealots on run-bys, Stalkers on run-bys, trying to distract Ryung from this army that is very strong compared to what Zoun has.
Yeah, but the Terran army is here. The mines have burrowed. We have a lot of medivacs here ready to heal. But I really like the Zealot run-by potential that Zoun has made on the other side of the map, but still, this is the important push to defend. We have one Colossus out, but will it be enough? We have some Marauders here. They fall a little bit slowly to the Colossi, and we see that with the good splits here of the Terran, he's pushing further and further ahead, and he might even snipe the Robo.
He gets the Robo, he powers the shield battery. Now he's lost 15 SCVs on the other side from that run-by, so he is very all in at this point.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot of pressure on the natural. The single Colossus is the only one that's going to exist, and it really is all down to the micro, the Widowmine shots, to make sure that these Zealots don't get what they want. The force fields are fine for now. It's actually some of these medevacs are running very low on energy, so the personal healer is starting to go down. Probes have to get pulled into this one, but it looks like Zoun has done what he needs to do at this point. The run-by shut down the economy of Ryung. Only 10 probes fall, and now he's going to go on the chase as well. These Zealots, they don't have their upgrades just yet, but they're able to charge forward, make everything happen. But Ryung got a couple little bits of reinforcements. Not enough to win the fight, not enough to get on top of the Colossus, but at least enough to force Zoun back.
Yeah, well, great job defensively by Zoun here, though. I think that Ryung really pressured him a lot. Still, he managed to deflect it, and now I believe Zoun is in just a supreme position. 46 workers to 22. Basically, Ryung needs to finish the game right here, right now, but I don't see it happening with this army.
No, certainly not as these, as the Vikings, there we go, start to get taken down. You really need those.
The Vikings.
The Vikings, there we go. Certainly you need those to take the Colossus down, right? Yes, you can get on top of it with bio, but with a single Colossus, just having a couple Vikings taking pot shots as the Stalkers have to fight the army can be the difference between fighting just a gateway army with no splash, which is still pretty good with 1-1 versus just the +1, or fighting a gateway army with splash that's just annihilating these Marines, making it a lot harder for the fight to happen. And that was with a single Colossus. Now Robo Production is back and ready to go. A second Colossus is just about done, and really it's the 3 Colossi that start to be very scary because they start to just annihilate Marines, but even as it stands, that long-range poke makes it that much harder for Ryung to take these fights.
What is the comeback potential here for Ryung? Do you see any path towards a win condition here?
Well, he does have 3 orbitals, so he's going to be able to start muling that third base whenever I don't think he hasn't taken it just yet. But really, it feels like he's got to go and start to abuse the maneuverability of Terran, start to get in the main base, start to go kill pylons, kill gateways, and not take more damage from these random Zealot run-bys. I think attacking at the front is probably not the right idea, but he's going to go for it anyways. There's a hallucinated Colossus just trying to bank some damage, but it doesn't matter at the end because that attack did not work, and the run-by did such a good job there. Zoun able to stabilize, able to win game number 1.
Man, he was so decisive, going for the 8 gateway, pressure out of 2 bases. And yeah, Ryung had a little bit of an attack in his mind as well, but Zoun's hit just a little bit quicker, and he transitioned very well into the Colossi just in the nick of time, so they can be of good defensive. They can show their good defensive capabilities against the Terran's army.
Yeah, I think so. It's one of those. First of all, the Colossus popped out like right as that attack hit, so very well timed.
Yeah.
I think for Ryung, I think he was sniffing out that something was happening. We saw the third base on the way, which, in fairness, if you're going for a 530 stim, you actually do get a quicker third base than going for like that standard 730 311 that we often see, or at least we used to often see. But he was sieged up outside of the third, and that's just not good enough.
No.
You have to be in the natural, you have to be behind, there are no walls here obviously, but you need to be behind something to just mess with the Zealot AI so you can ball up your army and the Zealots don't really surround it.
Yeah.
If he's able to do that, and then I'm still fine with him pulling SCVs in that scenario, but if he's able to take that fight and pull the SCVs when his army is with the SCVs instead of like half dead, all of a sudden, I think that fight goes a lot better for him. And then the counterpunch that looked like it had a chance, just wasn't quite there, all of a sudden, it's got maybe 15% more army, and it just punches straight on through.
Yeah, but very comfortable lead right now for Zoun, and let's not forget that next map is his pick actually, so he might have something prepared for it specifically. So actually Ryung right now is in a very tough position, Bell move, and I wonder how will he manage to actually get out of it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I don't know that we always see like specific map-specific prepared builds in weekender formats like this, because you had 24 hours to go. In fact, maybe even less than that, because I think I think Zoun played later on in the evening yesterday, so less than 24 hours to figure out what exactly you want to do against your teammate. And we got to remember this as well. Obviously, Ryung is not the coach of Vitality. That's Crank.
Yeah,
but Ryung,
big shout out to Crank though.
Big shout out to Crank.
Yeah.
But Ryung has been one of these Terran brainchilds. He has been leading, even if not by play, but has been leading the Terran meta, has been giving Maru builds for quite a while. So you assume they talk to each other quite a bit, and that makes it maybe a little bit easier, but also a little bit harder to go and have these counter builds. But we'll find out exactly what's going to happen, because we're now on Tokamak. And in the bottom left, in the blue for Vitality once again, it's Ryung.
And against him on match point, can he close the series out? Right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Zoun. Park Hanso.
Exalted, would you say that game 1 was a resounding success?
I would say it was a sounding success.
That sounds like a good time. I am done here. We've slapped the desk. It's fine.
Our observer is like, why?
No, he's pie. Thank you, crowd. I love you.
Oh my God, you're making me laugh.
We're just buying time for the build orders to start to figure themselves out a little bit. This was gas before the barracks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so same thing we saw Ryung do in game 1. We talked about how if you just power a little bit early tech, not quite the barracks double gas idea that really powers early tech, but you can go for the 530 stim, things like that, and while still having a reasonably timed natural. And well, we're going to see Zoun be as annoying as possible with this probe, but with 2 SCVs, not the easiest thing. Although, look, the probe's off the base, but not quite there just yet. Now it's going to be fine. It's always funny when you're like, yes, I got the blocking probe off of where I need to be, but I don't have money to build my base. and then the probe comes back and you just get very sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't happen this time.
Absolutely, but I believe that both of these players are playing in a good rhythm right now, so I'm curious to see what type of strategy they will choose. Will Zoun go for the timing attack again, or will he prefer a longer game? I want to ask you, Biomove, in a longer game, who do you think has the advantage? The more experienced Ryung or the ultra-talented Zoun?
I think it depends on how long the game goes. Because I think this is, sure, Ryung is very good at this matchup as a Zoun. Clearly, he's long. There was a time before he went off to military where he was like the only Protoss able to beat Maru at Katowice 2021, I think it was.
I remember, yeah.
But anyways, I think it depends on the game state. Because this mid-game, or this early-late game, late mid-game, early-late game where the Protoss is able to start expanding and take like every base on the map and just go on like 20 Gate Zealot and just flood.
Full Zerg mode.
Yeah, it's full Zerg mode. That is very hard for Terran players to deal with. And that's why we're seeing a lot of this early game aggression. But you go super late and you let the Terran get up to 8 gas, get up to 10 gas, 5 bases, and they start adding Liberators and ranged Liberators, and they get up to 3-3 and they get a decent amount of Ghosts. That is still a very difficult army for the Protoss player to deal with. So,
1000%.
in answer to your question, if Ryung, if we do go to the mid to the late game, if Ryung can survive past like maybe 15 minutes, if he can get himself up to that point, I think I favor him. But he has to survive that point.
Yeah, I wonder how will he manage to do so. A Medivac on the way. Is he going to go drop that Cyclone on the other side of the map?
Yeah, this is actually something we've been seeing every Terran player, I think, mess around with today. You get somewhere between 4 and 6 Marines. Clem went 6. Looks like Ryung's going 4, and we saw Spirit do the same thing as well. Because if you go 4, it means you have a little bit less expenditures elsewhere, and it's going to be a Banshee follow-up. So this is kind of a bang-bang thing, where you go and you move across the map, and ideally you're dropping in the mineral line with these first 4 Marines and the Cyclone, and then you run it with a Banshee later on, and you really mess with the Protoss player that's trying to optimize their Stalker count as much as possible. And by optimize as much as possible, I mean have as few Stalkers as possible.
Yeah, that's true. I really like that idea though, and I think Zoun might be expecting something like that. We already see the robotics facility here. He's for sure going to pump out several observers, and we see some pylons being positioned where potential Medivacs or Banshees could fly from. So Zoun is currently actually going to go for a War Prism. So no observer just yet. He's going straight for the attack, it would seem.
Am I crazy or wasn't there a Medivac on the production tab?
There was.
Was it canceled?
Yep.
Okay, so it was canceled. I was going to say, I'm surprised we're not moving out of here.
Yeah.
We've seen this build before, and it often does have Medivac into a Banshee, but this time Ryung just kind of cutting some corners here. But he is going to have to be very careful now, because this setup, if you go for the quick tech, if you go for the Cyclone early, if you go for the Banshee early, it means your stim is going to be a lot later. And what that means is that timeline between when you have your tech and are trying to get aggressive and when you're actually able to play and fight against these Blink Stalkers, it actually starts to expand a little bit, because you don't really want to fight with bio up until the point where you have stim. So Ryung's going to have to batten down the hatches. He's got 1 bunker on the way in the natural. I don't see anything in the main base. And we're going to have to see. So I love this Adept, by the way. It's just looking for high ground vision, trying to make it so these Stalkers can get into the main.
Yeah, but the War Prism is here, and Zoun will get into the main. He will blink on top of the production here. Will Ryung have enough to actually defend? The Marines are going to heroically start shooting away the Stalkers, but the blink micro here is good enough. And let's not forget that we have a War Prism here as well, which will help with the blink. Zoun is very dangerous right now. Ryung already losing 9 SFVs. He's actually counter-attacking with the Banshees, which is quite nice, but he really needs to deal with the Stalkers here, and it would seem that he's actually going to do so.
Yeah, he is. I was worried it wasn't going to be enough with no tanks and with no bunkers in the main base, but he actually holds on very well.
Wow.
And if you look at this, you'd be tempted to say, oh, this was still better for Zoun. He killed 16 SCVs. Ryung only got 11. But you look at the worker count, it's within 1. Ryung has access to mules. If the Terran has an equal worker count in this game state, the Terran is in a very good position. This was a very well done hold by Ryung. Sure, would he have rather not lost as many SCVs? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But he got a bunch of counter damage on the other side. He still has this 1 Banshee. It's not 2, so it can't go through the shield battery quite as easily. But he still has this Banshee behind, forcing things a little bit more. And now, Zoun Do you see? No, he's not going to. Oh, he will just in time, but now all the Marauders, the Marines are out. They got Stim. I don't know that this is a fight that you really want to take down, even with Blink of the Prism. Just got to get on out here now, trying to target the Prism down. No, not quite. But Zoun tries to pull the trigger on that one, and Ryung is the one that benefits.
Yeah, the Banshee will fall down, which is good enough for Zoun here. At least one less worrying thing to think about. But this was a little bit lucky for Ryung, I would say, because if he didn't look at his Medivacs at that point, Zoun would have killed those armies very easily.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful, though, as Ryung. You're in a great spot right now. You have done a lot of damage. You have defended very well. But there comes a point where there are a lot of Zealots, and you got to be careful not just get surrounded and eaten up by this army of the Protoss. So we're still on the drop stage. His army supply is only about 15, 17 better than the Protoss.
Yeah.
That's enough to harass. That's enough to lose a medevac, unfortunately. But pushing into the natural, I don't know how well that's going to work. He's certainly going to try, though, and Guardian Shield doing a great job of just making it so hard to attack into this army with Guardian Shield, with the Shield Battery behind that. This army from the Protoss, especially with Blink and the Prism, it's a very tough thing to do any substantive damage to.
Yeah, especially when the Colossus comes out, it will be even more difficult for Ryung here, and we see that Zoun is trying his hardest to clean up house here, and he will eventually make the Terran turn. This mine, I thought it might do some damage, but good blink out by Zoun.
Dude, this Prism Micro from Zoun is so impactful in
Yeah.
these fights. We're seeing him hot drop sentries backwards and forwards to make
Yeah.
sure Guardian Shield is where it needs to be, giving his Stalkers a secondary blink. And we're talking about how, okay, into a Shield Battery, into a recharged Shield Battery, into a Sentry with Guardian Shield, pushing that natural is really hard. Well, that's not even paying attention to the fact that this Prism just did so much work in these fights. So Ryung tries to attack the natural, realizes that that is not the attack that he wanted to go for right now, and now he's going to hot pick up a big Doom Drop looking to go into the main base, but there's a vision from Zoun. He's got Prism, or he's got Pylons, he's got Observers everywhere.
Yeah, he will see this. He will see this 1000%, and he will be ready. Ryung, yeah, he's showing his hand. Will he go for the drop now? No, I don't think so.
Nah, once you find the Pylon,
Yeah.
you're not going to go for that. You're just going to take the free 100 minerals and maybe force the Protoss player into the main base, and maybe you can find something elsewhere. And he's going to try to look for that, right? He's got 4 medevacs worth of units on the left side. And okay, did Zoun see those medevacs? Just on the edge of observer range.
I think he did see it, but still, Ryung is here, he's dangerous, he's going to be pushing in, but 3 Colossi here, Biomorph is going to make that push extremely hard for Ryung to achieve, but he's going to try it nonetheless. Still, with the Colossi, even without the extended thermal lance, they are going to push back that Terran army. We need to see some Vikings here, we need to see some siege tanks, and we need to see some impeccable micro out of Ryung, and actually so far so good.
It was pretty good micro from
Yeah.
Ryung, but we're really seeing the absence of Vikings there. I love just the hallucination on, I want to say he hallucinated a Void Ray.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so just something there to soak some Viking shots, just mess with the AI. But trying to kill off 3 Colossus when you only have 2 Vikings, you can do it if you're Clem, if you're Maru, right? If you're someone that we just think of as this micro god, or if you're massively far ahead in supply, which in fairness, Ryung is starting to get to those numbers. 30 army supply up is where it starts to get very scary for the Protoss. But with the shield battery, everything else, the Stalkers are going to try to get on top. They're not going to be successful there.
So close.
This is very close.
Yeah, if Ryung did lose those 4 Medivacs, that could spell doom. Luckily for him, he didn't. And we're in a very close situation of a game, I would say. Both of these players seem on equal footing right now.
Ryung's in a pretty good spot, but you do have to be careful because he's not getting any +2 on the way. His ghosts are not there with his army just yet, so he's still trying to play on this big momentum-style Terran, and I think finally it looks like he's going to get ready to go and put a drop in the main base. He's been jonesing for that one for a while. And the question is whether this is something that Zoun has seen, because the Observer, that was actually taken care of. It was scanned down, that spot on the right side where there was so much vision. Zoun not quite in a position to see that this time.
Yeah, Ryung is going to scan here as well, but he sees the Colossi and wisely, I believe, he moves back because he would have lost all of these armies there. Another Zealot run by will make the life of these SCVs miserable as they have to run away.
Man, I love modern Protoss. That's really finally starting to really take advantage of hallucinations. I mean, for the longest time, you might see a hallucinated Phoenix in the early game to go scout.
just scout.
Yeah, but now we're seeing hallucinated Phoenix throughout the game to find these drops, to see what's happening. There's a couple disruptors here. Ryung, are you paying attention? Oh, he's not!
Oh my God!
Oh no, that is a decent bounty right there.
That was nasty.
Yeah, but back to the hallucination point, if we finish that just a second, we're seeing players like Hero hallucinate 4 probes to just get a ton of vision on the map. We're seeing constant hallucinated Phoenix out of Zoun to make sure that he can track these drops. And with one of the big advantages that a Terran has in this matchup is their mobility, so long as they're undetected, so long as you can't set up for it. And Zoun is doing such a good job in this game of just not giving Ryung that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's expanding even more right now, going towards his 5th base, so his macro is going to get at a crazy level. And Ryung, even though he's building his 4th CC, he really needs to put the pressure on Zoun. So far Zoun with an incredible defensive posturing, but still Ryung needs to keep on trying. Exactly like Clem did earlier against Harstem, for example. Harstem defended very well in the early pushes, but he kept on going and eventually he got the win, so maybe Ryung should take a play out of Clem's book here.
I mean, this is where it really gets scary for the Terran. We're on 5 bases for the Protoss player, starting to get himself up to, I don't know how many gateways we're on right now, but certainly north of 10. And that means that, certainly as the Protoss player maxes out here, as the fight's going to kick off, trying to chase this army down, identifying that there was a big drop on the left side, but actually it's a bit of a flank here, trying to get on top of these robo units, but they're not really going to be able to do so. It was a really cute idea from Ryung, but the disruptors just target everything down. Vikings, they're going to try to chase, but the Stalkers do a very good job of defending that one. But to finish that thought, just for a second, when you start to get yourself up to 10, 12, 14, 16 gateways, even as the Protoss player maxes out, they're effectively a greater supply than even that. You lose all your Zealots, you warp them right back into a fight, and you're looking at like a 230 supply Protoss player, on top of a Protoss player that has an insane economy to support that.
Yeah, you can see the production tab. He's basically building everything he needs. He's adding another source of plus damage with the disruptors, and that makes the life of Ryung way harder. Still, he's trying to utilize the high ground here. He's trying to play behind the rocks, but Zoun is with a very technologically advanced army right now, and Ryung, he needs more technology.
I would love to see him actually take those rocks down. You talked about how he's playing behind it, but to give him a 3rd attack angle, Zoun was actually pretty vulnerable to a big, like 270-degree surround. Ryung is trying to get it set up now, and I kind of like the setup he has, especially with the robo units so far back. You might try to go and at least kill off a lot of the gateway stuff. But I want to go back to how this game has been going overall, because Ryung really thought he had a kill timing. He was staying on 1-1. He delayed his 2-2 for quite a while. And so what that means is that this could be a Protoss player that was down 3 upgrades, and the bio just trades impossibly well. Instead, actually, they're just about equal in number of upgrades, +3 attack versus +2 armor, +2 armor versus +1 shields. As the disruptors, they're going to get a ghost on the backside. Point being, upgrades are pretty equal. It means it's a lot harder to fight this army. As the base on the right side, actually not taking a lot of damage right now, and the disruptors, he's bowling for him, not really getting the connection. So the setup from Ryung is, quite frankly, it's beautiful. The pre-splits here are exactly what you need. He takes down the 5th base of Ryung, or of Zoun, but this run-by is causing problems, and now Ryung, you gotta make a decision.
Oh my God, will he split? Yeah, okay, he did in the nick of time, but still we have some Colossi, still we have some disruptors here ready to pressure the Terran's army, and Ryung is plummeting in supply. He's getting chased into a corner here. The Zealot run-by is still wrecking the mineral lines. More and more SCVs do fall, and this will be the GG. Zoun will take the 2-0 victory against his teammate.
Yeah, we took a look at the interviews that we had before this series. Ryung said, I want EWC slot.
Yes.
And Zoun said, no. And that's pretty much happened in this series.
Well, he stayed true to his word, right?
Yeah.
Ryung not feeling so satisfied right now.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Whenever you get a team kill, especially for something that's this much, I mean, Zoun's got to be pretty happy about, hey, winning this series, moving on into the next round to face either ShoWTimE or Serral. Maybe he's not actually super happy about that one. He's talked about how he doesn't really like PvP, and it's Serral. You know, I don't know how he feels about that. But moving on to the next round, Ryung has to go down. But you also feel a little bit bad, right? Because you know that this matchup probably meant a little bit more for your teammate than it did for you, and just have to ruin their dreams a little bit.
Yeah, but that's the game, right? And I'm just happy that all of these players are sitting here and giving their best, so we get to see cool games right now. And I think that even though this is a little bit sad for Ryung, it's again good for the fans. So yeah, GG Zoun.
And certainly there is a lower bracket, so Ryung's attempt to not have to play global qualifiers is still very much there. And talking about this game too, by the way, as we take a look at the replays, I think it really goes down to this fact that Ryung thought he could win. And after that defense, I think he could have, but not by attacking into a shield battery and a choke and a sentry with Guardian Shield and a Prism and a Colossus. I think if you attack the third base that's on the way, you drop into the main base, then you can actually take that supply advantage and start to turn it into something. Unfortunately, that's not what he did, and he just really committed hard to that timing, right? Didn't get his 2-2 all that quickly, didn't get his Ghost Academy all that quickly. But it sounds like we got someone down on stage. We're going to go talk to Zoun. Take it away, Jonathan.
Hey everyone, and wow, now that was a series, guys. Congratulations to Zoun. Now that was some play. I have no idea what I'm gonna ask him, and I don't even know if he's gonna come out with Ryung, but let's welcome him on stage, him or them, or let's see what we're gonna do with this interview. There he is, the man of the hour. Congratulations, Zoun. And how do you feel now?
Yeah. Happy and sad.
Happy and sad. Happy that you're going forward, I assume, and sad that you had to defeat your friend and teammate, right?
Yeah.
And are you looking forward? Are you excited for your next match?
ShoWTimE was there?
For your next match, whoever your opponent is. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, he's very excited, guys. He's on top of the world. I wish you so much luck in your next match, brother. By the way, hold on, let's do another one. Say something to your fans. Whoa! We got a walk and we get another whoa! Dude, what a freaking crowd, dude. You guys are amazing. All right, dude, I hope you're having fun. I'm literally melting on this stage, so let's take it to a short break because I'm so excited to be casting the, oh my God, it's so hot. I'm gonna be casting in the sun, but then again, I'm gonna be casting in the sun. That's amazing. We're having an open air sunny esports thing. Dude, this is amazing. I'm so hyped. So let's get that break on, and I'll be casting Serral and ShoWTimE for you guys in just a bit.
The kid does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Some moments are just too good to miss, and that's why there's Bullstream. From electrifying esports tournaments and major sports matches to unforgettable concerts, insightful conferences, and so much more, we've been the trusted partner behind countless memorable moments. Our expert team manages every aspect of production, ensuring seamless execution so that you can focus on what truly matters, your event. And whether you're aiming to take your next one to another level or looking to join a team of professionals truly passionate about live entertainment, we'd love it if you'd come check us out at bullstream.com and see what we're all about. Bullstream, where every event becomes an experience.
My name is ShoWTimE, I play for Sentinels and I play Protoss. I'm very excited, had a good time last time. It was a great tournament, it was a lot of fun, so very happy to be back. I hope similar. I mean, pushing for the win is hard with like Serral and Reynor and Clem here, but I hope I can at least get top 4 again, it would be nice. Oh, for sure. Like I feel like the spot here has my name written on it and I really want it, so that's definitely motivating for me. Yeah, to be honest, it's pretty rough. We haven't really had that many tournaments for a while, so it's a bit, we need to get used to it again, and it's so many tournaments all in like a couple of weeks. It's very rough. I don't think there's too much you can do to prepare, like you just practice as much as possible, you try to not stress yourself out too much, so you try to stay calm, relaxed, and just try your best, you know. Probably the big 3, you know, Clem, Serral, Reynor, they are, it's exciting to play them, but it's also like a little bit scary, you know. Like you want to avoid them until later in the tournament, so yeah. I think I just look calm on the outside, to be honest. Like I'm not calm at all. I mean, I try to usually just take some deep breaths, you know, and like there's much you can do. It's just part of competing, you know. Like you're always going to be nervous, always going to be exciting. So you just need to try your best to stay calm, you know. I think beating Solar 3-0 was my highlight, honestly. Like he was talking smack at EWC, so I was very happy to get revenge. I hope everyone is going to have fun at the tournament. I hope a lot of people show up, and it's going to be great games. So yeah, hope just for a good tournament.
Hey, I'm Serral. I'm coming from Finland, and I play Zerg, and it's a pleasure to be playing here. Well, generally speaking, I always like to go to most of the events, and I really appreciate people organizing events for StarCraft 2, and I try to always go to them, and it was a little bit of a no-brainer, especially after you guys gave me the invite since Olivera declined his. So yeah, it's just, I want to be here. Like I said, I heard a lot of good things, and I just want to support the event as well. Well, I haven't been here for very long, but I have liked the city so far. The roads are nice, and I have really liked how the impression of just people are here, you guys, the organizers, and it's been very nice so far. So a really good impression has been left. Well, how I stay in good shape is to sleep good and just try my best to always get used to the schedule instantly and sleep well. That's pretty much all you have to do. It's been a lot of time zone changes lately, so it's a bit hard, but at the same time, I think as long as you just try to sleep, it's usually fine. Sometimes the practicing does get a little bit hard if you're a bit tired, but generally just trying to do the work and try to keep yourself not being too tired is good enough. Well, I don't necessarily think it will give us massive strength boost, but at the same time, it's very nice to have all the Basilisk players here, and it can be helpful for sure. But at the same time, I think it's all fun and good. It's just mainly nice to have all the players here and all the representatives of Basilisk. There's no one necessarily I want to play, but at the same time, if I could go in the future and I would have already beaten someone, it would have been nice to beat Clem. But at the same time, I can't say I want to play against Clem. So it is what it is. But he's probably the hardest one for me. Just historically, last 6 months has been pretty rough, maybe even longer. So that's gonna be a rough. Also, I think Reynor is very dangerous as always. He's been practicing a lot, and he's also historically pretty hard for me. But lately I've been doing good. But I think every player here is pretty good, so it's hard no matter who you get. Well, I'd like to add every trophy to my cabinet, but that one's special, so I wouldn't mind it in there. I think it would be a good fit. I think I have always good chances to go all the way in World Cups and the big tournaments in general, so I'm liking my chances, but there has to be some luck as well involved and some very good play days for me. So it's never easy, but I think I'm liking my chances. And I'm thinking if I just work hard and practice hard the last 1.5 months, it should be very doable. Well, first of all, thanks to Basilisk for the support they have given us. it's really helpful and keeps us going, that's for sure. Secondly, I just want to thank all the Bulgarian fans for the support, and I hope to see you tomorrow at the venue.
He's just gonna send it one last time with all the queens, roaches, scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damaged on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disrupt, one Marauder, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Hey, once again, it's me, and as I melt here in this beautiful sun, I am about to introduce another pair of amazing, amazing pro gamers. One of them, probably in many people's opinion, the best, the GOAT. The other one, oh my God, he is also insane. Guys, what a matchup we're gonna have ahead of us. Let's get them on stage and ask them a few questions. Serral and ShoWTimE. Oh, those reactions. Hey guys, how are you going? Hey man. Hey man. Hey, oh my goodness. I want to ask you so much stuff. I'm so hyped to see your guys' match, but first of all, of course, the default stuff, like how do you feel? How do you feel against ShoWTimE, man?
Feeling good and fresh, and excited for some average length matches.
Average length matches are expected here from Serral. And how about you, man?
I'm excited for some very long matches.
Oh, he wants to take it long, dude. And are you enjoying yourself here in Bulgaria once again, dude?
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a bit hot for me, but otherwise I like it, yeah.
You probably want to keep this one short, huh? Oh, dude. Serral, I don't want to say I have a crush on you, but like, man, no, man, I just really love how you play, man. I want to see it. I want to see those Baneling explosions. I want to see all that Zerg stuff cover the map, but like, I don't want to be biased. Don't be biased. Don't be biased. Okay, I'm really hyped. Do you have anything interesting planned here for this one?
Nothing really, but your wish might come true, so.
Oh, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. Don't. And what do you that super secret like mega strategy that you told me about backstage? Are you going to use that?
Absolutely. I cooked up some really good stuff, and he's never going to see it coming.
Oh, that reverse backward like flip thing?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are in for a treat. All right, before we melt, guys, let's get these guys back. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Handshake. Let's see it. Are you guys excited to see this one? Are you guys excited to see the sunset and stop sweating? Hell yeah. Showing off my level 10 cringe immunity here. All right, guys, let's go.
Yeah, we are excited, right, Harstem?
We're extremely excited. I mean, ShoWTimE versus Serral. Do you see that bicep on ShoWTimE over there?
Yeah,
oh,
man, he's flexing.
That thing is big.
Nice.
That thing is big. If I was Serral, I saw that, my heart rate would be going through the freaking roof right now.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm very excited for this match. We've been speaking a lot, like in the players' lounge, about Protoss versus Zerg, and it's always a little bit hard, you know, how much do you want to share?
Yeah, sure.
So they've been talking a lot. I think they know what each player likes to play. Like Serral obviously is a big fan of kind of not going too late, but if he gets there, he tends to be quite powerful. We saw ShoWTimE play a lot of powerful games against Reynor in the recent EWC qualifier as well, just barely losing out there.
Yeah.
And this is just a really important match for ShoWTimE as well.
Yeah, he said yesterday that the EWC slot has his name written on it. Of course, I believe that you don't fully agree with that, being one of our active players in the tournament. But Harstem, I want to thank you for joining me here on the casting couch. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be sitting here with you.
Yeah, it's my pleasure too. It's the weather is good. It's solid. You wanna? Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's nice being outside.
It is. Yeah, the weather is sunny. Actually, there is a little bit of a breeze here, which I very much enjoy. And I believe that this is going to be a crazy PvZ series, so I'm happy that we have a Protoss professor basically here. Of course, Serral, he is a killer. he is a very strong Zerg versus Protoss player, and I want to ask you, what are the keys for success here that ShoWTimE needs to be using?
Yeah, the keys to success that ShoWTimE needs to be using. Well, I hope he had a good night's rest. Like, in order to beat Serral, you need to be the best version of yourself. So that's going to be, you know, just making sure that everything is okay. Your setup is fine. You're happy with the way you play. And ShoWTimE was complaining about the heat a little bit, so that's not the hottest start for him quite yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you just need to play clean StarCraft. The moment you don't pay attention for 1 second, Serral can kill you at any point.
Yeah.
He's been prone to like some roach queen aggression in the past. But he's completely capable of playing like these lurker pushes. In later games, we've seen him very active with Brood Lords as well. So yeah, the man can basically do anything. Banelings did get mentioned in the stage interview. I think this is one of the units we're less likely to see, as a lot of the European Zergs in particular are not very fond of the Baneling right now in its current strength and in the current meta game. So I'm honestly expecting ShoWTimE to focus a little bit on Stalker storm pushes, hitting at around 8 to 9 minutes, and if he doesn't win there, then just take it fully to the late game. It's going to be a little bit momentum based here.
Yeah, absolutely, but interesting map choices, of course. Incorporeal, not so weird of a Zerg choice, but Persephone, what is ShoWTimE looking for on this map? Is it easier to make a timing attack happen on it?
I think it's. I think one of the things on Persephone that is quite tricky at times for Zerg is to properly attack into the Protoss at any point, especially if Protoss does the line expansions. And the first 3 bases are relatively secure, is what it always feels like to me. And even the 4th is not so hard to defend. So yeah, I kind of do like that map as a Protoss player.
Yeah, it's a small map, and if we get to that ultra late game situation, you can kind of maneuver the mothership a little bit easier. But there is actually an overlay bug in the in-game, so we are going to restart, of course, the lobby. But we want these players to have to feel as comfortable as possible before playing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
My man ShoWTimE is so tall that he's getting out of frame.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's being so tall or if his posture is just this good. He sits
the
up
posture
so
is
freaking
amazing,
straight.
actually. Yeah. Every time I see him on stages like that, I mean, I really want to be like him, man. Because at my place on the computer, I always kind of tilt my back in not the best way. But when I see him standing like that, I'm like, I should be more like ShoWTimE.
Yeah, you sit like a goblin. I do it most of the,
Yeah, right. Like
I do it quite a bit as well. Both players actually before the match, they were both wearing their smartwatch and they were comparing heart rates already. ShoWTimE had a solid 110.
Oh wow!
And Serral was at 121 when they compared. So Serral a little bit higher. And I think everyone's very curious to see what Serral's heart rate actually is going to be. Yesterday in the match against Lambo, he did not have the heart rate.
Yeah.
So for the people that don't know, you can choose as a player whether you want to wear the heart rate monitor or not, because they want to make sure that the players are as comfortable as possible.
Sure.
And Lambo and Serral did not want to do it. If one of the players says, I don't want to, then no heart rates. But in this case, I think both of them are wearing the
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be super interesting because we know that Serral stays very calm under pressure. I believe that this is true for ShoWTimE as well. And I would be curious to see actually how those beats per minute look like. So I think it's going to be a 10 series. Harstem, and in all fairness, I'm not sure that we are not going to see 3 maps. I think that we are actually going to go to the 3rd map here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to not see 3.
Yeah,
matches, so.
yeah, exactly.
These guys are closely matched. ShoWTimE is in very good shape. He's shown it in PvZ versus Reynor. He's shown it versus pretty much any Zerg. Even at the most recent Dallas, I think he got knocked out by Shin in some pretty close games, 3-2. So yeah, it's definitely a bit of a PvZ beast.
He is. Talking about, of course, the PvZ beast. There he is, Stara Zagora. Make some noise for ShoWTimE.
And on the top left, by many considered to be the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, it's Serral!
Do you consider him the GOAT?
Yeah. Because I wasn't dropped as a baby on my head, so I also think that Serral is the GOAT.
Yeah, well, his achievements speak for himself, so absolutely I would agree with that. ShoWTimE, though, a PvZ expert, I believe that this is his strongest matchup, and I think that he's going to push Serral to the limit. I saw some comments on the chat that really believe, the viewers really believe in ShoWTimE, and I think that he deserves this trust in his abilities, but of course the game is starting right now and we we'll experience it all together.
Yeah, for sure. So this opens up with a quick pro block, something that ShoWTimE has just been extremely fond of in the past few weeks. Quick pro block, double adept chrono. We saw Serral go for that 17 hatchery on the line third base. And here comes our 20 nexus out of ShoWTimE. The way that he's setting up his wall also allows him to expand towards his third base on just a single gateway. Because with a core and then an adept or a stalker or a zealot on the right side of that pylon, you're going to be making a full wall. Thus, you don't need a second gateway, allowing you to often get that third base quite a bit quicker than usual. This is something that Hero initially started doing a couple months back, and pretty much every single Protoss at this point has caught on. Just getting that faster third is obviously nice. A little bit more money, faster saturation, etc., etc.
But do we go for a timing attack on a map like that, or do we go for the longer macro game? I am curious what ShoWTimE is actually going to be choosing, but I would guess that Stargate 1000%, and then the follow-up is going to develop.
Yeah, I mean, Stargate is the most common thing. Against Reynor, he played, I think, Twilight into Robo a single time.
Yeah.
That was on Pylon, where he went for the 6-gate glaive build. That did work out, but I think it's a map-specific build where the third is very far away and the wall is tricky to wall off. Because on Pylon, you require like a 10 hexes in order to full wall. So that's like 3.5 buildings pretty much. While on a map like this, you're only going to need 3 by 3 buildings. So it's much, much simpler. As Serral opens up with the... this is basically what every Zerg plays right now. Second queen on the third base first, then a slightly delayed hatchery. If it's going to be double adept chrono, you just want to be getting a lot of links. 10, 12 links is what most Zergs like to go for, and then lose as little as humanly possible, of course. As there's just a single queen in the main base, majority of the time that's going to be the target for the Protoss player.
Yeah, but I really like that second queen on the third base. This will help the creep spread come out a little bit faster. Of course, the larva injects are going to be on point. And he will need those larvas for the drones, for the links. The devs are going to scout here. Of course, trying to maybe catch timing. But they are actually going to shade in how many drones will fall here. 1, 2. If it goes to 3 or 4, it will be decent. 3, will he get the 4th? No. 3 drones? What do you think about that?
I think 3 is usually considered an even one, especially if you're not pulling all your drones away. So imagine he evacuates all the drones and still loses 3. It's pretty bad, but in this case, he kept mining for a majority of the time. He's going to be just fine. We do see Serral actually adding in 8 more links, which is interesting. Perhaps he's eyeing a bit of a cancel there on the third base. This is going to cost him a couple of drones, obviously, and he will need to make something happen with those bad boys, or he will just be a little bit behind in this game. I don't think he's going to be capable of doing this, because ShoWTimE's second Oracle is on the way out already. We see a third Oracle now coming out, as well as a second Gateway. So a delay on the Twilight Council for a third Oracle. That's going to put some pressure on ShoWTimE to try and do something with these Oracles.
Yeah, but look, Serral has split his links. I really like that. Very smart of him. He's kind of toying with the Oracles. Hey, follow me here, follow me there. And now he's actually going to be hitting the third base. That was very smart play out of Serral. He's actually going to defeat these 2 adepts. Will he force the cancel here, though? I think the Oracles need to come back and defend, and they will.
Yeah, but he kills 2 adepts, and all Oracles activate the Pulsar Beam. All Oracles are staying at home. I think Serral's going to be very happy with his investment in those extra Zerglings there. Just clearing the 2 adepts makes him feel way safer than he ever should be, moving across the map with links in the future. But also, getting that pylon to the orange health means that at least 1 Oracle needs to stay at home at all times until a battery is up, and that is not at all what ShoWTimE wants to do here.
Yeah, though, the Twilight is on the way. 4th Oracle, oh my god, he's going to go very heavy on those. But +1 melee attack coming from Serral. He's gearing up for a very strong mid-game army, and the 4th base is already planted down, but the 4 Oracles might have the potential to actually cancel it.
Honestly, if I'm Serral and someone saves up a 4th Oracle, then use it to kill my 4th base, I don't think I'm super unhappy with it. I think the real risk isn't like losing a Spore and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15 drones. You know, those numbers add up quickly. Here we go, right click on the Spore, which is of course the correct move because it's the highest damage output. 1 queen here is going to go down as well. Controlling the Oracles is good. Hasn't lost a single one yet. Queen number 1 goes down and a couple of drones will fall, but this is not really the damage that ShoWTimE is looking for.
Yeah, good reaction by Serral, but still ShoWTimE trying his hardest to push the Zerg and to punish him. And I agree with you, getting that Spore and Queen is massive, but you really need to follow it up with the drones. So without getting those, it's not really worth it that much, especially if you lose an Oracle or two here.
Yeah, he's taking a freaking beating right now. This Sporto out of position. Couple of drones here might end up falling. Good pull away out of Serral. We'll still lose 3 in total. There's no queens over here on this base, but ShoWTimE's not paying attention to his oracles. Perhaps a couple of kills here could have gone down, but Serral already up to 80 drones and actually is going into Hydra Ling Bane. This is the one style I hadn't really expected out of Serral. He's going a very high drone count. Baneling Nest coming in. Hydra then as well. I'm very surprised by this. This is actually what we saw Shin do against ShoWTimE. So maybe Serral's getting some inspiration from that. But high drone Hydra Ling Bane is just not very common right now.
Yeah, especially with the storm coming up, it will be difficult for both the Hydras and the Lynx to survive it. But of course, it's a very how can I say, it's a very overwhelming force, right? It's a very fast maneuvering around the map, it has a high DPS output, so I actually like the Ling Bane Hydra, but against the Protoss it's kind of tricky to use, I agree with you. Maybe Serral can make it work though.
Yeah, one of the things that might be in his advantage is that despite his nickname, ShoWTimE hasn't been walling a whole lot yet on his third base. If there's 3 extra gateways there's some extra gateways on the fourth base to create a full wall. These Hydra Ling Bane pushes always become much weaker. It seems to me that ShoWTimE is completely preparing for a lurker late game. Now he revelates and he sees that it's still well there. It's like, wait a second, what's going on over here? You have a pretty high drone count, you don't have a hive. Is this Muta? No, probably not. Is this going to be Hydra Ling Bane? And I want to see where he added those 2 extra gateways. Is that at the fourth base? Is that the third base? Okay, it's at the third. He's creating some kind of chokes here, making it easier for Storm to help him out. We do have a late infestation pit coming on, but Hydra Ling Bane usually needs to deal some damage. If you're not killing a fourth base, most of the time you're just going to be in some trouble. So we see rocks being taken out, stasis wards being added into the mix as well. And I really like what ShoWTimE is doing here. And the question is going to be, will Serral be capable of finding some damage? I mean, his supply is great, but storms are out. He's going to have lots and lots of storms, ShoWTimE that is. He's adding more cannons, more gateways.
Archons. Charge plus 2 attacks, so ShoWTimE's position looks very nice. Serral though, he's about to activate on the map, as we can see on the production tab, only Lynx, only Banelings and Hydras, and I am expecting a very strong wave of Swarm trying to overtake the position of the Protoss. ShoWTimE looking to expand, but he's going to get denied here.
Yeah, I think expanding here would be a huge blunder anyway, as Serral is starting to move forward. There's nothing going towards the fourth base. A full collapse here on the third as the first storm goes down. A couple more are blanketing this army. Does ShoWTimE have enough to kill all the Banelings?
Well, it would seem so, as Serral is trying to streamline some of them towards the High Temple. Will he do so? Well, there are a lot of Hydras remaining here. Harstem, some of the Banelings are actually going to go for the mineral line, and ShoWTimE will have to tap out here and give the GG to Serral.
Honestly, phenomenal execution out of Serral. I think ShoWTimE wasn't completely aware of the fact that everything was going to hit the third base at the same time. A portion of his army still needed to show up. We saw some of these Zealots going into the Banelings, which is of course not what you want.
Of course.
Storm needs to take care of those. Both players, by the way, very high there in the heart rate at about 150. Which, I think was a wild play. It's one of the highest heart rates we've seen actually in this tournament.
Absolutely, so far, for sure. And I believe that they're going to get higher and higher the more the days advance, right? The more we get into those elimination series as well. I'm curious to see yours if you put the heart monitor as well, because you're actually a very calm player yourself, you know? You stay calm under pressure, so that would be curious. But Serral here with his first attack, he managed to defeat ShoWTimE, and I believe that this is going to be a huge boost for his confidence for going in map number 2. Of course, Persephone, not the most comfortable map for the Zerg players, and I wonder, will Serral try to use a little bit of a weirder build here, maybe having the advantage point?
Yeah, it's hard to predict these guys, right? I mean, I thought the one thing we're not going to see is Banelings, and Serral immediately proves me wrong. Just a very impressive engagement there, like these 4 or 5 Banelings splitting to the left, dealing with the, 4 or 5 Templar there, all the Zealots going down at the same time. That's an absolute key move. If that doesn't happen, you still have like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 Storms with an energy recharge. I think Serral might be in a bit of trouble because you only have Hydras remaining. But
exactly.
Yeah, they showed them just slightly out of position with the left side of the army, and that's good enough for Serral. Don't forget, he had good eco behind it as well. It's not like this was the absolute end of it, as we're heading into game number 2 here on Persephone. And at the top left, the man who's up 1-0. Give him your support, Stara Zagora. It is Serral!
Well, Stara Zagora, I want to hear your support for the German Protoss player representing Team Sentinels. This is the hour to be a silver. ShoWTimE! The wall.
Truly the wall. Wouldn't have minded seeing some more walling on that third base.
Yeah, right.
In the previous game, would have been nice. It's so hard though, because he already had used most of his gateways. You don't want to go up to like 14 gate because it's a waste of cash.
Yeah.
But at the same time, investing 150 minerals to wall of an area with a bunch of HP might just be worth it in and by itself. It's
For
of course
sure.
a scary thing to do. But
Especially when you're facing off against Banelings, right? That like to roll into the mineral lines or to the zealots. So yeah, I believe that more wall wins here will be better for ShoWTimE. But this is game number 2. We have resetted the positions, and now let's see what type of build orders will these guys choose. Will Serral repeat the Link Bane Hydra, or are we going to see something more standard along the way?
I'd be surprised to see Hydra Link
Yeah,
Bane
right.
again. But then again, Serral is a surprising guy. He started with a high heart rate, like 123, now it's going down. His early game is very calm in the head. Look at that. He's loving it. Some deep breaths.
Yeah, you need those from time to time for sure, especially in a tense game like StarCraft 2, where basically 20 minutes of development can go ham just one bad engagement, right? After one bad engagement. So it's a very stressful game indeed, and I'm just grateful for you guys that you played so well. Thank you, Harstem.
Yeah, my pleasure. All right, what do we have over here? Once again, we have a little bit of a hatch block going on. I think ShoWTimE is the type of guy to just open Stargate 3 games in a row. I'm not really doubting that, to be honest. I think it's going to be Stargate every single time.
Yeah.
Once more as well, the similar type of wall setup. And these early moments, they can be very deciding. Funnily enough, I think ShoWTimE has won a lot of games just off of the back of his adept aggression. Yesterday against YoungYakov, we saw that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Where he just, I mean, he absolutely ate him alive with those first few adepts. He even managed to block a third base initially. We were talking about it this morning, and the 2 links having to chase the probe around. And then Serral said, well, I always build 4 links, so I can't get blocked on my natural. And we see indeed, if he only had built 2 links here, then maybe that adept would have been capable of just shading onto this base, and your third base is going to be delayed for a very long time. But Serral, always playing it safe in these early game scenarios, going to be adding in a couple more links already. And the next queen is coming out. This shade should not finish.
Yeah, but you want to take a look around how many drones are there. Are there any additional queens? Have you put, for example, an evolution chamber behind the mineral lines? So it's always good to scout like that, and shades are pretty useful. Now the depths are going to become 2, and actually now we have some drone sniping potential, but we already have seen Serral defend very well. I really like the positioning of this creep tumor, makes it very safe here for Serral. If it was a little bit further away, I believe these shades, these devs were going to kill it. Now they go into the mineral line, but great blockage here by Serral. Still 3 drones are going to be lost. A little bit of mining time. It was okay here, I believe.
I think this actually was better than last
Yeah,
game.
for
Also
sure.
due to the Evo chamber cancel. So 3 links, 3 drones. It felt like that initial hold was so good, but then the drones came back and he lost 2 more. So yeah, it's not great. He was going to go for a Phoenix
Yeah,
here.
that's very interesting.
Yeah, he did this yesterday against YoungYakov as well, if I recall correctly. Now, there's many different follow-ups that Protoss can do. So we could, for example, see a very fast 4-gas, and then going in some like heavier tech, whether it's going to be like an Archon drop or maybe even like double Stargate Tempest. It would be pretty late, but still perhaps playable. Instead, we're seeing a 3rd Stargate unit in that 2nd Oracle. Now, what does this do for the Zerg? Zerg is forced to pull back every single Overlord over here.
Yeah.
That means that spotting for Adepts, as well as Oracle move-ins, is going to be much trickier for the Zerg player. Now, Serral, of course, has very quick responses, but it's still going to be difficult. The Phoenix plus Oracle combination is making its way across the map. Forged Twilight will be the follow-up, and we've seen ShoWTimE actually follows up with different types of play. I'm still expecting Blink, but Charge isn't completely out of the question.
Yeah, I actually like Charge. I think it's a very strong upgrade if you want to hit the timing, but an Oracle and 2 Oracles and a Phoenix, meaning that this queen is going to get lifted up. 4 drones will fall, not a single Oracle lost, so that was actually a good move in by ShoWTimE.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be Blink as a follow-up. So this is very similar to the previous game, except -1 Stargate unit, and actually quite a bit of damage early on as well. So I'm kind of liking this. Double Oracle's now pushing in forward. Does not want to clear any of this creep as he heads in towards the natural base. I think the Phoenix is hitting the 3rd, or was flying around the 3rd base. Oracles might get a kill. Oh, actually get a kill on the Spore Crawler there. No cancel. Sloppy mistake out of Serral. Is going to lose quite a bit of cash there. Wants to take his fort base as well as 11 more drones. We get the instant Templar archives. This is what is known as the classic style. You might try to clear a creep tumor or two, but we're not going to see a real committed Blink Stalker pressure with this. You're just investing a lot of resources into the quick storm, making sure that he can't die. The worst case scenario for Serral here would be if he goes for some type of low drone count attack, like 66, 67 drones, Hydra Link, it would suck. But instead, we're going to see Spire.
Yeah, what do you think that will come out of this Spire? Will it be Mutas or will it be Corruptors, maybe into Broodlords later on?
If he's going for Corruptors right now, it's probably time to call the doctor because the heat has gotten to him. It should 100% be Mutalisk. Even building roaches here is kind of wild, I think. Usually you want to spend all of your gas into just Muta and you want to play with links. But ooh, he's going for range upgrades. That is very surprising to me.
Yeah, maybe this Spire is kind of a fake then. I don't know, because still it hasn't been scouted and the rage upgrade, I mean, a lot of roaches are coming into play, so it will be useful there, but still, I expected a huge flock of Mutas, no gas, no minerals banked up by Serral, so it is a surprise to see this Spire here right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. Okay, I mean, the Spire has been scouted, there's a Phoenix out already, we have extra cannons being added. I think the Spire is bait, but...
Well, maybe if you force ShoWTimE to build some cannons or some Phoenixes that he really doesn't need that much, yeah, you know, it could work. Still, a lot of links, a lot of roaches, not anything being built by the Spire, but we have the +1 attack for the Spire units coming into play. Without a single Spire unit, Harstem. Still, Hydralisk then Infestation Pit, which means that we are going to go for that Lurkers, for that Hive tech, and potentially towards that Broodlord tech.
Yeah, but the Spire really delayed everything here. Usually the Infestation Pit will finish up maybe at like 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Now Hive is starting 7:50 into the game, so we're like a minute and 20 later already. Like this is... That Spire, yes, it's a nice little trick, but I think ShoWTimE is okay delaying his fourth a bit if it means that Serral is delaying his Lurker tech by about a minute and a half. Heart rates are also going up at this point. Look at that, 135, 135. The game is getting more exciting for both guys here. As Serral's taking his 8 gases, doesn't have a 5th base quite yet.
Yeah, but he is going to be looking to expand towards that soon because ShoWTimE is actually very on top of his macro. He is expanding very well, and this position here looks well defended, both with these charge slots, Blink Stalkers, and of course the Archons and the Storm. I think that this position here is going to be hard for Serral to break right now. So ShoWTimE actually looks in a very good position in my eyes at least.
Yeah, I did add some Phoenixes, but the Fleet Beacon is at a completely fine timing.
Sure.
It's going to go into Mothership. We're going to see some Tempest coming out here. And I think this is pretty much the dream scenario. Now, Serral said that he wanted to play some average length games, and this is starting to set up for one of those longer length games.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the PvZ late game here, where the Mothership is going all around the place with the Tempests and everything beneath them. But of course, before that, we are going to have a move out here by ShoWTimE. Will he commit, or is he just posturing here?
I think he's just going to feel it out a little bit. He's adding a second fort, he's adding a second Stargate. Like there's a lot of cash right now being invested into things that aren't this push. This isn't really committed. He can of course always decide to try to fight a little bit. He has some zoning storms. As long as he doesn't get surrounded from 2 sides, he will be fine. Links are moving towards the right side, might find a prism, but the Zealots have already left this area. They're now going to be moving in. Ooh, actually trading with these links will be good for ShoWTimE. That's exactly what you want. Zealots fighting links without the Adrenal glands being done. Hell yeah, baby. Any day.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Tempests are coming here. ShoWTimE with the shield upgrade, Mothership being started now. Serral though, 200 supply. I believe that the Zerg needs to start attacking right now.
Yeah, what's his Lurker count? I don't think it's that high, right? Or 9.
9, it's not that small either though.
Yeah, but 10 minutes into the game, 9 Lurkers. It's going to be tough to attack into anything. The first Tempests are on the way out already.
Yeah.
I think Serral's starting to realize that. I mean, he's up to 90 drones. He nicely does have the Spire already. He's going to add in a Nidus network as well to see if he can get a little bit of multitasking going. But the cannons earlier out of ShoWTimE might help out against that Nidus. So forcing them out with that Spire might not have been the greatest move. This 5th base is going to get cancelled for a second, but will get rebuilt pretty much instantly as well. As Zealot Templars getting split up to the right side. I think ShoWTimE is exactly where he wants to be, and I'm not entirely sure if Serral is where he wants to be.
Yeah, especially under these storms that are going on these Hydras. But cute micro on both sides. Still, ShoWTimE is going to actually save the high tempers here. +2 attack incoming, but I don't see the Greater Spire just yet. I think that the Greater Spire here would come into a nice play, right?
I think he probably wants to just get a bit of a Corruptor count out anyway. Perhaps after +2 attack, he'll go for it. As you see the Overseer with the speed going into the main base, but temps are popping out. First Nidus Worm goes down on the far right side of the map here. So we're going to see some rotating attacks coming out of Serral at this point. He has a very big bank. He has extremely good economy. I would love to see a 6th and maybe even a 7th hatchery going down. I think now would be a key time to try and take that gold base on the right side. Lurkers coming out of the Nidus. ShoWTimE needs to split well. He needs to micro this properly because you don't want to lose this 5th base another time.
Yeah, the Mothership is here though, and this will help with the defense 1000%, especially if there are no Overseers here. Still there is one, but it will get sniped immediately by ShoWTimE's Air Force, and oh, these Lurkers here, they're in danger. Of ShoWTimE's army is here, and Serral cannot break this position, but he will try to do so on the eastern side of the map, where the Lurkers and the Nidus are going to be coming into play, but quick recall out of ShoWTimE will deny that attack.
Yeah, as Flyer Attack level 2 is about to finish up, we have double Cybernetics core, double Forge, as ShoWTimE is fully preparing, fully setting up for that late game right now. A couple more cannons being added into the mix, and I wouldn't be surprised, or I would like personally to see some robotics facilities being added into the mix, maybe building onto that Immortal count. I don't know how many Immortals he currently has, but I think, yeah, it's only a single one. I'm not loving that. Usually you do want slightly more. Nidus Worm going up in the main base, maybe allowing for, I don't know, like quicker reinforcements. 9 Overseers?
Oh, well, he really wants that detection. And he's going to go for that Nidus here, and the ShoWTimE's army is a little bit out of position, but he noticed it relatively quickly, and he's going to move back. But on Persephone, I believe that the main base of the Zerg can be very exposed for Mothership recall still. This was kind of a bluff here with the Nidus, as ShoWTimE moves his army back, and he exposed the 5th base here. So, yeah, good damage out of Serral. He's putting on the pressure of ShoWTimE, and ShoWTimE needs to be counter-attacking right now, and he will. Who is going to get the head out of this trade though?
I'm not loving this for ShoWTimE. Losing that 5th base is really painful. Big recall into the main base. Time Warp being used as well. Lurkers not in position, but this Mothership is gonna go down. Tempest are active. There are a couple of spores that are dealing a lot of damage right now. No Immortals in the mix means that these Lurkers will win this fight most likely, or at least deal a crap ton of damage. More Corruptors on the way. 19 new Hydras as well. As the Templar are not with this army, they're still on the low ground. We see the Nidus in the main base gonna get cleaned up, but ShoWTimE is all in with this. He does not have the economy behind this.
Yeah, he does not. It was a good recall here. It was impressive for sure, but as time passes by, we see that Serral's defenses are holding on, and he is actually pushing the main base of the Protoss pretty hardly, of course. ShoWTimE is going to defend, but losing a lot of probes here, not really dealing that massive amount of damage on the other side of the map, and I believe that the Protoss player currently is struggling Harstem, even on his map pick.
Yeah, this is not good. Losing that 5th base really sucked. It also wasn't entirely necessary. He had a lot of cannons, just no Templar with Storm there. Now we see Serral's plan coming in. 15 new Lurkers on the way. What do we have in anti-Lurker land? How many Tempests do we still have on the map? Is it what? 0? Oh, that's not a great number there.
No, not at all. And Serral looking more and more dominant here, but still a lot of storms going down on the Zerg's army, and ShoWTimE is trying his hardest to push further and further away the Zerg, securing more and more territory here, battling very hard for the mid-control of the map, which is basically super important in a situation like that. Soon enough, that gold base will be taken possibly by the Zerg, and I believe that this will become a huge point of interest in the map.
Yeah, there is one thing I want to criticize Serral a little bit for, and I think that is the slow taking of the 6th base. And he's been on 5 bases for a very long time. He's at full map control. He's been putting on a lot of pressure, but you do want to be outmining your opponent. Like, it's nice to continuously deny your opponent, but as Zerg, you always want to be up at least 2 gases, and that is what he is right now. But for how much longer. Once his 5th base goes up, Serral definitely needs this 6th base, and the longer he'd been mining from that, the better it would have been, obviously. As the lurker count there is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. Nothing can break this lurker count instead of course, airships, but Serral is very well defended right now, and he is growing more and more on the map, again trying to come here and demolish one of the most important bases here for ShoWTimE. If he loses this position, it's not going to be good for him.
Yeah, morphing a couple of Archons into lurker range, some zoning storms. Well, ShoWTimE is doing a surprisingly good job staying alive. It felt like after that kind of failed recall into the main base, this would be way harder, but Serral does not manage to crack this nut called ShoWTimE quite yet. 2 more forgers coming in because the initial 2 have been killed. Corruptor count is still growing. And one really cool thing that ShoWTimE is doing, I'm not sure if he's doing this on purpose, but his eco is pretty crap, but that means that his army is actually really solid. That makes it hard for Serral to take winning engagement. Now, of course, when I say solid, I mean supply-wise, because if you have 30 zealots in your army, that's never, you know, the composition that you really want to be going for.
At least in this point of the map, right? But still, +3 attack zealots can always be dangerous, especially when they make run buys like that. But Serral seems like he's in position, and I really like the static defense here. I don't believe that we see that enough from the Zerg players. I really like it in situations like that, as you can see. 5-6 zealots tried to run by there, but they were denied purely by static defense.
Yeah. So Serral manages to get up to his 12 gas setup right now. ShoWTimE goes up to 10. And the reality of this matchup, I think, is that if both players mine the same amount, usually resource loss is going in favor of the Protoss the longer the game goes. Right now, it's slightly in favor of the Protoss, but if TOS gets a perfect late-game army with Immortals, Archons, a couple of Tempests, maybe even an army split, Zerg usually struggles a lot. Serral's one of the only Zergs that can make it happen, but yeah, Serral really needs to start working on taking bases that are considered neutral. It's the Tempest with the Tectonic Destabilizers dealing a lot of damage with those fat orange shots on the Spores. Ooh, Templar being taken out.
Oh my god, but 9 drones though here with this Storm. I really like that move by ShoWTimE. 70 workers to 74. ShoWTimE has stabilized.
Yeah, ShoWTimE has stabilized, and the banks are pretty close right now as well. That Nitix is not going to go up. I actually think that getting rid of those Phoenixes would not be a terrible move. They're just a bit of a supply sink at this point. Not super useful, not great damage output. Another storm here. Like, this gas is being denied and this mining is being denied. This basically is a 5 base versus 5 base game right now. And it's actually ShoWTimE that also wants to take a 6th base. Instant warping into the main base. He's not going to get caught by another stupid Nitix going up in there. And ShoWTimE, honestly, surprisingly managing to stabilize.
Yeah, he's showcasing why his nickname is The Wall, basically standing tall like one right now, and he got himself into this position of the game where he excels at, right? The late game Tempest with Storm and Mothership, and there we have it. He's pressuring Serral. Serral doesn't have the means to engage just yet. He's trying to make ShoWTimE turn around by trying to counterattack, by trying to make some Nitixes here and there, maybe some lingering by 17 probes do fall down here though, which might turn out to be substantial if ShoWTimE doesn't trade.
Yeah, it's. I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to be rebuilding them, and so he's just losing temporary income. I think at this point, if there is a bank already, killing 50, 16 workers when there's 6 next size, like that's 2-3 rounds of probes. It's not the end of the world, right? And a lot of links also died there, so I'm not sure how cost efficient these types of trades exactly are for Serral. He is going to go into Brute Lords right now, and it feels weird to build Brutes into Tempest, but once you're dealing with high Archon counts, it tends to be the thing to do. The way that Serral would love to play, is moving the Lurkers to the side where the Tempest are, and that's exactly what he's doing. ShoWTimE, I'm not sure if he can engage into this. He thinks he can. I don't think he can.
Well, the Storms were pretty nice, but the Archons are very low. The High Temper did fall, and now Serral can actually push into that position. But another fancy recall here. The Mothership will fall down, but a lot of Archons here, a lot of Tempests. Will this be a good recall though in the end? Because I see that the Brood Wards are kind of boxing in. Oh, ShoWTimE's army here, and we have a huge fungal on the Protoss' army, and now he's going to do a defensive recall, but will most of his units survive? I don't know. His base has fallen. Great defense by Serral. Great defense indeed.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this twice now. Both times it didn't really work out. That doesn't mean that his move is bad, but so far the execution hasn't been exactly what we want to. Perhaps clearing those spores before you go in might be better, because it's just so hard to keep the mothership alive right now. We'd love to see maybe some stasis on top of the ramp, but yeah, it is difficult because the Serral's army is so nearby, and recalling there, it puts you pretty all in. Once again, ShoWTimE, he's going to need to kind of fight to get his footing back, and he was doing a great job before that happened, to be quite honest. He denied that 6th base pretty much.
Absolutely.
This gold base wasn't mining, he was getting his own 6th base up. Like, I like the position that he was in quite a bit, as long as he could keep repeating and storming that base over and over and over. I think eventually would have been fine, but now, yeah, a lot of zealots in this army. Archons need to be rebuilt. There is one thing that ShoWTimE does different than some other tosses, is that he doesn't really add any immortals. Usually we see a secondary army consisting of a higher immortal count, making it easier to fight the lurkers, but ShoWTimE a big believer in the Archon as well as the zealot in those situations, rather than going for the immortals. So that's a little bit different. I don't really have a strong opinion on this, but it's just interesting to know.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, being a Protoss player yourself, what your thought is on that. But hey, if it works for him, that's what's important. It comes down to playstyle sometimes as well, which units to use. But apparently ShoWTimE is feeling confident in his Archon bow, and so far so good, right? He's hanging on. He has 200 supply, even actually better army supply than Serral, but he has less economy. Oh, I say that now, but I look at the worker count for Serral, 60 drones. That's really not that impressive.
Yeah, I think the key here really is that the gold base is mining for Serral, and that is considered to be the neutral base, right? So if Serral gets to mine out that base and eventually gets the far left, like what is that, like the 10 o'clock base or so, then Serral's going to be in a banging spot. The overall resources lost step, could we have a quick look at that?
Mr. Pai? While we are waiting for that, the +3 armor is on the way for the airships, and I think that this will help quite a lot, especially against the corruptors there. Another Nidus attempt here, almost a mine base, but we really need to disrupt those assimilators gathering the gas. This is basically the most important resource right now for ShoWTimE.
Yeah, it's. I'm not sure how important it is to really clear this area though, because as you said, it's pretty much mined out. Like, I think this is more of a distraction. It's like, hey, if you're busy dealing with that Nidus, you're not killing my gold base. And every second that goes by that gold base is mining is a phenomenal second here for Serral. As our observer did end up pointing out there, is that the resource lost is actually currently in favor of the Zerg, which once again is extremely rare. Doesn't really happen for any Zerg that isn't Serral. As ShoWTimE's going to try to crush this army, just running on top of it. Clears the Knight is a cool move. Majority of the Archons stay alive as well. That was a nice little trade, as he's going to move back towards the middle, realizing that his main army now a little bit out of position.
It is a little bit out of position, but Serral displaying such a great trading here in this matchup. I'm very surprised how well he has been playing. Not surprised because this is Serral, but I mean he's a Zerg, right? And trading more efficiently than a Protoss is truly a rare sight even for him. And I mean he must be feeling quite good, but he really needs to protect that gold base for as long as possible. And ShoWTimE is actually going to hit it right now, or at least attempt to do so. We have a lot of static defenses here, but the Tempests, they are great siege units and they are going to get rid of these Spore Crawlers. But how will Serral try to deflect this position here? Because I think the ShoWTimE is in a very strong position here in this choke.
Yeah, I think so too. Serral actually moving forward with a couple of Corruptors. At the same time, we have a Hydra Lurker attack now on the 5th, there was a 6th base of ShoWTimE. And that's taking out a lot of the cannons. Where's the mothership? Did he just move to the left? I'm not quite sure where it's currently located. Just flying around somewhere, maybe wanting to go for some type of recall. Okay, it's still hanging at that 6th base, it's just not being used. Right side army moving forward, lots of micro going down. As the heart rate for ShoWTimE goes up to almost 140 over here. A Neural Parasite coming into play for the first time. And that Archon is gonna die, sadly. Minus 300 gas, that is expensive as hell. 5 more Lurkers on the way. This Zealot army is very big. I'm not sure how much I love it as like a run-by force. You know what's something that's interesting? Like in these types of late game scenarios, I feel like having a low Baneling count in the anti-run-by force is quite powerful, either to deal with Templar or to deal with Zealot. So just like 4 or 5 Banes, it's pretty low supply. It's of course difficult to micro, but if someone can, then it would be Serral. The Nidus in the main base actually is unloading.
Yeah, 1000%, but the thing is that the Banelings will have +3 attack as well, which will make them very difficult to play against. Serral, though, with that Nitix in the main base, is a little bit annoying here for ShoWTimE. And what decision will the German Protoss player choose to do right now? Will he recall defensively? His mothership is going to fall down. His units are here in this choke, and this might actually be a trap here. If Serral manages to land the fungal or maybe get a little bit more of the neural parasite on the Archons like he is doing right now, he's going to put ShoWTimE into a world of hurt, and this Nitix is still active Harstem, which is very annoying for ShoWTimE.
If one of these lurkers goes into the Nitix, it becomes 10 times harder all of a sudden to deal with it as well. But Serral says, no, first I want to kill your 6th base.
And
let's see what I'll do after that. As the bottom right is mining, but yeah, like I said, like one extra lurker here would help so much because I don't think there's any detection currently. Serral, however, doesn't care. His bank is massive. His supply is great. His gold is probably getting close to mining out, at least on the minerals. The left side base has now started mining as well, so Serral is not missing a beat over here.
No, not really, and his army supply is great, 136, all upgraded, +3 on everything, and this is a scary Zerg army, especially when we have some spellcasters with it as well. ShoWTimE, he's trying his best to defend his positions, but he's falling apart Harstem, and what can he do in order to return himself into a winning position here? It looks very difficult to do so.
Yeah, he definitely can still max out, right? So one of the things that you can always do in these types of hard late game scenarios where your opponent has a much bigger bank and has been trading a little bit better than you, is you can max out on a low worker count. And you just go for one ultimate army, you push through, you win a fight, and then you see if you can get in between the bases to stop reinforcements from joining up.
Yeah,
I think this is perhaps the most viable way of playing here, but
easier said than done, huh? Yeah, absolutely.
Like, even if Serral loses a fight, let's say on the gold on the right side, then moving in between bases or to a spot where you can clear reinforcements is going to take a while. So I think the reality for ShoWTimE here is going to be that he will need to deal with 2 Serral armies. And ShoWTimE's only going to have 1 army for himself. And so far,
yeah, it hasn't worked out too great in his favor, and we see that Serral's side of the map is already being taken, and I would expect that soon he is actually going to try to take some of the bases that are actually on ShoWTimE's map, so side of the map. So yeah, Serral doing pretty well right now with an infestor run by here. What are we aiming to do here with these infestors?
I think that's what we call a little bit of trolling there.
Okay.
I don't think these guys want to be there, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but the Brood Wars want to be there, and they're cleaning house here. The Lynx want to flood this bottom right side of the map, which is basically one of the last bastions here for ShoWTimE.
Yeah. I mean, the position will remain the same for a little bit, I think. Here, ShoWTimE does not really want to push in. Ideally, Serral fights. The faster he can fight, the better it is for him, I think. Ideally, around ShoWTimE trying to retake what was once his 6th base, now it's going to be his 7th. This left side run by is very interesting, by the way. I love this. If he can deny this base for a little bit, that would be huge. Storm's coming down, needs to be careful against the lurkers. He'll observe on the far left, might just fly into those spores, and then he won't have any detection left here. Revelation does help on those lurkers. ShoWTimE's most likely going to clear this left side base. That's really nice. It's quite a bit of damage here being dealt, and more importantly, mining being stopped. At the same time, Broodlord plus Infestor is moving forward in that acceleration zone. How well will ShoWTimE be paying attention? That's going to be the question here.
Yeah, and Infestor Broodlord is actually a very nice combo. If the Tempest try to fight against the Broodlords, maybe they can get Neuro parasited, or of course the Archons as well, but we see some fungals, and Serral is clearing here the static defense. So will ShoWTimE have enough time here to defend? We see the Broodlings going down towards the mineral line right now. The Infestors are doing a great job doing friendly fire damage towards ShoWTimE's army. ShoWTimE, though, being active on the other side of the map, it doesn't seem to face Serral all that much.
Yeah, ShoWTimE is going to lose the fight here, as well as this base on the bottom right. And it's going to be his last remaining mining base. As I mean, ShoWTimE is also going to clear his opponent's mining base, but I don't think Serral really cares, because he still has like 7.2k minerals in the bank, 4.5k in gas, is pretty much maxed out. Like, this is not looking great whatsoever for ShoWTimE. It's going to be, he wants to try and take the top left here. That is a level of ambition that we hardly ever see out of Protoss players. Holy crap, yeah. Good attempt with the pylon, brother, but maybe in the next lifetime, not today. says Serral. As 4 more lurkers on the way. You have a couple of Stargates being added in. A new fleet beacon must have died at some point.
Yeah, apparently I missed that, but still. I was wondering why we don't see more Tempests being added, or some carriers for that matter, but yeah, the fleet beacon must have been destroyed. Actually, Serral had quite the success here in the main base of ShoWTimE, but ShoWTimE again showing how stoic he is in the situations like that. He's very hard to kill. Serral is trying his best, and he has a 200 supply right now, playing against the 158 against ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE with a little bit of a less of an army supply playing here, and I think Serral's position is great. I think he's kind of closing out the game right now, Harstem.
Yeah, I love that he's pushing forward here as well, right? He wants to take the fight to ShoWTimE. Has the defense there on the top left as well. So we have 2 fights going on at the same time. There's a Fungal going to connect with the Templar. Another Fungal is going to connect with the Templar. Broodlord's now moving forward. 1, 2 Templar are going to get sniped. And this base, once again, most likely is going to be toast. Of course, Serral also will be forced to cancel, but I mean, Serral just has such a big bag. GG gets called as ShoWTimE taps out. Serral wins the series with a 2-0 score. A dominant performance here in what a lot of Zergs consider to be a difficult matchup in the late game.
It is a very difficult matchup in the late game, and we saw why. I mean, Serral was ahead during possibly throughout all the late game here, but ShoWTimE was so hard to kill. Just imagine if ShoWTimE is ahead in the late game, right? It becomes all that more difficult for the Zerg. Serral, though, showcasing an amazing, tenacious play style, and he overcome even the great defensive powers of ShoWTimE.
Yeah, very well played. I think there's a couple of key moments, and 2 key moments are the kind of failed mothership recalls into the main base. A little bit unfortunate there for ShoWTimE. But yeah, once again, Serral just absolutely beasting it up.
Yeah, great play out of him, and he will move on to that upper bracket semi-final. And I think that this is going to be a very interesting semi-final down there. Up there, Harstem.
Up there and down there at the same time.
Up there and down there, yeah.
On the bottom side of the upper bracket, right? Yeah, it's definitely going to be good. And yeah, are we going to be hearing from them? Oh, he's still getting rid of his stuff right now. Look at that. A true professional, as always. First cleaning up in game, then cleaning up in the booth, and then cleaning up in the interview as well.
Yeah, we have our player manager Tony there, making Serral laugh. I'm happy to see that. And I'm happy to see Serral happy still, though. ShoWTimE very disappointed, but I mean, he did try his best, just it wasn't enough today.
Yeah, it wasn't like these run bys. They were never ending. That 5th base must have been killed or cancelled at least 4 or 5 times. The 6th base. This was a huge moment as well, because I think at the same time we're gonna get that recall in the main base, and it felt at this point I think ShoWTimE is in, I don't want to say an unlosable position, but in a really good spot where he's just attacking this 6th of Serral, and he has the ability to perhaps even cancel the gold base. But yeah, Serral, just every single time you throw something at him, he hits it back way harder.
Yeah, he did, and even putting ShoWTimE in a corner like that, seeing here the final engagement where ShoWTimE just lost too much. The Neuro Archons was just under the army of ShoWTimE, and it did the splash damage as well. Yeah. So tough luck here for ShoWTimE, but GG to Serral.
Yeah, GG to Serral.
And before we throw to the stage, I want to thank you, Harstem, for joining me for this cast. I really enjoyed listening to your observation and analysis.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. My pleasure.
My pleasure as well. Thank you.
All right, back here on the stage, and a Zerg win. Oh my goodness, Serral just played out of his mind. I can't wait to invite him on stage and see what he has to say. Serral, come on out here. There he is, the legend. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
How did that feel?
It felt great. Some sweaty games, but that's to be expected, so it's fine.
Right, how did ShoWTimE perform?
He played well. I think he did a couple crucial mistakes. The first game was for sure winnable. I don't think he was necessarily expecting the Hydroling Bane. He was a bit spread out too thin there. And the second game, just maybe too many recalls my main base that worked for Classic, but I was ready with the 20 spores and a couple lurkers there this time.
That was a nice spoiler, by the way, on those banelings earlier before the game. You delivered, so congrats on delivering on that. I want to take us back to the other side of the bracket, though. Before you guys, it was Ryung and Zoun. So Zoun took it, and he's going to be your next opponent. But before I ask you how you feel about that match, I wanted to ask, which one would you have preferred? Did it turn out the way you wanted, or would you have wanted Ryung more?
Well, I wouldn't have my Ryung. I feel like I don't get that many CVTs nowadays. I always dodge all the Terrans, except for Clem I play quite often, I feel like. But yeah, I wouldn't have minded him. But at the same time, I actually haven't played against Zoun in a very long time, probably in like 3 years. So it's going to be a fun series, I think.
Okay, and that brings us exactly to that. I was also going to ask, so what do you expect from your next matchup? You say you haven't played him for 3 years. Have you been following his games?
Yeah, obviously I have been following. I think I did the military service at the Switch there as well, so I don't think I played after that ever against him. Maybe I did one series somewhere, but it wasn't important at least. But yeah, should be some fun games. I think his playstyle matches out pretty nicely with me, so I hope it's not gonna go too long, but yeah, we'll see.
All right, and how about a last one away from the game? Like, how's your experience in Bulgaria been? Have you met any fans? Have you tried any different foods? Like, what can you share? What experience did you have here that's gonna stay with you? Let's say.
Yeah, a lot of good experiences so far. People come to talk to me when I'm walking there. It's very nice, and yeah, food has been good. Just everything's been good so far. No major complaints. Maybe the sweat on my face is the only complaint I have.
Oh, tell me about it, brother. All right, so let's get back in the shade. Everyone, Serral. All right, and with that, we're going to be taking it to a break, and we'll be right back with more top-of-the-line StarCraft.
The kid does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
You've got the vision, the story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional-grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
I'm Nitix. I'm the Bulgarian representative for BGE Stara Zagora, and I hope I play good games for fans. Well, it was great to be able to do it again, to try again. If I had to just represent myself, I wouldn't care too much, but when I see the audience cheer for me, it kind of makes me happy for them. So it's an extra boost. So I'm very happy. Well, I'm going to start with Zerg probably, and if things go badly, I'm going to switch to Protoss. If things go badly again, I'm going to switch to Zerg again, so I'm going to keep switching. As for practice, after the qualifier, I took a nice break. And breaks are great because even if you don't play, you start playing better for some reason. Even if the mechanics take a small dip, your mind is clearer and it's much easier to play your own game and to focus on the opponent as well. So I took a small break, then I played a bit, then I took a small break, and then a day before the tournament I was like, I'm gonna play one game, see how things are. I smashed them, so I'm happy. The nice thing about high stakes matches is that most of the time I'm always the underdog, so I have no pressure when I'm the underdog. I love being the underdog. You could say that that's why I play Protoss in the qualifier, so I can be the underdog. Because I didn't expect to qualify with Protoss, but it happened because I just played whatever I want. I didn't worry about it. If I played Zerg, I would have been much more worried because I'd be like, oh damn, I shouldn't lose this. I should play standards, I should play safe. While my opponents can do whatever they want. But now with Protoss, I'm the one who does whatever they want. Well, for everyone who's here, I'll be very happy to see you in the audience, and seeing you happy makes me happy as well. And everyone watching online, thank you for watching, and yeah, keep rocking.
Hello, I'm Spirit, and I play Terran for Team ROC. I'm happy that I'm part of this tournament because it's way different than usually, and yeah, I enjoy playing tournaments that differentiate themselves from others. I think my cousin showed me StarCraft like a long time ago, but he was playing StarCraft Brood War, and yeah, I think that's how it went. I think it definitely is better. I didn't enjoy Kings of Liberty and Heart of the Storm. It was like too all-in-ish, and I like longer games. I think it's more fun. I probably Serral, then Reynor, and then Clem. Yeah, I hope you guys cheer for me. I hope I can qualify for Esports World Cup. It's gonna be tough.
different. Maybe you're not different. Maybe you're not different.
one last time with all the queens. Road to Clem just had a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our line.
He's always in 2 locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Could not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disrupt, one Marauder, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Yeah, he's doing forward. He's going to the natural. The Protoss army is here. There are some Colossi, but there are some Vikings as well that can counter them.
Prism's gone as well, so you can actually keep these Immortals alive. Yes, there's no Prism.
Wow.
Yes, there's no Nexus.
Because the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Stim's forward, guns down a whole bunch of these disruptors, but there are so many Stalkers and Zouns and DTs in the mix.
The Medivacs were feeling quite well. The army of the Protoss just is in shambles, and you see the substantial army supply lead here.
The Ghosts are way far forward here. That's not where they need to be. You gotta run, and Medivacs, you cannot save them.
I think the Stalkers are going to melt. He does good on the ground.
It's now or never. The Protoss are being pulled. They're trying to defeat the Marines. Zealots are charging window. The Immortal is there.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had our upper bracket matches, but now, sadly or happily, because we are getting to see some crazy games, but we are getting into those elimination matches, so the stakes are just about to explode. And I'm about to call out here the next pair of players. Let's welcome the Bulgarian representative Nitix and of course the Polish Terran powerhouse Spirit. Yeah, sunshine kind of bright, right? But in this heat of the weather, how are you feeling before facing off Nitix, Spirit?
Well, very confident. It's very hot. I think I'm prefer it that way.
Okay, so that makes you get fired up, basically.
True.
Okay, nice, nice. Nitix, you told in the interview that you prefer to not play against Spirit. You got lucky. Now you're playing against Spirit. You told us that if things don't work out with the Zerg, you're going to switch to Protoss. So what are your plans for this series? Are you playing as Zerg or as Protoss?
Well, I'm gonna start with Zerg and we'll see how it's gonna go. ZVT is I really like ZVT. It's a very fun matchup and it's also very fun to watch, so I think it should be a good series.
Yeah, have you prepared something specifically? You know since yesterday that this is your opponent, so you had some time to think about it. Have you come here with a game plan?
Not really, I'm just gonna try to play my game and see how things are gonna go.
Usually the DVZ, the Terran, has to push very hard, so in this game, are you going to be super aggressive?
Not against him.
Why?
I think he will two-base bailing bust.
Okay, he's laughing like he's up to something. Are you going to two-base bailing bust?
Oh, I can confidently say that I'm not gonna do that, but we'll see.
Alrighty, well, guys, I hope I see a great series out of you. Good luck to both of you. This is a very important matchup for both of you guys, so give it your best, shake hands, and let's get ready to roll. Awesome, I think this is going to be a very nice series. Nitix, Spirit, amazing duo of casters we have set up at the caster desk. So Bio, Roti, take it away.
Two-base Bailey Nest. Bailey Bust, probably not going to be the story here, Roddy, but this is Nitix. How about a one-base Bailey Bust?
I mean, it's not very good to do it of 2 bases. Early on, it can get easily spotted. And then if you also stand on the stage and you say you're not going to do it confidently, but then you still do it, it's honestly pretty cool. So at this point, I'm only rooting for one thing, and that is the 2-base Bailing Bust. I don't care how many drones. I don't know if we're talking high 20s, low 20s, maybe just something around 19. Go ahead and do it, Nitix. This is the last thing that he will ever expect after you just stared him dead in the eye and said, that's the one that I won't do. And then you do it.
Yeah, I'd buy that one. I certainly would have, as the children say, aura. I believe that's the term. But looking at this series, I think...
something about fries in the back?
Sure. Freisig is a place in Germany.
Yes, but I have no idea. There's something about putting fries in the back, and maybe he puts the banelings on top of a depot, and that works too.
Yeah, you know, it's all Ohio at the end of the day, anyways. But talking
we can
about
do better than that, by the way. We have a few more, BO. Come on. I know that you leveled up today, mate. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Officially, I'm sure Twitch chat will be exploding with the happy birthdays, BO. But even if you are getting 1 year older, you have to keep up a little bit with the Gen Z language.
Dude, like the further I go, the further removed I am from the Zoomer lingo. So I can tell you it's all Ohio. I can talk about Aura, maybe, just a little bit. Yeah, that's all I got.
I think you got more.
No.
All right, you want to talk TVZ, you want to talk Spirit Nitix. It's obviously the first of our 4 lower bracket matches. We just did 4 upper bracket matches. Obviously, congrats to the 4 guys that have now completed the top 4 of the upper bracket. I'd say the usual suspects, right? We've got Clem, we've got Serral, we've got Reynor, and Zoun, I don't think is a surprise, especially not after he already qualified for the Esports World Cup. But still maybe a little bit more tricky for him to get the job done here, especially because this is his first time in Bulgaria. It's so far away from home. You know, like maybe... Perhaps it would have been hard for him to adjust, walking up a hill as well in the morning, but the 4 favorites delivered. Now it's lower bracket focus, now it's tournament life on the line. This is where it gets really exciting.
Oh, yes, it is. And we talked about Nitix here, about, 2-base Baneling Bust. He is probably the most aggressive Zerg. I don't even know if I'm going to say at the tournament, just one of the most aggressive Zergs that we could possibly cast. Might not be a 2-base Baneling Bust, because, quite frankly, that build is just not very good. But proxy hatches, roach timings, 29 drone roach timings, roach ravager ideas, that's what we should expect out of our Bulgarian Zerg here. And as he said in that player interview in the break, it doesn't go very well. You can swap to Protoss, and then you got a whole nother book of just nonsense.
Yeah, I'm sure that Spirit, in a weird way, is probably a tiny bit more worried about his Protoss than he is about his Zerg, because TVZ has always been a slightly more honest matchup in that regard, where you should have more ways to express your skill, and the Spirit is obviously quite well known for, let's say, his dislike of a couple of things in regards of the TVP matchup, the 4-gate Blinkstalker in particular, and that's almost the first thing that every non-Protoss does when they play against Terran, because that's what they see Hero do, that's what they see MaxPax do, and like, this looks really fun. Let's go ahead and send it. Spirit might be a tiny bit more worried about some of the Protoss stuff than he is about the Zerg, but overall, we gotta call a spade a spade. Spirit is the overwhelming favorite here. He is one of the best players in Europe, and Nitix is a damn good StarCraft 2 player, but there is often such a large gap that's so incredibly hard to close when you're talking about the guys that are 5'7" or 6K MMR, and then you're talking about the European elite that Spirit absolutely belongs to. So I hope it's gonna be crazy, mate, because in that first series, the upper bracket, I don't think Nitix was all that crazy against Harstem. It was pretty standard.
Yeah, it was, but we're going to have to find out what exactly these players have in store for us, how crazy it is, how standard it is, because in the bottom left, in the red for ROC Esports, it's Spirit.
Is Spy here? I feel like if Spy was here, he'd be zooming in. All right.
All
right. I know he was late, otherwise he would have already moved that camera. Now he's just going to pretend he was sitting in that seat all along, but I think he was late. Top right side of Ultra Love, we are looking at the main base of our Bulgarian representative. It's going to be a tough series for him, so Stara Zagora, make some noise for the beautiful man that is Nitix. The passion here, Dio, the passion.
And you know, as we learned last year from the Cheerfuls, this is not Stara Zagora. Clearly, it's Stara Zergora, so that already is a big benefit for Nitix.
Well, the Terran won last year.
Well, you know, don't mess with my, don't introduce like logic into my fantasy, okay? Like
if the entire top 4 is Zerg, I'll be like, yeah, okay, we can absolutely call it that. But in the end of the day, it was a Terran winning.
And it was a TVT in the finals too.
The Zergs got buffed right before that. But well, I'm excited to see it. I always love watching Nitix play. I've played a lot of ladder games in my life against him. There were definitely times where he was very active as a StarCraft 2 player and he was knocking on that door of the top 32 of Europe. Perhaps from time to time he belonged to that. I think these days he's still playing, but he's taking it a little bit easier than he once upon a time did in his early days. Spirit is still a very active gamer. Obviously has his eyes set on the Esports World Cup, and Spirit also knows that if he does not get the job done here today, it is all ogre. He is not a part of that close qualifier in Europe, so this is his absolute last chance.
That it is. Now, realistically, when we look at who's sitting here, Spirit doesn't have to win that many more games to really put himself in the conversation of getting that EWC slot because, well, we have 5, 6 players here at Stara Zagora that have already qualified in or have another path on the way through. So then if you're lucky, hey, you beat Nitix, you beat whoever you run into next, and then that next series has a high likelihood of being something that might actually qualify you. Now,
the next one would be Future against Trigger. So yes, whoever wins between, like, let's say if Future does manage to take out Trigger, which would be a minor surprise, but then Spirit against Future becomes incredibly important because the winner of that series could very well qualify for the Esports World Cup. But we'll talk more about that later. For now, we're gonna watch and see if Nitix has something very cheeky up his sleeve or if it's all relatively standard. And again, just like in that first series, I almost feel like we do him a little bit dirty when we compare him to the most cheesy Zergs to ever walk the face of this planet. Like, so far, he hasn't been that crazy at all. Like MSRM last year, the other Bulgarian representative, MSRM is proper crazy. Nitix absolutely can be crazy and it can be wild and he's got weird timings in the mid game, but he's not that extreme normally in the first few minutes of a game.
yeah, that's fair. He's certainly not MSRM, who was, I think, proxy hatched about half the games he played last year. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. Don't quite remember. But yeah, for now, if anything, speed is a little bit slow. So he went for something that, you know, you get one drone and gas and you don't kind of get as much. And that does slow down your ability to defend things like the Hellion run by coming in right around 330. But for now, it's actually a very well done defense. Queens take down the damage, but unfortunately, this Hellion still going to be able to find its way in. Should be able to get one drone, and it's one drone for 2 Hellions. It's a scout, it's a couple lings. Obviously, it's not ideal for Nitix, but it's still only one drone.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Because there are moments where your queens are a bit out of position, and you actually end up losing 4 or 5 drones there immediately, and then you absolutely hate life. This was legitimately quite good on the side of Nitix. It could have been even better. Losing the lings, whatever, but I think we could have saved that drone. There was only one low HP Hellion. You had a queen within range. I don't think there was any need to lose that drone, but still good. So far, so good on the side of our Bulgarian Zergi.
And we talked about whether this would be a 2-base Baneling bust, and clearly it wasn't, or it's clearly not going to happen. It's just not a good build right now. But Nitix with a rather quick Baneling nest on 3 bases here, although, Roddy, if we put a Baneling nest in the natural and that's our second base, can we still call that a 2-base bust?
I don't know if he's going to bust at all. Like, this might just be a safety Baneling bust, right? Because he's actually droning up. But it's very good that he at least has one tech building, whether that's the Roach one or the Baneling bust, because we can see an armory on the production tab of Spirit. So there is a chance that Spirit is going to morph a bunch of Hellions into Hellbats, and you really don't want to find yourself there with just 3 or 4 queens and a couple of Zerglings. So it's actually incredibly useful to have accessibility to Banelings. That doesn't mean you have to morph Banelings to the other side of the map or go all out, all in. Like, these can just be very strong defensive Banelings, but he does need to start morphing them now, BO, because I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried. He's got a 15 work elite. He's still droning up. Stop it, Nitix, and start making some battle units.
Oh, he's real. Well, he was supply block for just a second. Now he's got a big cap there. So Hellbats are going to morph in. There are no medevacs, though, so if you get the good contact, but he's droning 6 more drones here.
No, 7 more.
Oh, Nitix, this is not how you defend this.
Oh my goodness. We are going to morph a couple of Banelings somewhere. I don't know exactly where we're going to do this, but at this point, Nitix's defense against Banshees and Hellbats are queens and drones. And we do have a very tiny counterattack. I don't know where those Banes were morphing. I'd love to see if they can get the connections that they are looking for. A couple of them are going to walk down this ramp. Oh, Nitix, just a little too blind and a little bit too greedy. Great execution here, of course, on the side of Spirit, leaving 1 Hellbat in that middle line, a few Hellbats to cut off those reinforcements and get on top of those rally points immediately. I'm afraid that this is almost just over, man, because at this point it's going to be so difficult for Nitix to clean up all these Hellbats.
Well, it's not even the Hellbats. Certainly they're a problem, but there's no anti-air, so this Banshee, yeah, you don't want to run over a Spore, but nothing's going to contest that one as well. Link just runs straight through the Hellbat cones, and Nitix, unfortunately, just saw everything just a little bit too late.
I love like the Baneling nest there was actually pretty well timed, but then it's so important to have a little Zergling at the bottom of that ramp on patrol. He had a few lings at the third, was, I guess, very occupied in keeping track of those Banshees and didn't really think about the possibility of all those Hellions morphing into Hellbats. Because if he just stops at like 52 or 53 drones, and yes, there was a minus supply block, but even then, if he brings those lings that he had at the bottom side of the map, he brings them back, morphs them into banelings, you gather up the queens, and then you start battling. It's going to be okay with the reinforcements, but he made 6 more drones, and he made 7 more drones. He was all the way up over 60, while his opponent was still at 40, and ready to attack with Hellbat Banshee. And that was just all he wrote.
Yeah, if you're in the grave, you can't spend the money you have. You can't take it with you, and unfortunately, that's what happened for Nitix right there. And I'm with you, the Baneling nest, you get a couple Banelings in. Even if you just find some way to keep the Queens alive so you can take the Banshees down and slow roll, buy some time, make sure you have enough Banelings eventually to take the Hellbats down, but not getting the Banshees and letting the Hellbats in that choke so the Lings run through and they just take a ton of damage and they die. It's not ideal. But Roddy, I think the thing we can say here is the ideas are there, right? Maybe the execution's not, but the read that Nitix had on what he thought Spirit was going to do, at least it's within the same ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, he dropped a safety building, which is awesome, and we have decided to stick with his main race, by the way, just to reveal that real quick. We'll talk a little bit more about Game 1 after we introduce our video gamers here in the lower bracket round 1 one more time. Top right side of Tokamak, we are looking at the main base of our Polish Terran, a proper veteran of the European scene, representing ROC Esports. This is Spirit.
And representing Bulgaria with his tournament life on the line, Stara Zagora. He's your boy. It's Nitix.
It's always hard to stare into the mind of a player and say exactly this is why they did certain things. Sometimes it's incredibly obvious and we can absolutely safely, wholeheartedly say this is why they did such a thing. I'm not sure why Nitix had an early Baneling nest that he then didn't really decide to use. Is that just because if he sees something, then he will have at least the right tools to defend it? Or is that just because he wanted to make sure it wouldn't be late, and in the moment that that quick lair would finish up, he could fire a Baneling speed immediately, and then maybe he would full send it of lair tag with a lot of speed banes coming in from different angles. I don't really know what the thought process was. He had the right setup to deal with what Spirit was doing, but then he didn't actually have the right scout, he did not have the right read, and he just didn't expect that many Hellions to morph into Hellbats and basically kill him.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. He just starts that next round of drones like right as the Hellions are getting on creep. So half a second later, honestly, if his macro cycle is like half a second later, he's probably not getting those drones because he sees what's happening. He sees everything rolling in, and then he builds the Lings, and we're talking about a very different game. Of course, that didn't happen. Nitix did lose map number 1, and now we're going to move on to Tokamak, of course. This is map 2. I don't know that we're going to see the same thing from Spirit. I think it's likely that I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more aggressive option. Even though it is Spirit, he is this late game guy, but I think he understands or has this read that he is the heavy favorite here, so why take a game 25 minutes when you can end in 7?
Yeah, I mean, this is the only series that he will play today on the main stage, as we do 8 series in total. 4 of the upper bracket, those are done. Now we do the 4 lower bracket matches, and that will be it. So Spirit doesn't have to worry about tiring himself out while he has to play 5 more important matches. What you can say is that he probably wants to show as little as possible in case he runs into a Zerg later on, which is maybe not that likely given his current bracket, but it's always possible a little down the line later on. And also for just the future, you know, Spirit wants to probably show as little as possible. So he's just going to approach this very standard. And there is a reason why people play standard, and that's because standard is considered safe. You've got tools to scout, and then you've got all the tools in the right places to make sure you won't die against something silly. So why would Spirit suddenly shy away from that and do something weird like a 3-Rex opening, which we do see from time to time in this matchup, but there's just no need for Spirit to put himself in such a position.
Yeah, and I feel like when I see Terran players, they're up a map in a series and they're like, okay, great, I'm going to proxy. And then it doesn't work out for them very well because there's a reason we don't see it. You talk about it not being as safe, something that a lot of Zerg builds have built-in responses for. As hold that thought, because Hellions Reapers are going to try to find their way. Good body block for now, but they're going to find their way into the main base. Hellions, of course, if you have 2 of them, they 2-shot the drones. So you're looking to line things up just a little bit as they play ring around the rosy. Lings are starting to fall down, and a couple of these drones are going to get low. But hey, Citizens Arrest, you're going to lose 2 again. Not ideal, but given everything that happened, not a bad defense.
And we immediately dropped the Roach Warren after it. As soon as the first 2 Hellions have died, Nitix perhaps picking up on the fact that Spirit wants to YOLO his first 3 units as number 3 and 4 have gone into the natural as well, and that's way more work is falling this time around. It was 2 before, it's 9 in total. So 7 drones going down to Hellion number 3 and 4. I kind of like the idea of Nitix here, because last game Spirit YOLO'd the first 3 units just to get some vision in main base. Everything normal? Yeah, everything somewhat normal. Fine, from here on out I'll play it slow and steady with the Banshees and the additional Hellions that I'll keep alive. And Nitix may be picking up on that feeling that there is a window that he could capitalize on where Spirit does not check the main base for a long time. Unfortunately, I feel like that window has now already closed after we just lost 7 workers against a couple Hellions.
Now that, and it's a couple Banshees against, if this is a sort of roach timing, which obviously we're not going to see now because the Banshee has shown, but there's a reason we don't see a lot of these. Obviously, we're past the drone point, but like a lot of these 29, 32, 35 drone or roach timings that we used to see, because 8 times out of 10, a Terran player opens 1-1-1. They're going to get Hellion Banshee, something like that, and a Banshee just... it shuts down all these early roach builds.
Yep, and then the Lynx obviously have a difficult time dealing with the Hellions in general. It can work if the Hellions get surrounded, because Banshees, as good as they are against Roaches and Ravages in the early stages of the game and in low numbers, they are not very efficient in chasing after 22 Zerglings that are bouncing from the natural to the main base. But that's obviously where the Hellions come in handy, and Spirit is once more, as the favorite, going to play this very safe, very steady, waits until he has a decent amount of Hellions, and that's when he's willing to lower those depots, move them out, get a couple shots off. I mean, Spirit is putting on a bit of a clinic of how to approach a TVZ if you know you're a little more complete as a player across the board.
Yeah, so for now, the Banshees, they're going to try to find something, and they're certainly going to get a couple drones on the outlying edge. This, though, is the problem. Hellions find their way into the third base. 9 drones die, and while these Hellions may eventually fall, I don't blame Nitix for falling victim to this. He's already killed 4 Hellions. Why in the world would Spirit build 8 more? And well, the answer right now is to kill off all drones. But that is certainly not an expected move from our Terran player.
I would have almost liked to see Spirit play some Battle Mech here. I feel like that would have been also very safe, because you can open up in the same way. But then from here on out, instead of playing Marine Tank, he could have just spammed some cycles. But maybe he doesn't want to show anything to the opposition on how he likes to execute that, because a lot of Terran players generally believe right now in the Hellions, in the Hellbats, and a couple tanks and Thors later down the road. So maybe he doesn't want to show how he likes to execute that build, just in case he runs into a Zerg later on this weekend. Spirit can definitely not complain with the drawing. He was, needless to say, very sad about drawing Clem in the first round of the upper bracket. Yeah, that's a very difficult one, arguably the toughest one there is. But then going lower bracket round 1, playing against Nitix, who, with all due respect, is probably the lowest ranked player coming into this event, knowing how important every single round is in that lower bracket for these guys that fight over an EWC spot, Spirit can't be too unhappy.
No, absolutely not. So it's funny, I was talking to Spirit or to Nitix like during the dinner on day 1. He's like, you know what, I'm going to prep my hardest for this, and I'm going to play as hard as I can. I'm going to try really hard, but realistically, I'm going to play my matches, and then I'm just really excited to be here as a fan of the game and watch the rest of them. So he's under no illusions about where he stands with respect to the rest of these players.
It's just so tough. In StarCraft, it is so incredibly tough to close those gaps at the European elite. And there's a reason why we've seen very few players break through over the last few years, whether that is in the Korea region or the European region. And they, I'd say, like, yeah, we definitely had a few guys making moves. I think Trigger may be the most noteworthy, but it's also not like Trigger started playing last year. Like, he's been working and he's been hammering down that road for a couple of years at this point, and now he's finally here. Nitix is a damn good StarCraft player, and you make him play against anybody that is not in the top 32 of Europe, and he's going to put up one hell of a fight, probably win and probably be favored against so many of them. But the difference between somebody who is ranked 30 or ranked 40 in the European scene versus somebody who is probably top 8 or top 12 on a bad day, it's just very large.
Roddy, I don't like that you're talking about how Trigger's been in the scene for like 4 or 5 years now on my birthday. It's making me feel really old.
We're all getting old, but we're still enjoying this beautiful game, BO, and isn't that the only thing that matters? The Spirit unloads a bunch of the Marines, pushes back the creep a little bit. Nitix has some Dropper Lords heading towards the top side of the map. I love Dropper Lord play, but to me it only really makes sense if you actually have something else that's happening as well, right? Ideally, you show up with Hydra Link Bane at the 3rd, and while Spirit is really focused on that Hydra Link Bane attack, that's when those Dropper Lords show up and unload a couple links into the natural or main base or both. That's kind of how you want to do it. Did we F2 the Dropper Lords back, BO?
It looks like maybe we did. And I think I would actually prefer that a little bit more if there were Banelings inside, just to make it a little bit more punishing. But for now, Spirit Nitix is going to try to take a fight on top of Spirit. That's a really good set of biles, and he's going to have to back up for now, but he does get the tanks, does get some of the medevacs.
And I'd love to see if those Zerglings with +1 melee and +1 carapace can accomplish something, as Spirit is obviously focused on that fight on the other side of the map. Here comes Nitix with his little link drop, already killing 6 SCVs. It's going to be very hard to clean up all these Marines, Marauders, and the 2 tanks, but it is not impossible, especially now with a couple of Banelings. Decent micro, of course, on the side of Spirit, like we are used to, but look at Nitix. He is fighting, he is battling, and you can say he hasn't killed a unit, because he actually made it a little bit scary there for Spirit, but in the end, it seems like a Polish veteran is going to stand strong, hold his ground, will be able to wipe the floor with these Queens, with the Hydras, and has kind of dealt with the Zerglings as well. And I'm afraid, BO, that is going to be OC Road.
Yeah, it's funny, you can see both things, both stories that we're telling here. Spirit as one of these top players in Europe, you do the drop, you do that stuff to like anyone else in the world while you're taking the defense, they're going to really struggle. Spirit loses like 8 SCVs, which in this game state is nothing, and is able to go take down the 5th base and take a pretty good fight against all of the Zerg. And now that the army's a little bit bigger and his army isn't quite there as much, you clean up some creep, you back up. He is very well aware of what his limits are and exactly how much he can accomplish.
Gonna go up to 4 bases with the planetary, drop a sensor tower here as well. And I still think that Nitix pushed him a little bit there, right? And maybe for an 0.1 second, Spirit is like, whoa, wait a minute, I just lost a couple tanks in the center, 2 corrosive balls, there are Banelings here on creep, and there are Zerglings in my natural, hold on. But he did an excellent job in keeping it together. Still good plays by Nitix. And I kind of feel that if his early game was just a little bit better, if we would have lost one last round of drones against those Hellions or the Banshees, there's a chance that this game is a whole lot closer than what it currently is. Now it was a good effort, but I'm afraid it's just not quite good enough, as Spirit is just going to stand there and gun down Banelings. Who does he think he is? A liquid Clem over here?
Well, you know, he played against him in the first round. Maybe he learned something, but for now, the Banelings continue to get targeted down. Now you just stim on top of the Hydras. They are not tanky enough to really deal with this. So the 4th base is dead, and more importantly, there is not 2 Hydras, but Ravager is not enough to defend against this one. Nitix shows some cool stuff, but it's Spirit, the expected victor, that takes the 2-0.
Just a little too good in that early game with the movement of the Hellions and the Banshees. First game, obviously surprising as a Bulgarian opponent with some Hellbats, and in game 2, just excellent rotations. You poke here, you poke there, and right when you don't really think that the Terran is going for it, that's when they show up with 2 more Hellions, or 4 more Hellions, or even 6 more Hellions. And that's not the only thing that you have to worry about. You always have to keep track of those annoying Banshees. 2 Banshees shooting at a Queen actually makes the Queen go down very quickly. I mean, Nitix tried his best. It's super fun to have him here. We love having Nitix around. Spirit just a little bit too good, and there's no shame in that.
Yeah, I'm just a little sad, though, because Nitix, at the start of this tournament, starts teasing us about his off race. He's like, oh, if it doesn't go very well, I'm going to play Protoss, guys. Don't worry. It's gonna. And then we never see it. I'm like, come on, Nitix.
There's always an online tournament. Honestly, I'm kind of happy that he just decided to stick with his main race, because I believe that he can do some stuff with Protoss, but I am certain that his Zerg is a whole lot better than his Toss. It's just a shame that he wasn't quite able to show what he was made out of. But hey, at least we had some cool moments here in game 2. There was really not a bad fight a little bit prior to this moment where he got those tanks and he got the little link drop going. Just the economy was not quite there to truly rely on this style. And this is where you don't want to show up with 4 Banelings, because if you show up with a very low number of Banelings, a world-class Terran like Spirit is just going to stand his ground and fight, fire away, and they pop like balloons. If you show up with 12, 14 Banelings, that's where it becomes a little bit scarier, even for the excellent Terrans.
And Spirit actually, we talk about sniping 2 or 4. Spirit did a really nice job in that attack on the 5th base. There were that 10, 12 Banelings morphing in, but he did a very nice job of splitting his way out, making sure that those Banelings didn't make a connection. But now we can see the lower bracket here, and Spirit, for taking down Nitix, has the dubious honor of running into ShoWTimE in the next round.
I actually thought that he would go up against the winner of Future and Trigger, but obviously this makes a lot more sense because we did already have those upper bracket matches playing. Oh, and that is a classic in the European scene. Those two have so much history, a very, very important match, as both of them are obviously dreaming of making it to the Esports World Cup later this summer. I can't wait to talk more about that upcoming match, but let's just hear what the man from Poland has to say about the TVZ he just played. Exalted, it's all yours.
Thank you, Roti. Thank you, BO. Let's hear from the man himself, Spirit, who just won with a perfect 2-0. Let's welcome him on stage. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Spirit. Very strong victory. You move up against ShoWTimE. How are you feeling your chances in that matchup will be?
I think they will be better than versus Clem's Protoss, I think. So I would say like 52% for
52% for you, that's actually a pretty good chance, and you really believe that Clem is a better Protoss player in the PvT than ShoWTimE?
Not really, but I am worried about Clem openings in TVP. But if I survive, then probably ShoWTimE is still better.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And now, because you are in the lower bracket, right? Getting that first victory in the lower bracket, does that make you feel a little bit more calm?
Yeah, that's true. I'm a bit more confident right now, so looking forward for my match.
That's great. That's great. And on your second day here in Bulgaria, you missed us last time, but you're now here. How are you feeling the second day once you have settled in right now?
Yeah, I'm definitely sad that I missed last time because this tournament seems to be very great. So I hope there will be another time.
Thank you so much. Well, guys, if you want to come here, we will always want to host you. So, you know, the pleasure is all ours. Any words towards the fans? They were shouting very hard for you.
Yeah, thank you guys for believing. Gonna beat the Protoss tomorrow.
Epic, epic. Well, Spirit, thank you so much for your games, brother, and good luck. Have fun.
The kid does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Some moments are just too good to miss, and that's why there's Bullstream. From electrifying esports tournaments and major sports matches to unforgettable concerts, insightful conferences, and so much more, we've been the trusted partner behind countless memorable moments. Our expert team manages every aspect of production, ensuring seamless execution so that you can focus on what truly matters, your event. And whether you're aiming to take your next one to another level or looking to join a team of professionals truly passionate about live entertainment, we'd love it if you'd come check us out at bullstream.com and see what we're all about. Bullstream, where every event becomes an experience.
Something
Yeah, well, there's just a lot of tournaments compact within a month. I'm like, all right, let's just give it my best shot I can. I kind of like that everything's kind of compact within a month, so I can just kind of give it my best shot. And I mean, coming out here to Bulgaria is awesome, so I'm looking forward to this. Yeah, so I definitely watched some of the last tournament, especially as I got deep into playoffs. I mean, the venue looks awesome. That's one of the things I'm most excited for. I was looking at some of the scenery, even just coming here out of the airport, like the mountains were very beautiful. So I really love all that sort of stuff, and I mean, I just think it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, well, the motivation comes pretty easily when there's so many tournaments because you always have another thing to look forward to. Because, I mean, right after I get back from this tournament, I have another tournament that I'm going to be playing into. So, you know, you just play as much as you can. You try to find some unique strategies, at least for me, and see what works. And I mean, you just give it your all. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult, but, you know, it just takes one good day, 3 good series, and that's sort of how I think about it, right? Because, like, I'm not favored against most players, but I'm certainly capable of beating players. So if I can just string together, you know, 3 good series, 4 good series. That's really how I think about it. Yeah, I think I'm excited to play against all the players, really. I mean, it would be cool to play against Serral. Not that it would be pretty hard to beat him, but I think it's just fun to play against him. Would love to get some versus Protoss for sure. I think that's my best matchup. I would ideally avoid Terran. I'm not the biggest fan of TVT. Yeah, well, I just want to shout out Reynor, the team I play for. Appreciate them supporting me and supporting me coming out here, and that's awesome. And just anyone that's a fan of me and enjoy watching me, I look forward to playing the best games I can and, you know, having some exciting games.
Hi, my name is Trigger, and I'm playing for Team Basilisk. I'm a Protoss from Canada. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and yeah, I wouldn't be back if I didn't enjoy the last year one, because the last year one I really liked because it was, it had very nice vibes, and the people here are so nice. And I had a lot of fun with just my friends and talking and playing the tournament, and it's also a very unique venue, which was really exciting for me. Well, it's a very beautiful country, a lot of nature. So yeah, I mean, it reminds me of Canada in terms of the nature and stuff. So yeah, it's very relaxing and very pretty. Well, because I already qualified, I can relax a little bit. I don't have to, you know, have to get the top spot or anything. So that's a relief. But I think because this is maybe my last LAN tournament before EWC, I'm going to use this as an opportunity just to find out, you know, what I'm lacking in terms of the LAN performance and see how I can improve for the EWC. Yeah, I think every LAN I play, I get a little bit better at playing LANs. It's always a bit harder and a bit uncomfortable to play on LAN. So just as I play more, I get better and more adjusted to it. So yeah, it definitely helped. Well, for me, I'm just trying to enjoy my time as a competitive gamer and not try to set too many expectations on, like, you know, getting very, very good results, and just focus on my improvements and if I'm having fun. And I think I'm improving and having fun, so that keeps me motivated because I'm achieving those things. So yeah, it's nice to just have some people I can talk to during the tournament and ask for advice. So it's always comforting. So yeah, it's a good feeling. Well, I think I'm nervous to play anyone because it's such a hard and difficult game and everyone's so good. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone specific that I'm really watching out for. I just need to put in my efforts for everyone equally, and that's kind of my mindset going into this tournament. Yeah, thank you to the Bulgarian fans and organizers. We're very lucky to have this tournament, and I'm very appreciative of it. So thank you so much for coming to watch, even if you're online or at the venue. And yeah, just keep rooting for me and Team Basilisk. See you guys.
So he's just gonna send it one last time with all the queens, roads, scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in 2 locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal. This one is a matchup that happens at least a little bit. It's a North American derby. It's Trigger, it's Future, and you know, we should probably introduce our players at this stage. So welcome, it's Trigger and Future. So Trigger, this is a matchup that even if it hasn't been played a ton officially, you all grew up on the same server together, you all play each other at least a decent amount against each other. How comfortable do you feel playing against Future?
Well, yeah, I feel confident, but I know Future's very aggressive and has a lot of different builds, so it's always tricky.
Future, those aggressive builds, I'm not going to do the exalting thing and ask exactly what you're going to do to Trigger because, well, okay, what are you going to do to Trigger?
I was thinking about a proxy 3x, Marine. I feel like he doesn't play against this sort of stuff because he's a newer player, so it's not too bad.
Fair enough. You know, just go back to the old school stuff. Go back to Wings of Liberty and it'll be fine. But talking about this, Trigger, of course, he's newer. You've been playing around for quite a while. What's it been like watching his development as everything's continued?
I think he's done pretty well. He qualified IEM Katowice, he qualified for EWC, so I mean, he's doing pretty well for himself. He's the best in North America, has to offer right now, so very good opponent.
So Future's just saying he's just going to take that all away from you right now, right? Is what I'm hearing here. Any response to that one, Trigger?
Well, I feel like he said some pretty nice things, so I don't have anything to say, but I mean, I think it'll be a tough match no matter what, because Future is a really good player, so.
No, you're supposed to say mean things, Trigger. That's what's happening. We're looking for spiciness into this interview, okay? But anyways, it's the lower bracket, lives on the line. Good luck, players. We'll see you in game. Now I believe it's our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Bio. Thank you very much. We have a very exciting matchup coming up ahead. Rotterdam, we have this America's Derby, right? The Canadian versus the American. It's an elimination match, so the life is on the line, and this is one of the most important stages of the tournament for these two players.
Yeah, it's an amazing match. It should be a very exciting match, proper explosive, because Trigger likes to be aggressive and likes to be battling, and Future has always been a very aggressive Terran.
Yeah.
I love everything about it, except for the fact that it's two Americans that traveled all the way to Bulgaria to then play against each other again, and it's something like we've seen a couple of times. I would have loved to see Future have an opportunity to test himself against one of the European guys that he has played against a little bit less, but it's going to be exciting. I think as a neutral spectator, this is a TVP to get very excited over.
1000%. I was actually about to ask you, does knowing so well your opponent, like Future knows Trigger and Trigger knows Future, is this an advantage or a disadvantage in an elimination match like that?
For who?
For Future, in particular.
I think it's a small disadvantage for Future because he is an amazing Terran player who has great builds and he has amazing micro. However, he does often rely on getting the job done a bit earlier. He likes to be aggressive. He's got a lot of cheeky openings where he can get very far ahead and then finish it up with another move. But obviously, if you're Trigger, the more you've played against that stuff, the more you are familiar with a Terran player from your region that is likely to do these surprising builds that hit incredibly hard, the more you'll be ready for it, while maybe some of the European Protoss would be a little bit less familiar with that, and they'd play more standard, and they could find themselves in a really difficult spot. So I'd say that favors Trigger a little bit more than it favors Future, but Future has builds, man. He's got plenty of builds, and he's also one of these guys that can make it look like he's doing something that you're familiar with, but then give a little spin to it, where it all of a sudden changes, and it's slightly different, and it requires a different response, so absolutely no foregone conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that Future is a very creative player. He showcased some weird builds so far, and I'm curious to see what he had prepared here against Trigger. I believe Trigger is a very versatile player. I think he can defend and both attack very well. He has showcased that throughout the two times that he has played in this tournament. Last time it was his debut. This time he seems like a different player, Rotterdam. He feels so experienced and so calm under pressure and so well developed. It's like I'm meeting a new person, basically.
I can absolutely see it. Yeah, it's great to see him. Obviously, for Trigger, this tournament is not as stressful as it is for some of the other players, because he recently did win the America EWC qualifier, so he's already guaranteed his participation at the Esports World Cup 2025. But I can guarantee you that this man did not come all the way from North America to Bulgaria to play 2 best-of-3s and be out of this tournament. Now he wants to make a bit of a run here.
Absolutely. Well, let's welcome the players in the map. The first one will be Incorporeal, ladies and gentlemen. In the top left, one of the Americas region finest. This is Trigger. Yung Hong from Team Basilisk, of course.
And in the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the American Terran player. It is Joseph, a Future. Always a fun guy to watch as someone who likes to be cheeky, likes to build stuff outside of his main base. And I'm incredibly curious to see what he's got in store for Trigger here.
Yeah, because he is building barracks at his main base, but what is he going to be building there? Trigger though, look at him, he's sending a probe out already. Maybe he's sniffing something out, and he's actually going to see this STV, but I believe that this was just an STV trying to deny with an engineering block maybe?
Yep, could be a good old eBay block, but there are already a couple of extra probes on the low ground, so Future might decide against that. And at least he's going to be able to get into the main base quickly. Trigger seems like he wants to get the Nexus before the Cybernetics score.
Wow.
That is a tiny bit adventurous against a very aggressive player like Future, who is known to also build like his first or his second barracks on the other side of the map. But by the looks of it, he's going to get away with it for now.
Yeah, well, I saw that he took his refinery earlier, so he will have that gas income come up a little bit earlier, so I guess that this will fuel the aggression a little bit more. Of course, he's going to follow up that with a second base, but I'm curious what type of timing will Future choose to do here, because there are actually several options to go for. Would that be mine drops? Will that be maybe a tank marine timing? What do you think, Roti?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a small move out early on, and it could be a much bigger move out later. There is a chance that he just opens up with a single or a double with a mine drop. There's also a chance that he's got evil plans. What if it's a second factory? That's something we haven't seen in a little while. There was a time that people would do a double factory tank all-in. That would be surprising. Can obviously just be a Hellion drop as well, as we already have a reactor connected to that barracks. We saw Clem early today going for the Hellion drop in the first game of the day against Harstem. Didn't really do a whole lot, but Clem did still end up winning that game. Could be anything along those lines. We could even go for hidden cloak banshees. Anything is possible when you're watching a Future game.
Yeah, even actually a Raven could be a timing as well, but still, let's wait and see. Very nice scout out of Trigger here. I like that he added a sentry early on. I think that this is very useful for scouting, and now seeing the reactor on the factory, seeing the lack of starport being started up, maybe Trigger can start suspecting something here.
Yep, Trigger is obviously scouting as he feels that maybe something is missing. That starport has definitely not been scouted. You gotta be careful with the sentry here, by the way, without the shield battery nearby. Now, sentries are pretty good in the straight-up fight if it's just one unit, but the moment that additional units show up, it is so hard to save a slow unit like the sentry.
Yeah, absolutely true. But the starport is almost finished. The Medivac will be fired up shortly. The Hellions are already in production, but the Liberator instead.
Yeah, it's just a, that does mean that it's going to show up a little bit earlier, similar to that proxy Stargate we saw in the beginning of the day, right? Of SKillous against Reynor. By proxying things, you do kind of throw off the timings a little bit. And if Trigger is used to moving out with his Stalkers to poke and catch some extra map info, but then also brings them back because he feels this is when a Liberator or a Banshee is supposed to show up, and it suddenly shows up a bit quicker, that can really come in very handy for Future. And at the bare minimum, you can see that these openings are scary to go up against if you're a Protoss, and that's why Trigger is not warping in the third Nexus yet.
Yeah, and this is why he's doing a full wall off, at least for now, in front of the natural. Finally, he's going to cancel. He has the Stalkers here to protect the... Oh, but the grenade from the Reaper actually moved the Stalkers here, and now the Hellions can go on top of Trigger's probes, and only 3 will fall down. I thought that so much more damage would be found here by Future. Good defense by Trigger, all things considered, I would say.
Yes, but it's still very annoying to take damage when you're only on 2 bases. Like, if he would have warped in a very early third Nexus, then you're like, okay, I lose a couple probes when I'm Protoss, I'm going to be able to chrono boost out 3 probes at a time. If we're losing probes on a 2-base setup, most of the time we're going to be pretty unhappy. Trigger's doing a bit of everything. He's getting the Forge, the Robo's finishing up, he has warped in the Templar Archives, he did of course take 4 gases early on. A little bit surprised. Trigger is definitely showing a lot of respect to the reputation that Future has as a very, very aggressive Terran.
Yeah, he is showing that respect, but I really need to see a third base from the Protoss soon enough, because he's going to fall behind on that regard quite a lot, and yeah, finally we see it being planted down here. Curious? if he will start the storm straight away, I believe he will need to do so. He clicked on the +1 upgrade, but he thought that maybe this will delay the storm a little bit, so he cancelled and put the storm in production. I like that. Storm is super important in this matchup, and he needs some splash damage as soon as possible.
Yep, a +1 gets fired up. We've got 3 extra gateways on the way. Future could definitely hit a very, very scary timing in, let's say, 2 minutes, give or take. And even if you have a couple of storms available, that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to destroy this Terran army, because the bio count could be very high, where even if it connects in a big way, wow, you even built a reactor on the proxy starport. That's actually kind of cute. But with the tanks increasing in numbers as well, tanks sieging up, they are incredibly good in keeping SCVs at bay. Do we want to pull the boys to the other side of the map? It is an option, but it's obviously sometimes a bit counterproductive if Colossus or Storm is already out, because those units, they do clump up. But hey, if you're just looking to deliver that finishing blow, this is a big scout for Trigger, as he can now start getting on top of this starport, and that means that maybe 2 medevacs can get out, but after that, it's honestly going to be very hard to get a bunch of additional medevacs, and especially against Storm, we really want to have a lot of medevacs. So there are a few Stalkers that should keep an eye on this Terran army moving out, and then I hope for Future that he's able to save these 2 medevacs that just popped. That is absolutely correct. He loses the reactor, but this is kind of it, Exalted. These are very, very important moments in game 1 of this lower bracket best of 3.
Yeah, let's see how the interaction will develop from here on. Now these medevacs need to be careful against these Stalkers. The Stalkers, of course, hungry for the damage, but they realize that the Terran army is following through, and now Future is marching towards the other side of the map. Of course, we have the Storm, we have the Stalkers, so Trigger is in a good position, but is there enough energy on those high Templar? So it would seem at least for 1 Storm each.
Yep, we're gonna stim. 1 storm does land on all the tanks. 2nd storm goes down on the tanks as well. It's just the tanks, but that one in the middle of the bio, that's the storm that Trigger was looking for. And now I believe that our Protoss from Canada is gonna have more than enough units to push this back. Interesting to see the double storm and the 2 tanks right next to each other, but that 1 storm that landed in the heart of the bio army, that's the one that Trigger was looking for.
Yeah, but still, I mean, these two storms really weakened the tanks enough for the Stalkers to finish them off, and now you can see Trigger has more than enough army to ask the GG out of Future, and so he will. Quick victory for our young Canadian Basilisk player.
And what a moment to scout that proxy starport, because if he doesn't scout it at that point, and this push happens with 4 medevacs, there is a chance that Future takes it a little bit slower, spaces out those tanks a little bit more, perhaps wait until 1 or 2 Widow Mines make it to the front line, and then it's legitimately very difficult to take a good fight with just a couple Zealots, or just a couple Stalkers, and maybe a few Storms. But because he found that starport at such a sweet moment, he was able to get on top of it, kill the reactor, and then he kind of forced the Future to make everything happen immediately. But Future wasn't quite ready yet.
Yeah, but he was forced to do it, he had to do it, and he tried, you know, but Trigger again on top of his game, and now I wonder how will Future approach this map, because potentially this is the last map of the tournament, and this is very stressful.
No, absolutely. It is. It's tournament live on the line, but Future is very happy to be here. He's not a newcomer to StarCraft 2. Future has been around for a long time, and I really got to give it to him. Over the last few years, he has kind of separated himself from the rest of the pack in NA, so to speak. Like, he used to be in the mix with a bunch of other very strong NA players, where it was incredibly hard to say, all right, you've had Astrea, Neep, Scarlet in the past. Eventually, Neep got replaced by Trigger, but that's like your big top 3. But who comes after that? And I got to say, these days, more often than not, it is our American Terran player.
I would agree. He did very well in the America's Bellum against Elite Qualifier, actually. So, yeah, very talented. But, ladies and gentlemen, in the lead, we have the Protoss player from Team Basilisk, YoungYakov Trigger, the young prodigy.
And in the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the American Terran player. This could be his final game of the tournament. Of course, we're hoping for a game 3, but Stara Zagora, show your appreciation for the American Terran Future.
Man, Rod, you really get that crowd going, but I believe the players have something to do with that as well. Future has been amazing ever since he came here, so friendly, so nice. He is such a cool person, and I'm very happy that I had the chance to meet him in person through this tournament, and this is why LAN tournaments are so epic, right, Roddy? Because the community can gather together, and we can just chill, vibe, and be happy together, right?
No, absolutely. We've got a beautiful logo over here, by the way, in the center of the map.
Oh, thank you.
That's what is a Future up to with his SCV. He's keeping it on patrol far away. Could this be a second barracks with a tech lab and a couple of Marauders? So Marine production from home, Marauder production out on the map. Or is it an all-out? Can we take a look at the main base of Future quick? He is just on one gas for now, right? All right, let's see.
Yeah, he's gearing up for a second base, so he will plant down that second CC. But curious truly what that SCV is planning to do there. Maybe another proxy starport, maybe? Or he just wants to show us the logo. Okay.
Yeah. No,
another barracks.
Yep, so we have a barracks CC at home, but we are going to build our second barracks out and about on the map. I expect a tech lab here. I'm expecting Marauder production with concussive shells. And if Trigger moves out and those units get tagged by those Marauders, it could honestly become red and gnarly.
Yeah, absolutely. Trigger needs to scout that. He has been building sentry so far, so maybe another lucky Phoenix hallucination can pass through that barracks, but still Future trying to be dangerous, trying to be aggressive, and I think that this is actually the way to go here. You really need to disrupt the Protoss early on, right? In this matchup it feels like a little bit of a TVZ type of situation, right? When the Terran really needs to go and punish, and I think that Future needs to do that, and I think that he will try his best to do so.
Absolutely, as we've got a shield battery and a Twilight Council coming up at home. Trigger at this point has definitely not seen that much yet. Now this is a map with a ramp leading into the natural. And that could honestly be very annoying as that hallucinated Phoenix is going to fly out. What does it see? It kind of missed everything up to this point. But Trigger is obviously a world-class Protoss, so he might be able to just look at all of this and be like, the timings, they just don't quite add up. These guys, they do really look for everything, and it's a matter of seconds. He knows that Future is an excellent player, and if he feels that it's just a little bit too empty, he may start getting suspicious already.
But it is a little bit too empty, and especially seeing the timing on that factory finishing up, I think that you already kind of are counting the options that may be on the map, and let's see how will Trigger respond. Of course, Blink is already on the way, but he decides to fire up a Robo, and I think that he will need an Immortal here.
We even have an armory on the way. That is a very surprising armory, if you ask me. So we're going to have a bit of a Hellbat Marauder opening, but it's so odd to see Hellbats this early on in this matchup. These Stalkers absolutely need to stay within the battery. If Stalkers go too far away, they can get tagged. This is a big investment on the side of our American Terran player. I'm afraid it's not going to go all that good unless he kills the battery, but batteries are so freaking tanky. We've got a couple of force fields going down after Trigger used energy recharge on that sentry. Despite the fact that he went for a hallucinated Phoenix Scout, he still has energy for days, and he's getting a whole bunch of free pickups. But now we also don't have energy recharge because we used it on the sentry already, but the second battery is about to come online.
It is about to come online, but this is Future fighting for his life. Will he be able to crush the Protoss player here? The Hellbats actually can fare quite well against the Probs, but Trigger very safe with them, pulling them out of range of the Hellbats. 2 Marauders remaining here, 8 army supply for Trigger, but the batteries will heal enough and he will push that away.
And that obviously puts Trigger in an absolutely amazing position, and Future is going to be very, very unhappy with how this one ends. And that will do it. GG gets called. And it's the young Canadian that takes a 2-0 victory here in the first round of the lower bracket. And that obviously means that we have to say goodbye to Future. But he'll be sticking around and he'll be having fun with all of us, Exalted.
Oh, 1000%. He looks like a guy that really likes to enjoy, and I'm happy. And let's see the interaction here. Smiles all around, respect mutual, and I'm always so happy to see that in players. This mutual respect, these smiles are always cool, even in defeat. Look how classy Future is.
Yeah, no, the top NA guys, I feel like they get along very well with each other. And as I said before, Future is just very happy to be here, getting that experience of traveling to a European country that he hadn't visited yet before. You hope that you obviously have a bit of a run, that you are able to show everything that you're capable of. And I feel like we saw some good stuff yesterday against Reynor. Even after a really bad start in Game 2, he made Reynor work for it. And that Game 1 legitimately got kind of close at one point. But yeah, in the end, like, you lose to Reynor, you lose to Trigger. There's really no shame in that. Both of those guys have qualified for the Esports World Cup already. It's just a bit of a tough draw for Future.
They're actually in top shape, both of them. So, yeah, actually the full Team Basilisk roster is like we saw what Serral did earlier. Very clean games out of him. So, yeah, Roti, I think you should be a very proud manager.
I always am exalted. I always am. This was a very cute grenade in the first game of Future, where he was able to bounce the Stalkers out of the position, but Trigger still managed to limit the damage. And then obviously the timing of finding that star put in game 1, I think, was very decisive. Game 2, I like the build of Future. It's very crazy. It's not something we see that often. I just kind of wish it was on a map where you didn't have to worry about the ramp. But going up the ramp is always so tricky, and also it's only 2 force fields to keep the Terran army out rather than 3 force fields. And obviously kudos to Trigger for getting that second battery, which he really, really needed because he had no more energy recharge since he used it on the Sentry. But anyway, that is everything that we have to say about it. Let's hear from the young Canadian himself as he's on stage with Bio.
Well, he's going to be on stage in a second. Please, hands there we go. Hands together. It's Trigger. All right, Trigger, first off, congratulations, but I want to talk to you about what it's like playing offline versus online, because clearly, playing online, you can become a very good player, play in these events, but play into a LAN, it's a little bit more of a stressful environment, as the heart rate trackers have kind of shown us. So how do you get yourself ready and deal with these stressful situations, especially, like, for example, you get bumped out of the wall and Hellions are in your base, and all of a sudden it's not going how you want your game to go?
Yeah, it's definitely harder for sure. I feel more nervous, and that can be really bad. But I think as long as you're not, like, a little bit of nervousness is not necessarily a bad thing. It can help you focus. The problem is when you get way too nervous and you start shaking and you can't control anything. So when that happens, you have to just be aware of it, and take a breather, take a break, and just try your best to keep your cool in that situation.
Makes sense. And then looking at someone having to get matched up against Future, who you've played against before, you actually were on the same team with for a while, but who hasn't been quite as active in these online events as you have. How does that change how you went about prepping for him?
Well, I know Future very well, so I thought he would do some aggressive early builds to try to get a quick advantage. So I just countered that by playing Sentry and scouting what he's doing. So usually if I play Sentry, the opponent needs to just play a very straight-up game usually. So, and I know Future is probably not going to do that, so that's why I went Sentry.
And did the promise of the 2 racks, that didn't throw you away at all?
Well, I scouted for the proxy in both games, to be fair, but I was going to do that anyways.
Fair enough. Well, we'll let you go here, Trigger. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see you play tomorrow. Excuse me.
The kid does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
You've got the vision, the story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe, putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional-grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now, we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
Hello everybody, I'm Gerald, I'm from Poland. I play Protoss for Zoun. Well, last year I was playing, I think, quite well. I was a little bit unlucky. I lost to Solar 2-3, so it was close. I hope this year I can go a little bit further in the tournament. My goal, of course, is to qualify to Esport World Cup from Stara Zagora. I hope I can achieve it, and I hope I will deliver fun games. Well, like last year, after tournament, I was sightseeing a little bit in Sofia. Just one day, so it wasn't that long. It was quite cool, yeah. People in Bulgaria are quite nice, yeah. Food was quality, yeah. City is safe and nice, yeah. What can I say? I was enjoying time here. Well, not gonna lie, it's a little bit tough. I believe in this month I have 19 days on StarCraft offline tournaments. Yes, 19 days is a lot. I try to have like health sleep schedule, yeah, and practice every day for a few hours. I always try to see the final goal, which is this Esport World Cup, and I have a lot of help from my team and from girlfriend, so I feel the support. I just want to avoid Serral and Clem. I'm fine playing against anybody else. I feel like I can win or at least give good fight and fun games against most of the players. I would really like to play against Zoun, I think, because last time when we were playing on Korea server, so it was on big ping. And I think right now on the proper ping I can show my skills a little bit better. Well, I was 3 times in qualifying match and I lost 3 times, so I was like, come on, yeah. But finally I got here. Yeah, it was a little bit unlucky for Shameless, but I will try to give good replacement. So he maybe will be proud about that. I think I'm a little bit lucky with that. I'm here, but I want to show it's more than luck. So thank you everybody for supporting me for all these years. Thank you to StreamerZone for being amazing clan with amazing people. No i dzięki wszystkim, którzy to oglądają i mi kibicują. Postaram się wam dać dobre gry.
I'm Krystianer, I am 21 years old. I'm playing for Offside Esports and playing StarCraft 2 is my passion. I always liked to play strategy games, and it was a game where I could grow, play in esports and participate in tournaments. And I also playing against other people, and yeah, that's how it looks. I'm trying to have solid strategies that I work over time, and basically I'm just trying to be a solid player and play in macro games as much as I can. I think I wish to play some PvP games. It's my best matchup right now, but I'm also not afraid to play against other races. However, I would like to play against Gerald. I like Polish PvP and I think it's so much fun. I was super excited when I qualified. I couldn't really believe that in the first moment. Also got the late information from my team that I can actually come here, and I missed the first European qualifier, but then I got the info that I can actually participate, and I'm very grateful to Offside Esports that they made this happen. I think it's my first time and I really enjoyed the view. I think the gears are pretty beautiful, so I really like it. Thank you everybody for cheering for me. I will try my best to win and qualify for EWC. I chciałem bardzo podziękować wszystkim moim widzom na Instagramie, którzy mnie wspierają i oglądają, także dla mojej rodziny. Postaram się zrobić najlepsze show, jakie dam radę. Dziękuję.
Ladies is gonna send it one last time with all the queens, roaches, ravages, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in army supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damaged on the other side.
Could not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disrupt, one Marauder, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Yeah, he's moving forward. He's going to the natural. The Protoss army is here. There are some Colossi, but there are some Vikings as well that can counter them.
Prism's gone as well, so you can actually keep these Immortals alive. Yes, there's no Prism.
Wow.
Yes, there's no Nexus.
Just along this goes, the Wars again stems forward, guns down a whole bunch of these disruptors, but there are so many Stalkers and Zowns and DTs in the mix.
The Medivacs are feeling quite well. The army of the Protoss just is in shambles, and you see the substantial army supply lead here.
The Ghosts are way far forward here. That's not where they need to be. You gotta run, and Medivacs, you cannot save them.
I think the Stalkers are going to melt. He does good on the ground.
It's now or never. The Protoss are being pulled. They're trying to defeat the Marines. Zealots are charging in though. The Immortal is there.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
We've had a long time today. We got 2 series left, and into the mirror, we dream darkly. It's a PvP this time, a battle between 2 countrymen. It's gonna be SKillous, it's gonna be Krystianer. So, welcome on stage, SKillous, Krystianer. I see you, I like that. First of all, Gerald, before we actually ask important questions here, Sign in the stands asking, where's Roach, if you're Gerald?
At home, I guess.
Left in the stables, we got you though. So I do actually want to ask you all about what it's like to play against someone in this offline environment who you've played so often before. Because by my count this year, it's been 13 series. It has been one that you've actually taken the advantage of for the most part. But what's it like trying to prep for a series that you've played so often, Krystianer?
Like, I'm super frustrated after yesterday games. Like, I got spike counter 2 times and it's super disappointing. But I will try to do my best today. And like, I'm also frustrated that I play against Polish people all the time.
Fair enough. Gerald, again, you've played against your countrymate for so long here, but also you're gonna have to play a PvP in the next round, should you win. How do you go about prepping for like the same matchup, potentially multiple times in a row?
Basically, I think Krystianer and SKillous are very different opponents. They have different playstyles and different openings. I know how they are playing, so I feel I just know what I want to do to win. Yeah. Maybe I think I can play some like mind game in first series. So second opponent is going to think I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to different follow-up.
Gotcha. And Krystianer, if you're looking at this series, I know you said it's frustrating to play against your countrymen so often. What do you think is the one key to victory to make sure that you're able to move on to this next round?
I think just being solid and play macro games, just like always.
Gotcha. Any prediction on the series score?
2-1.
2-1. Gerald?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2-1.
All right, our first 3-game series of the day. That's what these players are telling each other, telling us here in Stara Zagora. So, hey guys, good luck, shake hands, and I will see you in game. And now we got a special treat. It's 2 Protoss in the booth. It's Trigger, it's SKillous. They're gonna tell us everything we need to know. Gentlemen.
Surprise, it's not Roddy. It's gonna be us 2. And yeah, I'm very excited to cast this PvP match because PvP is just an absolute roller coaster of a matchup. Anything can happen, anyone can win.
Yes, and especially when it's against such similarly skilled opponents.
Yeah, I agree. It's a 50-50 matchup, so I guess that means RNG will just, decide who wins, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what's interesting is that both players also think that this is a very even match, and it reflected in their scores. So they didn't even say who's gonna win,
Well, Gerald said 2-1, but he didn't say who 2-1-4. Like he didn't say if he was gonna win or Krystianer would win. So they're not even sure
so
themselves.
It's pretty much 50-50, right? You can't really have 1.5, so it's only 2-1.
For sure, yeah. It's gonna be very exciting. And yeah, I mean, who do you favor? Do you really think it's like exactly 50-50, or do you have?
I really do believe so. Yes, they play very different playstyles and they have very different strengths. Like I think Krystianer is a very strong mid-game player. He has very good timings. He has really good macro. But Gerald, on the other hand, he's a very good macro game player.
He's a bit of a late game beast.
Yes.
When it gets there, he has like 500 Tempest, 500 cannons. Like this guy, if it gets to the late game, I definitely favor Gerald. But in the mid game, the timing attacks, I think Krystianer has some very sharp timings, and that could definitely win him the game.
Yes, I'm very curious what build orders are going to go for, because from Krystianer, I expect some maybe Stalker Sentry openings into Twilight, nothing really special, but very greedy, quicker third base. But from Gerald, maybe it's going to be some Stargate.
Yeah, I mean, none of these players like one gate like MaxPax does, so I expect to see just 2-gate opening versus 2-gate opening. And when that happens, there are a million different options, right? You can go Stargate, you can go Twilight, you can go Robo. I haven't played against either of these guys in quite a while, so I'm not sure what they favor, but I guess we're about to find out.
Yes, and let's look at these map bans. I think Maganata Last Fantasy, very logical bans. We also banned all the ramp maps in the map pool, so there won't be any kind of one-gate expansion scenarios. We play Ley Lines as the first map. I think so. Yeah, the picture is incorporeal. I got a little bit confused for a second, but yeah, it's just Ley Lines, a very standard Maka map, Tokamak, a little bit more defensive, also very standard Maka map, and Persephone. Honestly, very logical pick for both players.
Yeah, for sure. And what do you think of Persephone in general? Because it has that healing zone, and I feel like that can make it very hard for the defending player at times.
Yeah, it's indeed a very interesting map. I also feel like the layout favors Stargate play a lot because it's so easy to come to the main base of your opponent. But all two other maps are very good for camping. I think Tokamak is probably very good for Gerald, actually. What do you think?
Was that Gerald's pick, Tokamak?
I'm not sure, honestly. But if any map in the map pool, I would say this is the best. Even Maganata is not as great for that because in there you only have two paths, you can put a lot of gateways there, to make some walls, and then you can't really attack into it.
Yeah, Maganatha is a big map, but it is also kind of open, especially at that triangle base. So that would be pretty open for Krystianer to do some Zealot timings.
Yeah, Krystianer is actually a very big Zealot addict. He really likes to skip his gases. He would go just like 2 gas, mass Zealot, and this is a very powerful playstyle.
So what do you think Gerald should do to counter, the mass Zealot style from Krystianer?
I think he definitely should put emphasis on some Archons. He needs some Archons and probably some good walling. And he's actually an expert in that. He puts a lot of gateways usually. He has some cannons behind that, maybe some warping if there is an attack coming, and it's very hard to break.
For sure, yeah. I think Gerald will be good against Krystianer. I mean, he knows exactly what Krystianer does. He's played him a million times. That being said, the timing really does hit hard. And as I play Krystianer on the ladder, even when I know what's coming, it can be very devastating.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Gerald needs to be on point with his build, not just his defenses.
Yes. The match is about to start. We are in the beautiful city of Stara Zagora. Very happy to be here, of course.
Yeah, usually Roddy's better at just taking up the time, talking about random stuff. We're mostly good at talking about the game.
Yeah, but
and the game is taking. I mean, I'm sure it's starting soon.
Yeah, it's starting soon.
Soon.
What do you think about Stara Zagora? How do you like the city?
It's very naturist.
Yeah.
And relaxing.
Yeah, it's very relaxing.
And I enjoyed the food.
Food is great.
I can't do this, man. I didn't sign up for this.
Okay, let's look at Gerald.
Gerald looks very focused there.
Very focused.
He just did a head shake movement. Usually that signals curiosity, like when you turn your head a little bit. So he's probably a bit confused at what's going on.
And both players already put their white noise headsets on, so they can hear a thing from the audience.
So they can't hear what we've been saying this whole time,
Exactly.
which means that they may not be, fully informed.
Exactly. And they're probably about to start the game. I think Krystianer made like some movement on the keyboard, so he's probably typed go in the lobby, and the game is about to start. And
God, you're smart.
Yes.
Never mind.
No.
No. You were wrong. I mean, they don't even look like they're looking at the screen, so I think you were wrong.
Okay.
Okay. Is that what it shows before the game starts?
I think the game is starting very, very soon. I'm sorry, everyone, for the delay.
Oh, we're changing to the game. Let's go.
Let's go. And in the top right of the ley lines, spawning as a red Protoss player, representing. Sorry. Streamer Zoun is Gerald.
And in the bottom left, representing, is it offside or is it onside? Offside gaming. It is Krystianer. In my defense, it just says side, so I don't know which side it is. It could be offside or it could be onside.
Yeah, it's offside. I'm sorry, I got a little bit nervous. Of course, we all know Streamer Zoun. It's a very powerful team from Germany.
Yeah, they have SOS on the team.
Yeah,
they have Han Mono, right?
Yeah, and a lot of Protoss players actually. For Jumi, SOS, Gerald. I wonder if there is some influence from these players as well in Gerald's build orders.
Do you think Gerald consulted SOS before this match?
That would be very cool, right? Because SOS is a Protoss mastermind, right?
Yeah, let's see if he does any interesting strategies. But as we said, they probably won't go for the 1-gate, and they are indeed both starting with the 2-gate opening.
Ooh,
very standard.
Probe.
They're both sending 2 cheeky probes.
Interesting. Actually, I'm very unfamiliar with the Krystianer proxy pylon play. I feel like he always likes to get his second pylon on the main base, but maybe it's going to be a... No, it's indeed going to be a proxy pylon. I do not think it's going to be any kind of tech, though. It's just going to be a fake proxy pylon, and for Gerald, maybe a proxy Stargate, but looks like...
They're both faking.
Yeah.
So in this situation, I mean, are they going to find each other? That would be very crazy. I mean, okay, that's a very funny situation because they both know they're faking proxy pylons at this point, right?
Yes, exactly. Because in no way they could have like a gateway or Stargate because cybernetic score is obviously not done, and these players are playing at such a high level that cybernetic score timings are very mapped out.
But Gerald? Yeah, he's going to find the pylon, so that's a bit an advantage. He could kill that pylon later in the game, now that it's exposed, and Krystianer did not find the proxy pylon. So, I mean, minor advantage to Gerald, but in the end of the day, not a big deal.
Yeah, Krystianer's pylon is also very safe, right? It's very close to his base, so it will be quite easy to protect. Gerald's pylon is a bit more exposed, but it's very hard to kill because you don't really know where it is exactly. And you always have to assume that maybe this second pylon was just on the main base and he was scouting around the map.
Yeah, for sure. He probably knows the general location of Gerald's proxy pylon, but yeah, both players opening up Sentry here. The Sentry opening is super popular these days. It's just very solid. You get scouting, and the Sentry itself is actually a fairly formidable unit. Like, you can't just like kill it with 2 Adepts like you used to. So it makes sense that they're both playing Sentries. Krystianer is going to go right for 3 Sentries, so that means his tech might be a little bit delayed compared to Gerald, depending on what he goes for. And yes, Gerald goes for a Twilight quicker than Krystianer, but Krystianer will have the unit lead with those 2 extra Sentries.
Yes, also an energy lead, and in some scenarios it can be very crucial because you can place a couple of more extra force fields and just win the fight quite easily.
Yeah, but if he waits for Blink before getting that fight, that could be favored for Gerald here. He will have the faster Blink, so we're going to see how these 2 players utilize their different advantages. I'm very curious to see what they do, because Krystianer is also playing Blink, so it's going to be a mirror, but Gerald has the faster Blink, but Krystianer has more Sentries.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the plan for Krystianer is to go for a very, very quick third base, not make too many units, just go for that economy as quickly as possible.
For sure, for sure. And yeah, I think Gerald could punish this with his Blink timing if he gets aggressive with those Stalkers, and then maybe like 2 Adepts into his opponent's natural at the same time. That would be a very good way to punish a greedy third from Krystianer, if that's what he decides to go for.
I wouldn't be surprised to even see some proxy gateway, because this is quite powerful against this kind of plays when you rely so much on your Blink Stalker defense and don't really get a quick robo to protect yourself. And there is actually a 2 Adept Warpin on the top side of the map, I believe, on the proxy pylon that Krystianer haven't scouted yet. He's getting a robo actually quite quickly. Maybe he's a bit afraid of some DTs because he only saw 1 sentry, so maybe he thinks that his opponent is trying to hide something, have a DT somewhere on the map. But as we see, this is not the case, but instead there are 2 Adepts coming.
Yeah, that's very cool from Gerald. I mean, it may even be possible he played 1 sentry just for that mind game, right? Like, now Krystianer has to respect those possibilities. Meanwhile, if you scout 3 sentries from your opponent, you know DTs are very unlikely since sentries cost so much gas. And these 2 adepts, I mean, these could do a lot of damage because I don't think Krystianer has a probe in his gateway wall, meaning that he cannot block these adepts from getting in. So if Gerald goes right now, this could mean trouble for Krystianer. He does not have blink yet either, but these 2 adepts just saw each other. I'm not sure if Krystianer was paying attention though.
Yeah, same for Gerald, right? Because his adepts are so exposed, it's so easy to kill them if you know where they are. And I'm not quite sure if he saw these adepts coming.
Yeah, based on Gerald's stalker positioning, I would say that he probably did not see it. But
okay,
now he, well, okay, but these adepts are going to get in. There's no defenses. Is there a wall for the main? I mean, if there's no wall, he's going to lose so many probes here. He decides to cancel the shade, but he's still going to get 4 probes, probably like 7 or 8 probes even. Like, oh, nice force field though.
This is very, very big damage, but look at the probe count. It's actually not that devastating because I think behind that, Krystianer was actually extremely greedy. He was using all this chrono boost in the in his probes, not on his blink, and he's not that behind, I think.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, Krystianer still has his 2 adepts alive, so he could go for some counter damage now if he likes. It's all going to depend on how these 2 adepts do. And yeah, he's actually going to catch 2 more adepts from Gerald. That's a very greedy warp in of the adepts, considering that Krystianer knew where that pylon was. So he gets punished for that, and at this point, I mean, the game is looking possibly in favor for Krystianer.
Yeah, Gerald is also massively supply blocked. Look at this, not a single pylon is on the way, although he's in red supply. Krystianer at the same time is getting very good economy. The only issue for him is that he actually didn't get this forge as quickly as possible. 2 adepts are starting to kill probes, a very late pull from Gerald. He is losing 2. Does he have a probe in his main base? I think he doesn't, so the adepts are shading in the main base, but there is a recall. I still think it's a very significant damage considering how the macro went for Gerald before.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do feel like these 2 adepts could have got a couple more probes, but I think something else was happening on the map at the same time, so he couldn't pay full attention to them. But regardless, this is quite a decent position for Krystianer. My only concern for Krystianer is that if he attacks before +1 and Gerald has +1, that would be just a huge advantage for Gerald in the fight. So as long as Krystianer is patient and waits for his timing, I think he could have a very strong attack on his way.
What's interesting is that both players chose to go for double gas. They only mine 2 gases each, and they're gonna produce a lot of zealots.
We're gonna see some zealot versus zealot action. Nothing more exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Two more adepts are trying to get some damage. They're not gonna achieve much. At the same time, Krystianer is trying to get some counter play going with his blink stalkers. Actually can be very annoying for Gerald because his army is a little bit out of position. It chases down these adepts on the left side of the map, but no, I think it will be fine.
Yeah, I think he saw the army move out with his observer, so he's able to show up just in time. But those sentries are going just completely away from his main army. He loses 3 sentries for free. I think he's going to have to recall as well, so that was a very
good recall. But the main issue here is that he couldn't really fight, right? Because he had this upgrade disadvantage, and Blink Stalkers, they're so powerful when they have this +1 attack.
Yeah, and Gerald macroing like a beast here. He already has +2 on the way, so definitely an upgrade advantage for Gerald. He also has, a slight supply advantage. So far, I think it's looking good for Gerald after that move. But he's going to blink in forward. That's very risky against the force field.
Beautiful
and
force
he loses
field.
4 stalkers to the force field. That is a very bad situation for Krystianer. But I mean, there is still counterplay for Krystianer. I feel he's getting zealots across the map. But the battery is doing nice position on his stalker. Yeah, nice recharge as well. So he doesn't lose. I don't even think he lost a single probe to this counterattack.
Yeah, very nice.
I spoke too soon, perhaps.
Very good thing for Krystianer is that he actually spotted this War Prism, so he can be ready for this War Prism plays. Stalkers at the same time are trying to get some damage done to this exposed base. I think Krystianer really knows that Gerald really likes this F2 button, so he pulls away his army.
Yeah, definitely outplaying Gerald there with the multitasking, and yeah, he's just absolutely relentless with his counterattacks. But this time, I'm not sure if it's going to work out because Gerald is ready on both fronts, and he is indeed winning the fight on both fronts. But these are a lot of zealots. You have to respect this many zealots, and these stalkers are going to get surrounded as well. So Gerald might have to pull back. He's taking a pretty dangerous fight here at his third base, but at the same time, zealots chasing away the Krystianer's army. This is a very hectic game. It's very hard to say who's winning here.
I really think this situation favors Krystianer a lot because it's very hard to get back into the game once you start losing control of this constant zealot run bias.
Yeah, it's not like you can warp in, Archons to, get an advantage in that sense. You have to bank your own zealot, and if you're simply outnumbered, then you are going to lose the fight. So there's very little room once you're behind, but at the same time, I still feel like it's an even game. Gerald decides to go for a Dark Shrine, which I think makes a lot of sense to defend against the run-bys.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Dark Templars are actually insane against Zealots because they just shred them so quickly. The only concern is that it's only 2 gases, so it's not going to be too many DTs. Prism is flying in on the main base, but I think Gerald should be quite ready for that. There are a lot of Zealots, but at the same time there are 3 fronts happening at the same time. There is attack on the Zealots on the nut and also Stalkers on the fourth base of Gerald.
Yeah, and Gerald's also supply blocked, and he has an attack on his force base, which he is not ready for at all. And yeah, he's going to have to split off his army, but his army is just like kind of disjointed, and he's losing Zealots for free. At the same time, his main is being invaded by a Warp Prism and Zealots. This is a very tricky situation for Gerald. And wow, Krystianer splitting Zealots into the third, into the natural, attacking the fourth at the same time. This is really great multitasking from Krystianer. Gerald just seems to be struggling to keep up.
Yes, and Krystianer's upgrade disadvantage is almost gone. His +2 is done, and now it's just +2 against +2. These Zealots are taking some hits, but on the main there are Zealots killing a lot of units, and 22 probes goes down.
And the base falls. So, and Krystianer, during all of this, took a 5th base. So he is not slacking on the macro at all. I mean, Krystianer really is a master when it comes to this high Zealot style. He's very good at splitting off his armies, very good at the multitasking in this situation.
But let's see how Krystianer deals with this DT harass, because it might be tricky.
Yeah, but he has supply block, so he's struggling to warp in DTs. He's only warped in 1 DT so far, and Krystianer does have 3 observers, so I feel that he has the tools required to defend this. But this Prism is looking to go into the... I think he has to shoot the Prism across the 4th base. Oh, okay, okay, he's going back into the dead space where it's safe, but he really needs to warp in some DTs if he wants to have any chance of winning this. But this fight is definitely not it. He's going to have to try to run away with those force fields to keep him safe, but he is on the run.
Yeah, and 5 DTs just were warped on the main base. I'm not sure if it's going to be a now, but let's see.
No, there's a cannon in the main. So Krystianer, very well prepared, very well done, very good multitasking.
Yeah, great game by Krystianer.
It does feel strange to me that Gerald would decide to go for the exact same style as Krystianer, because I feel like Gerald, that's just not his style to go maxed out. He's more of a disruptor player, more of an Archon player. He likes to get maxed out on a high-level army. So maybe he is scared of Krystianer's style and he doesn't feel like he can win, doing something else.
Yeah, I agree with you, absolutely. Do you think Gerald gonna adapt in the next game? Will he go for more Archon-based playstyle?
I hope he does. I think he will, because that's where he's at his best, and I think he is confident in that style. But perhaps his preparation led him to believe that he could win, in this kind of mirror style. But obviously, Krystianer is just showing more experience with it, and yeah, this was a crucial moment here where there were just Zealots absolutely everywhere, and Gerald was struggling to keep up. I mean, there was like 4 attacks going on at the same time here. I mean, that's very hard to deal with. I think usually the aggressor is favored in those kinds of situations.
Yes, definitely, because the Zealots, you just rally them, and after that opponent has to react, right? And you not always have the this warp in possibilities, right? Like sometimes you use it elsewhere, and then it becomes hell to deal with.
Yeah, I think if he got that Dark Shrine a little bit earlier, those Zealot run-bys would be quite a bit easier to clean up. But by the time he got to the DT tech, Krystianer already had 3 observers, and he already killed the 4th base. So I do think Gerald could do a little bit better at dealing with these run-bys in the next game, and he should be more wary of them.
Yeah, and this map, I think it should favor some defensive playstyles. And on the right side of the Tokamak map, it's Gerald representing...
Yeah, well, that's Krystianer.
Sorry, you're gonna go.
In the top right, playing for Offside Gaming, it is Krystianer. And in the bottom left, playing for Streamer Zone, it is Gerald.
Looks like both players are going for this 2-gate scenario once again. No cheeky 1-gate from neither side.
Yeah, I remember one time when Gerald was telling me about how he's going to switch to 1-gate and just play 1-gate every game, but I really don't think it's his thing. I mean, he's pretty well known for hating the 1-gate, so no surprise to me that he's going for 2-gate in this game. And yeah, I'm very curious to see if if these two will go for proxy shenanigans again, like the fake proxy pylon or a real proxy. There are so many different options, and it looks like Gerald does, in fact, want to proxy something. And on the other side, Krystianer looks like he wants to scout his opponent.
Yeah, I really feel like it's going to be some kind of proxy target play. Don't you feel so?
Given the position of his pylon, like, it's definitely a possibility, right? You want to be as close to the main as possible. So on this side, it makes more sense. At the same time, it is very far away, and he's moving his probe towards Krystianer, so perhaps he's not going to proxy after all.
Yeah, I think he just trying to get in his opponent's head a little bit, try to make him believe that maybe this is maybe even proxy robo or something very, very dangerous that you have to respect. But no, as we can see, this is just a proxy fake pylon, so just to mess with your opponent's brain a little bit.
Yeah, I do wonder if this comes from their experience with each other. Perhaps Gerald has 3-gate roboed Krystianer in the past, and by faking a proxy, Krystianer has to respect that. But given that he's putting his third pylon in the natural, that generally suggests that Krystianer is not worried about the 3-gate robo.
Yeah, I think he is a guy who believes that he can really defend the base against anything, so he will expand no matter what, and after that he will just try to take his chance there.
Yeah, and he's also blocking the natural, so that means he's... I think he's kind of read this correctly, where Gerald is in fact just going to go for the expansion here. And yeah, Krystianer, he gets blocked, but he doesn't kill the probe, so pretty good situation for Krystianer here. He brings 2 probes to clean up that pylon so he can get his next as quick as possible. But we are, in fact, going to see a late Stargate from Gerald. That is very unexpected, given his first pylon positioning, but he's going to go for Stargate anyways, and that is very interesting. What do you think of this Stargate opening against Sentry?
I think it's quite good. I think unless you get punished somehow by like move out, early move out with maybe some Stalkers, some Sentries, then it's perfectly fine to play because you have this scouting possibilities with Oracle. You can also deal some damage, but I really don't even think you have to deal this damage if your expansion timing is good. Sentry almost goes down, and actually...
Oh, good force fields.
Yes, amazing force fields by Krystianer here, and Gerald loses 1 Stalker. Actually, 2 Adepts are on the way as well. So he will try to get as much damage done as possible. This is not a very common approach, actually, because I think mostly people nowadays are just trying to get this 1 Oracle out and tech as fast as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to be too late in your blink timing, otherwise it can become very difficult to take your third base. So let's see if that's what Gerald goes for, but I suspect he might even go for 2 Oracles here. But Krystianer, he's not scared. He is moving into the middle of the map, which is very crazy given he scouted Oracle, but perhaps that's just confidence. He knows the timings of this Oracle, and he is in fact just going to go home right as the first Oracle could potentially be in his base. So I think he's going to be well prepared for this first Oracle. He has 2 warp gates. I imagine he's going to keep 2 Stalkers as main. Okay, he's actually splitting off 3 Sentries. Oh, he has a battery, so yeah, that's perfect defense from Krystianer. I don't think he could possibly lose a single probe here. So yeah, very good defense from Krystianer.
Yeah, I think the main idea here was just to make sure his opponent is not being too greedy at home. The Adepts are not achieving anything. Also, 3 Sentries, obviously, with the help of the shield battery, will deal with this Oracle without any problem. I would really like to see some hallucinated Phoenix on top of this Oracle, so it's much harder to find some random damage.
Yeah, for sure. That would be a nice move. These 2 Adepts, they're going to see what they can get, but Krystianer, he's like kind of like pretending like they don't exist. He's just gone into the main. That's a big mistake, no? Because he's going to get this probe, but he has 3 Sentries, so that's a lot of force field micro. Perfect force fields.
Almost
perfect force fields.
But I think it's good enough because we have a battery on the main base. On NAT there are 5 Stalkers, so there'll be no problem. Very good start for Krystianer. Very fast blink as well. Look at this blink timing. It's so
yeah, look at
much
those unit
quicker.
loss as well. I mean, he's only lost, what, like 2 cancelled pylons versus... He lost the Oracle. I didn't even notice. I'm so blind. Like, when did that happen?
I think he was trying to put a strategist up on the third base, and these 5 Stalkers that they were going there, they just killed it.
Yeah, Gerald looks quite defeated in his camera, but I mean, this game is not over yet. This is PvP. He still can make magic happen, I think. Gerald, he's taking his third base. I mean, he's not too late on his third base, so if he can just get a good army and take a good fight, I do feel like there is still a small chance for him. I don't think he should be too defeated yet.
Yes, definitely. I think a good approach now would actually get to get a couple of Adepts, because we just lost 2 Adepts, we got Oracle, and they never expected to come again when all the units are dead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, once you've shut down, it's like building a third Oracle. If you build 2 Oracles, you suicide them, you build a third one, they never see it coming.
Exactly. On the other side, Krystianer actually got a very nice tech lead going for him, because I believe Gerald is just been on blink right now, but Krystianer has +1 on the way, he has Observer on the way already, and he will keep getting this tech lead going for him.
Yeah, I do like that Krystianer, he's taking his advantage and just trying to get a bigger advantage with that +1, with the probe economy. And Gerald, his forge is only just starting now, so he's definitely behind, but he does have Stalkers across the map. He could make some magic happen with this if Krystianer is not in position. I do like the Sentries being in the natural, so if something happens, he can always force field his way into safety. Let's see if the force field on point. Wow, very aggressive blink from Krystianer. He gets the Stalker right away, and Gerald kills 0 Stalkers, just 2 1 HP Stalkers left. That was a good trade for Krystianer, and you can see Gerald on the camera. He's like laughing and smiling a little bit. That's never a good sign.
Yes, exactly. I think if anyone, though, Gerald is the right player to come back from these kind of situations, because if he can get a good setup, he can get army, he will have a very comfortable time.
He is a beast when the armies get big, but I am very concerned that it's not even going to get there. I mean, Krystianer is well known for his timing attacks. He's getting charged. He's getting +1. He has the infamous 2 gas setup here, which means we're going to see a lot of charge lots from Krystianer. Gerald, on the other hand, is doing the same thing as Krystianer with the 2 gas setup, which means he's just going to have less zealots and less upgrades.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that, honestly. I'm not really liking this approach from Gerald too much.
Yeah, it is tough. Once you get behind in a mirror style, there's almost no play you can do unless you're the aggressor. But Gerald, he is more of a defensive player, so I wonder if he's going to be able to take control of the map and make some plays happen. Right now, he's keeping his StarCraft in a defensive position, which does scare me. I do want to see him take some map control.
Yes, Krystianer actually feels so confident that he even gets some cannons going, so he's not surprised by any kind of DT play on the map, because this would be a very logical solution for this economy disadvantage.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. And Krystianer, at the same time, he's going to move out with his superior StarCraft count and 3 sentries. Gerald, on the other hand, has only 10 StarCrafts, but he does have charge lots with him. He could possibly defend this, but it's going to be very tricky. 1 battery, 4 defense. He's going to warp in some more zealots, but the Prism is here, warping in 10 more zealots, or 8 more zealots, and he's going for a very strong timing with that +1 upgrade lead. Force fields are good, completely locking him out of defending this base. Zealots are just running in without support of the Stalkers. And yeah, this is looking very grim for Gerald, but he still has most of his army left. And yeah, Krystianer is playing this very patiently, just taking out 1 zealot, 2 zealots, and then running away.
Yeah, very hard to fight against these forces, this mass zealot style. Also, upgrade disadvantage is still on the field. Look, just only now +1 for Gerald is finishing, and I am just afraid there is not enough numbers here.
Yeah, I think Krystianer smells the blood in the water. He's going completely forward, not caring at all about these couple of Stalkers from Gerald. The Nexus is half HP, the Stalkers are going down, the pylon gets shut down, so no more reinforcements for Gerald. And this is looking very good. A forward blink from Krystianer. He has no fear, and he takes it 2-0. Krystianer with a little celebration there, lifting his arms up.
I feel like a lot of confidence from Krystianer in this series.
Yeah, I thought he played quite well. Like, I was very impressed by Krystianer in this game for sure. And Gerald, he tried his best, but I do feel like his strengths come in that defensive style, and his style that he played was not defensive.
Yes, exactly.
So, I don't remember what we're supposed to do at this point. We talk about the games.
Yeah, okay. So this is a very crucial moment when Gerald was trying to get some damage down with this adept, but this was absolutely perfectly deflected by Krystianer. Also this attack, but this is very hard to deal with when you are so far behind the Stalker count, and obviously there is also 2 sentries, and when you play Stargate, you don't really have this sentry power to help you out.
Yeah, for sure. The early game was just unfortunately a little bit too bad for Gerald. Sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky in the PvP matchup, and he also did lose his Oracle for free. So at that point, it becomes very tricky. Oracle is that kind of style where if you just happen to accidentally lose it, even in PvT, if you lose it to Widow Mine, or if you lose it in PvP to a couple Stalkers, that is a huge disadvantage. So it does feel bad for Gerald, just kind of knowing that he's so far behind right from the beginning.
Yes, exactly. And what do you think about the next matches?
I don't know what they are.
Next match is Lambo versus YoungYakov. This is actually the very last match of today.
Oh, that's very exciting because ZVZ is a very tricky matchup. It can go either way, as we saw in Dallas. And yeah, and this is very important for Lambo, right? Because this is his last chance for EWC. It's also his YoungYakov's last chance for EWC. So this is going to be an extremely important match for both players to see who can make it to the World Championships.
Yeah, fun fact that YoungYakov actually beat Lambo in the qualifier match, I believe.
Oh, I did not know that.
I think so.
So Lambo must be sweating a little bit now.
Yes.
And yeah, there is the bracket. So SKillous, you play Krystianer actually. So after watching that PvP, do you have any thoughts or anything you'd like to share about how you feel?
As I said, I feel like Krystianer was playing very, very confidently. So I'll try my best to kind of figure out what I can do the best against his playstyles, because I think his weakest point was that he was playing very repetitive, but at the same time he's so confident with his playstyle. So I'll have to find a good answer to that.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, and we are going to head it to our stage host, Bellum. So yeah, thank you guys for listening to our cast, and see you guys in the next game. Well, not us, but you guys will. I'll see you guys.
All right, that was some great PvP insight from Trigger and SKillous. Maybe a little unfair that SKillous has to go play tomorrow against the guy he just cast. Don't know how that one works, but we should bring him on stage. Krystianer, come on out here. I love the boomsticks. Good job. So Krystianer, when we were getting ready for this series, you were talking about how frustrating it was that you have to go play Gerald so often. Gotta feel a little bit better now, right?
Yeah, that was actually like I was a little bit lucky with my build order, especially in the second game where I managed to kill the Oracle. But like, fun games.
And actually, talking about that second game, when you did get the Oracle, what point did you realize that the series was yours?
At the moment when I killed the Oracle, actually. Like, I don't think it was like playable still.
Gotcha. And now, moving on, you're going to run into SKillous in the next round. Obviously, you said a very different player from how Gerald tends to play. How are you feeling about that matchup?
It's going to be difficult, of course, but I will try my best. I think if I play like today, it should be fine.
And then talking about how you played today, you've always been a rather stylistic player in PvP, I think. Really enjoying playing a lot of Gateways, Stalker, Zealot, not teching up as much. Why is that a style that you enjoy so much?
Because this is the style that I have the most success with, and it's just working for me pretty well, and like you can attack in multiple fronts, so it's good.
Gotcha. It just works. Seems like a good answer. Krystianer, congratulations once again, and can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
Что я смог пройти сюда. И в целом мне нравится формат турнира, мне нравится, как он проводится. Поэтому я буду очень рад поучаствовать в турнире. Я играл очень много ладерных игр, играл много кастомов, турниры участвовал. Начиная с 1 апреля, после того, как я отобрался на Стара Загору, я тренировался по 6 часов в день. Достойно. Против Клема очень тяжело играть, против остальных я хорошо себя чувствую. Всем привет! Я очень рад, что у меня есть поклонники. Болейте за меня, буду показывать свою лучшую игру.
Hello, I'm Lambo and I'm presenting the Shopify Rebellion. I feel great, I like the city, I like the people here especially. I felt very welcome last time, I feel very welcome again. I feel excitement from everybody to see each other again and I'm just hyped for it. The way to stay motivated is quite easy. It's the spot for EWC. I think everybody wants to have that, and that kind of decides how good our entire year is. The difference between not making it and making it is the difference between
basically 17,000 at least or nothing, which is I think very easy to get motivated by. The way I do it is I take it very seriously and I try to get ready for Dallas before, like well beforehand, a week beforehand. I try to adjust my sleep schedule, and then the moment I'm in Dallas, I'm already adjusting my sleep schedule back the moment I was eliminated from the tournament. So now I don't feel as jet lagged as most of the other guys, and I think it's, yeah, I don't feel bad about playing too much. I don't over practice now that I'm playing all the tournaments. I think that's also important to not burn out, and yeah, I think that's about it. I would like to absolutely avoid Serral and Clem in the first round especially. Even Reynor I think would be nice to avoid. These guys are the best, and the way it is being made here is it's drawn, right? So it's a little bit by chance, and I hope that they don't draw me, because that will just give me way better chances to get the EWC spot, which is what I'm here for, obviously. I think it would be very exciting if down the line I would eventually face ShoWTimE in a match for the spot. I think something like that would be insanely hype. Because I don't think we're favorites to win the entire tournament, but if we're playing like for a top 4 to advance and the winner gets the spot, I think that would be mega hype. So my dream scenario is I meet ShoWTimE for the spot, the winner gets the spot. I don't think I would stay calm, to be entirely honest, because there's so much on the line. I try to do breath work, stuff like that, in order to calm myself down. I try to center myself, meditate a little bit before the match, but during the match I will get very stressed because it's just that important. Like even in the last qualifier, I started grinding my teeth for the first time just because of how much stress there was on me. So it's difficult to stay calm even with all the different tricks that I've learned throughout the years. It is still so important to me, which I think is nice to see, but at the same time, yeah, it's stressful. Thank you guys for watching and supporting throughout all the years. I love every single StarCraft fan that is tuning in and supporting the scene. We need you. Thank you so much and enjoy the show.
Send it one last time with all the queens, road to beverages and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damaged on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disrupt, one Marauder, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 7 series in a row, we are ready to witness the final match for the day. It will be another elimination mirror match between 2 of the best Zerg players in Europe. I am very excited to go on stage, YoungYakov and Lambo! Welcome, welcome. I want to ask you both the same question. This is a do or die moment for both of you. How are you handling the pressure right now?
Pretty good for now, yeah. I'm not too nervous.
I'm a little nervous, actually, but it's fine.
Yes, this has been your first LAN experience like that. What are the key points you have taken so far from it? And even from one day experience, did it help you grow in a way as a player?
I want to play more games in tournament, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, I want to ask you about YoungYakov. What is one thing that you respect in his playstyle, and what is one thing that you are ready to punish in his playstyle?
He just has a huge variety of things that he can do. He's a smart player, very strategic. Yeah, I like the way he plays.
And the same question to you, are there things you respect about Lambo, and what are some weaknesses you see in his playstyle?
I'm a big fan of Lambo.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all, truly? Well, it's a ZVZ, it's going to be a crazy matchup. You had one ZVZ yesterday, another one today. Are you kind of getting tired of it, or do you want to keep on playing the mirror matchups?
No, it's completely fine. I usually barely ever get Zergs, so I'm down to play some ZVZ.
Nice, I'm down to watch some ZVZ. Well, Yakov, any words towards Lambo before your game?
I like to play ZVZ too. Enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy the series, everybody, and yeah, we're gonna show good games.
Awesome, I believe in you guys. Shake it up and let's go backstage. Set up in the booths, and I cannot wait for this final match. RoadToEWC, I cannot wait to hear you guys casting, so take it away, please.
Lambo doesn't mind the ZVZ, and Roddy, I love it, especially if we're going to get what we had yesterday. Yeah, Lambo did not beat Serral. He wasn't supposed to necessarily beat Serral, but those builds that he was showing us, I was having so much fun.
Yes, but I absolutely don't expect this series to look like that.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot, because Lambo played against Serral, and he also knows that if Serral ever stabilizes, gets a good economy, is able to flex his multitasking muscle, that life becomes hell. So Lambo probably felt that he needed to come up with something cool and unique and creative to get the job done, and he got awfully close. But before we really dive too much into that, can we just address one more time how sweet YoungYakov is? He's just standing there, he's so incredibly happy to be here, and I'm an exalted asking him a question, he's like, I'm a big fan of Lambo. And it's like, oh, I love him, and I normally would always root for him to advance, but I don't see how you can possibly root against Lambo. We know how much time and effort and passion he pours into this game, and for Lambo, this tournament is it, BLMOV. This is where he needs to secure his ticket to the Esports World Cup 2025. We all know Lambo has the skills to perform at a stage like that. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out in the European qualifier. Dallas was incredibly difficult, so this is it. So I'd always root for YoungYakov, but I can't possibly root against Lambo here. I don't know, I just hope it's going to be awesome.
Lambo's lucky, though, in that he is one of these, really one of, I don't actually think the only player at the tournament that has a bit of an interesting way to maybe qualify in two different axes. Yeah, he can go. He can hit top 8, probably top 6, and that's probably what we're looking at if you need to go qualify to EWC. Or even if he loses here, and I'm not saying he's going to, but even if he does, if ShoWTimE hits that top 5, top 6, whatever it shakes out in being to make sure that he qualifies into EWC, then Lambo has that opportunity to go play on June 21st and 22nd in the global qualifiers. Now, if you're Lambo, you're not really banking on that one. You want to really punch your own ticket.
No, but it's a really good point that you just brought that up. And for the people who are confused about that, that is because we had 5 players forming a top 5 in the European qualifier that just wrapped up last weekend. Serral won it, Reynor took second. Those 2 are guaranteed for the main event. The players that finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th were ShoWTimE, Goblin, and Hero Marine. So they got seeded into that global qualifier, the absolute last chance to make it in. However, ShoWTimE is here, and if it's not Lambo this weekend, it could very well be ShoWTimE, so you're right. There is another backdoor entrance, but I'm sure that Lambo doesn't even want to think about that. Lambo just wants to get the job done himself. Got incredibly unfortunate with that upper bracket draw. I mean, Serral in round 1. He said, there's 2 guys that don't want to play, Clem and Serral. He got Serral. He made it damn close. I'm still expecting a strong Lambo this weekend.
Yeah, I certainly am. And actually, in this matchup between Lambo and between YoungYakov, it's one that has been very Lambo favored. It's 9-1. The only exception, though, is what you were talking about. The most recent time they played, Yakov knocked Lambo out of the first round of the European qualifiers, made it so he had to go a little bit longer in the BGE qualifiers to make sure he was able to make that happen. But I hear the crowd clapping. For now, we're going to talk about it and introduce our players. In the bottom right, in the red for Shopify, it's Lambo.
It's our final series of the day, the 8th series. Obviously, the action will continue tomorrow and the following day. We'll crown a champ on Saturday. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of this incredibly sweet young man from Russia. He is spawning as the Red Zerg. It's YoungYakov.
Shout out, by the way, to the 3 people in the crowds that brought boomsticks from home.
Damn it. I had to guess because they swapped over to the crowd, and I was like, I really hope he's red. And he turned out to be blue.
Well, I'm not feeling too blue about it.
Not at all. It happens. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, a couple people brought a bunch of like foam boomstick things from home, and I can hear them, and it's shout out to the old Red Bull Battlegrounds type of days when everyone in the crowd had a bunch of boomsticks. It makes me feel a little nostalgic, and it's very nice. I like it.
2014 Red Bull Battleground days. We had
First
a fun
tournament?
circuit. We had a 2015 circuit as well, but that one was a lot tinier. Still fun. That's when we also had that Archon tournament that I wasn't really too fond of. But the 2014 year was a fantastic year. That's where we had a lot of great events. And no, that was not the Scarlet Bomber thing. That was even a little prior to that, 2013 or 2012. But 2014 is when Red Bull had a full circuit where Nathanias and I casted a lot of those events. And Day 9 as well was involved.
You know, the DC, the grand finals there in 2014.
It was amazing. What a great event.
It was the first tournament I ever went to.
Well, you got very lucky
I
then.
did.
Because to the day of today, I say that's like one of the 5 best events I've ever gone to. If it's not top 5, it's definitely top 10. Like the way that they printed those anime banners on the wall, the beautiful venue. It's kind of like an opera. That one
the hot dogs next door.
Yeah, that lives rent-free in my head. One of my favorite events of all time. So you got a little bit lucky. I'm not surprised you fell in love with StarCraft 2 after that one, Bio.
Well, luckily, I'd been into it a little bit before then, and actually was Scarlet Bomber that got me into it in the first place. But diving there, bug was flying at my face. Taking a look at this series, nothing too crazy right now. It was 15 Overlord, I think, coming in from both players into the hatchery. Some smart Zerg scientists, far smarter than I have realized that, yeah, if you go gas cancel 15 Overlord, you pretty much get what you'd get with a 16 hatch. You just get it a little bit fast. You get the hatchery down just a little bit faster. And now we start to look at the mid game, or I guess the later early game, where we take a look at what the timings are. When do you take the third base? When do you go get your Baneling Nest? Do you get a Baneling Nest? And we have some answers to those questions. Yakov, his third base, a lot faster than Lambo's.
That is correct, but no, it's the other way around, no? Isn't Lambo's?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Lambo's base a lot quicker than Yakov. Yakov has actually been the player that often sticks on 2 bases a little bit longer in a lot of the games that he's recently been playing against Reynor. I was part of a minor, was it lunch, was it dinner, I don't know, somewhere in between, a brunch with Yakov and Reynor, where they were discussing some of those games a little bit, because they played like 6 or 7 games against each other recently. And Yakov just basically said, I don't know, it's very, very difficult to play against you. He just seemed like a little bit intimidated by all the speed and the aggression that Reynor can bring. And Yakov felt that he started to lose some hope in some of the builds that he normally does believe in against the guys that he runs into on the ladder. But when you're playing against Reynor in an official competitive environment, he just felt that anything he could come up with, he felt that Reynor was already aware of it. And it's really important for Yakov that he shakes off that mentality, because Lambo, of course, is terrifying to go up against too. But Yakov is an excellent player, and it's what Lambo said as well. He's got a wide variety of styles and builds that he's very comfortable with. Yakov just needs to play his game. And don't think too much about that guy that you may be very fond of down the other side of the battlefield. It is what it is. The gloves are off. Look, we're playing for a tournament live over here. Just go with the builds that you're comfortable with and the builds that you believe in.
Yeah, all's fair in love and war, and this is certainly, at least, a warlike people, because that's what Bellum Gens means in this game number 1. I think I'm kind of interested here. Lambo's cut drones quite a bit. We saw the Ling Flood, certainly, but he's building a bunch of Overlords behind this one. So sure, yeah, you know, Ling pressure, but there should be a lot of roaches behind this, and it's really important that Yakov realizes that this is not just light pressure or medium pressure on the third base, but there is going to be a lot of roaches behind this one. So once he holds off, if he holds off, and that is still a question, because these Banelings are getting pretty decent connections, although Yakov gets a good one at the end. Now running into the natural here, Baneling connections, 7 of them are going to go down. And I was going to say, it's really important that he doesn't start droning behind this, because the roaches are coming. But unfortunately now, the damage has already pretty much been done.
Yep, but there is more where that came from, as Lambo's now also rallying a couple of roaches to the other side of the map. He's got a 3-worker lead. Yakov is going to try to recover from those economic losses he just took, but that means it's going to be harder and harder to deal with the very famous second wave, as Lambo is going to strike again, and this time it's not just a couple Lings and Banes, it is a 14 roaches. Yakov got a couple of defensive roaches out as well, and obviously Lambo does not have lair attack, so it takes a little while before those reinforcements are here, but Bio, make no mistake, this is an incredibly difficult hold for Yakov.
It is. Yakov's going to have +1 done just about right now, so 2-shotting those Lings makes it a little bit easier. The problem is there's just not a lot of roaches to defend this, so sure, you 2-shot the Lings, but you just can't take this fight. And Lambo's kind of realized that even if this doesn't work, he's gotten enough damage. So he's droning behind this. It doesn't really seem to matter, though, because it's so hard for Yakov to just take down this army in his natural.
Yep, Lambo's all over the natural, and that is going to do it. 1-0 lead for the man who's representing the Shopify Rebellion. The man who is poised on making a deep run at this event. And honestly, relatively standard. Yakov will know that he just messed up in the execution. Like, he technically had the same tools, very similar drone counts. Yeah, Lambo was the one who started being aggressive first, or was slightly low drone count, but 2-3 drone lead, you shouldn't really be punished that badly for it. It's just like Lambo, maybe a little more experience, right, playing on a stage like this with Tournament Live on the line. Lambo's been here, done that. He's been around the world. He has played pretty much on every single continent you can think of, and he is still going to be able to control his Lings and Banes the way he always is. And unfortunately for Yakov, Yakov just overreacted a little bit to first what was happening on the right, and because of that, the Lings, excuse me, the Bane Lings that showed up there on the left side of our screen, I think they really made Yakov panic a little bit, allowed Lambo to get good connections, and then Lambo was of course able to get on top of the drones. And once you deal so much economic damage early on, it's just so difficult to turn things around in a ZVZ.
Yeah, with no queen in the wall, the Lings just run in. It becomes very difficult. But Roddy, you do bring an interesting question. When are we going to have the land in Antarctica?
I don't know about that, but maybe we'll live long enough for it. You never know.
Got to make sure you got extra hand warmers, right? So the fingers don't get too cold.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to Magnet actually organizing something in Egypt for all of us to come over, since, you know, he's got his map now, Magnetha. Come on, I think it's just a matter of time before we all play a little bit of StarCraft right next to those pyramids.
Oh, right top of the Great Pyramid, right? You know, we love outdoor venues here in Stara Zagora, and it just makes a little bit of sense. But let's talk about these players at least one more time. In the upper right, in the blue, it's Yakov.
Unfortunately, another short game for Yakov. Hopefully he can turn things around and he can be the one once to dictate the pace of the game. But it's going to be very difficult because in the bottom left side we are looking at the main base of our well-accomplished German Zerg, a European veteran for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Lambo.
And you know, Roddy, one of the cool things about this 15 Overlord gas cancel idea that gets your natural down just a little bit earlier is that there are some Zerg all-ins that you pretty much scout by looking at how far the natural creep is with respect to your own. I'm talking like 14, 13, 12 that Scarlet used a couple of years ago, things of that nature. And by getting this hatchery down just a little bit sooner, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to say, oh crap, I'm being all-in. But it puts a little bit of a question in your head because that slightly faster natural is approximating the timing of like a 14, 13, something like that.
And that is what ZVZ is often all about, those mind games. Now, I like this. This is a bit feisty, risky. I'm going to assume this is for a very early +1 melee. We might even get +1 melee before we start researching Zergling speed. I actually really like it. It's different, it's crazy, but that's the kind of stuff that I want to see from Yakov because I know he's never been afraid to be a bit different in the past. And it doesn't mean he's a crazy all-in Zerg. No, he just has a few builds that are a bit different that he really believes in, and they can then turn it into a macro game while maybe creating a lead. It is indeed going to be +1 melee before Zergling speed. You know, I have not played a crazy amount of Zerg in my life, Bio. I was always a bit of a Protoss abuser, I have to admit. But when I did play Zerg, I did actually really love this build. I was always all about the +1 melee before Zergling speed, because I just love getting a lot of Lings out early and taking those fights. It makes such a big difference. You think like, yeah, one upgrade. How big is it really? Well, it's massive in Ling against Ling.
That it is, and you have to be careful though, because you're spending your first 100 gas on +1 attack, you're not spending it on Zergling speed, and you're not building roaches, right? So generally, if you would go gasless or get something delayed with your gas, you're going to have roaches, and that's going to buttress yourself, and that's going to really allow your wall to be properly set up here. But if you're going +1 melee and then getting Zergling speed, you're going to be defending with Zerglings with no speed versus Lambo, who will have Zergling speed.
Yeah, but it seems like what Yakov is going to do here is maybe pretend that he's going for a 2-base roach opening, but meanwhile banking up a crazy amount of Zerglings with +1 melee and speed in his main. This is, I feel like, something that Korean Zergs love to do in the past, right? Where they're like, oh, don't worry, I'm just macroing. And he even gets the fake evolution chamber in the front. So Yakov, yep, there goes the roach one as well. But is he going to build any roaches anytime soon, Bio? I don't think so. And this is the kind of stuff that's really hard to scout if you're Lambo. But it's so important for Yakov that he doesn't mess up, that he doesn't show more than what he's supposed to. He even temporarily starts +1 missile attacks. We, of course, know this is mega fake. But if you're Lambo right now, that is almost impossible to say. I like it. I don't know if it's going to work, Bio, but I just love it, man. This is old school, dirty Korean ZVZ. And I'm so happy to see Yakov bringing this out.
I want to point out something as well. If you saw, you're talking about how important it is to deny scouting. There was a queen on the ramp, certainly, but there was a drone patrolling there as well, just ensuring that there's no way that Lambo goes in the main base, but here come the Lings.
Yep, Lambo immediately is going to morph a couple of defensive Banelings. That is, of course, what he needs. Yakov needs to make sure that he cancels +1 missile attacks because he really doesn't need that. He's a bit supply blocked right when he's moving out. That is painful. But here are the +1 melee Zerglings. Those Banelings are not done yet. This is actually going to be a little bit difficult for Lambo. Lambo's got 2 Banelings in the natural. Yakov is willing to take a bit of a beating against them, but he's still got so many Zerglings. Can +1 shine bright like a diamond?
It's really important that he gets on top of these queens, make sure he gets his way through the ramp. As now the banelings, they're about halfway done, but Lambo seems like he's actually doing a really nice job just with the drones. He's gonna force YakOv out for now, and the queen stays alive. The banelings are here. Roddy, I'm with you. Very cool build, lots of very small cool things, but Lambo holds with flying colors.
Yeah, I mean, obviously did lose 10 drones, but he is a 3-base Zerg against a 2-base Zerg. I believe he lost the queen as well. YakOv does still have +1 melee, so potentially could still make something happen, but the baneling count is really, really high. One of the banelings is going to get cancelled. One more queen will fall. Don't lose too many of your links, YakOv, otherwise you're very vulnerable to a counterattack. You're spot on in the end. Oh, if only YakOv wasn't supply blocked. 3 Overlords is way too many when we're going for a 20-21 drone all in. And while already sitting on a couple hundred minerals, he could have hit maybe a tiny bit quicker. He could have hit with a few more links. And that really did get close because he was all over those drones. He was all over the queens. But in the end, kudos to Lambo for being ready for it, immediately morphing the right amount of defensive banes, and in the end, pulling off a very successful hold.
The right amount of defensive banes is yes in a game like this, as many as you possibly can, as now roaches are on the field as well, just a little bit stronger of a defensive bulwark. And YakOv behind this, he's still only on 26 drones. That's not great. He decided to get a lair, and I was assuming he was going to go for Spire, but I think he's taking a look at what the game state is. He's like, nah, I can't do that. There's no way. So he actually does have a Spire on the way, but he just continues to pump Lings, and Lambo just continues to grow. 9 roaches on the way. He's getting additional banelings, and feels like very soon we're going to hit this point where Lambo just wants to run across the map. Catching these roaches is nice. It slows him down. You get 1 or 2 roaches, and the +1 Lings will shred. But eventually, it's going to be a lot of roaches, and the mutas, it's just not going to be enough of them.
It's a little bit similar to Lambo's Serral game 3, right, where Lambo did manage to get that Spire up, as we had a big baneling connection here on a lot of the links, but then he was forced to build like 7 or 8 spine crawlers, and he was already defensively behind. If you then lose 700 minerals on a bunch of spines, even if YakOv does survive, it's not like those mutas are going to fly to the other side of the map and immediately kill everything. I'm afraid that we are looking at the final moments of YoungYakov, his run here at the BGE Stara Zagora. But it was still fantastic to watch him do his thing, and I really hope that he will go home with all the positive memories, Bio.
Oh yeah, he's a great, again, when we got to the airport, he's like, oh, do you know who I am? Like, yeah, YakOv, it's great. So, again, sweet as possible guy, but that's not going to keep him safe when he only has 3 spines against this big Roachling Bane timing. 3 mutas on the way to not keep you safe. They're not even going to keep your main base alive. It's just going to be a ton of damage here. I do like the idea of a run-by, but it's just a little bit too little, just a little bit too late. Lambo stays alive against the +1 timing, and he gets his date with Harstem tomorrow.
Oh, that's a little bit sad as well to see the Shopify boys go up against each other in the lower bracket. I'd love to take a little look at that bracket overall, but very strong performance by Lambo. Once more showing us why he has been one of the absolute best Zergs in the European scene. Not an easy hold, I think, in game 2. Like, he did see it rather quickly, immediately started morphing 2 Banes behind his wall, and then also tried to get a couple of Banelings above the wall, but those Banes got cancelled. And for a split second, I was like, can those Lings do it of YakOv? But I think especially the macro error really hurt YakOv there. Like, all lanes need to be as laser sharp as they possibly can be, and if we're running out of our natural with 300 something minerals and we're supply blocked and we've got 300 minerals, it's just a little bit too much. And game 1, obviously Lambo just making the difference by creating a little more chaos than YakOv was able to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see this wall as well. I kind of want to point out where the Banelings were morphing. They kind of really work as a secondary wall for YakOv there. So he runs through and he gets the first queen down and starts to get some damage, but then he's got a negative concave. The drones and the queens and the Lings are surrounding him, and these +1 melee Lings that are supposed to be the ones that are getting around the Lings and starting to get better attacks there and getting on top of the queens. They fight into this concave, and then by the time they start to find their way through, well, those Banelings that were forming a wall, now they're morphed in, and you cannot fight there.
That is correct. So that means Lambo will stay alive and he will move into the next round of the lower bracket. That is also going to do it for us already today, Bio. We've had 8 series. Of course, tomorrow we'll have 8 more series as well. This is a 4-day event. We're basically at the halfway mark at this point. I'm loving it, but I'm also sad that it's going by so quick. Like, what about 12 series a day, you know?
Yeah, best of 7s, best of 9s.
And it's your birthday. I feel like you want to go till midnight, no?
Only midnight? I want to go in like until, I don't know, tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Although, then it wouldn't be my birthday anymore, and I'm not sure that counts the same.
No, till midnight.
All right, guys. Fair enough. All right, but we got our players on this stage. Now let's hear from Lambo about that last series.
Let's hear from Lambo indeed, a clean 2-0 victory from the German professor. Here he is, Lambo! Amazing performance, my friend. Game 1 was pretty dominant, but Game 2 was a little bit dicey. Were you feeling a little bit scared when Yakov owed you?
When I saw the Zerglings, I just thought I had a free win because I went Bailing Nest. So Bailing Nest is really uncommon to go against 2-base, but it was a big map, so I was confident he was going to do something weird or play Muta, against both of which Bailing Nest is fine. So I just thought I had a free win. But then I messed up the wall a little bit, like not keeping his lings out, and then, I don't know, I just thought it was safe at all times, to be honest.
Yeah, but actually your morphing Bailings kind of helped out with the surface area, which was intentional, or?
It was intentional at that point, but yeah, I just thought Banelings morphed quicker, to be honest. I thought that I just thought they would finish, if I'm being entirely honest, but I guess I underestimated the speed of Lynx or the length of Tokamak. Either way, yeah, it was surprising that I got a little bit close there.
Nice. Well, Lambo, you know, when you go to the lower bracket, it's always, there is always some pressure, but getting your first win in the lower bracket, that must feel satisfying, right?
It is satisfying, yeah, it's very scary, but I like my bracket. I'm also glad that all the people that are already qualified are in the round of 4 in the top bracket, so down in the bottom we now have a real mud fight for the last EWCs, but I think that's really cool.
Yeah, for us the fans for sure, and tomorrow you're going up against your teammate from Shopify Rebellion, Harstem. He's for sure a very strong opponent, but how do you feel, how do you like your chances in a best of 3 against him?
I think it's really good, especially against Zerg, but usually when we play in tournaments I win, so I hope that confidence will carry me through. But yeah, I respect him a lot, he's very good, especially against Zerg, he has some good builds, yeah.
I want to ask you about your opponent right now, because he's a super young player, right? It is his first event. What advice can you give him as a more proficient Zerg?
Not really much of an advice. I told him to change his mouse because his mouse feet are a bit messed up. I think that doesn't help. He also has a very old mouse, but I told him to change gear. Aside from that, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, I think he's already getting a lot better. He grinded a lot, which I really respect. He's playing, I think, the most out of literally any player right now in Europe, and I have huge respect for that. If he wants advice ever, he can always ask me, but I think he's on the right path.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree with you. And you had so much support from all of these people here. Do you want to say something to them now?
Thank you guys so much for coming out. You're amazing. I can hear you in the booth. It's fantastic.
Hey, that's great, Lambo. Thank you so much and good luck tomorrow, brother. Lambo. Wow, well, we had some amazing games today, right? Yeah? Are you ready for some games tomorrow? Yeah, this is what I want to hear. Well, guys, before we get to say goodbye, I just want to remind you all that we will have an after party right outside of the venue downstairs. We have a DJ booth set up, so you know you're more than welcome to come join after the event. But before that, of course, let's take a look at how the bracket has developed so far. As you can see, this is the lower part of the bracket. ShoWTimE will be playing against Spirit in a Protoss vs Terran matchup. Ryung and Trigger will battle it out in another PvT actually, but then we have a PvP between SKillous and Krystianer. Both of those actually won their PvPs earlier, so I think this is going to be a true dogfight. Harstem and Lambo, though, the teammates that are going up against one another, I think that this is going to be probably one of the most interesting matches of the event. But of course, let's take a look at the upper bracket as well. Already at the semi-final stage, we have the dream match, Clem versus Reynor. I think that all of you are super excited about that, aren't you guys? Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Serral and Zoun. What do you think about that one as well? Yeah? Yeah, I agree. I think tomorrow the games are going to be incredible. Of course, you can support us if you want by donation, subscription, or just buying a ticket and coming here to the event. You can see everybody is so friendly. The hype is real. The love is shared, and I just feel so amazing. Thank you all for being here and for making all of this event so special for each and every one of us. Thank you, guys, and I hope to see you tomorrow as excited as today. See you soon. My name is Exalted. It was an honor.
Harstem does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
You've got the vision, the story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional-grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
To the bone if you know you know.